into your WWE Raw review for February 16th, 2015. I hope you all are doing good tonight. Pretty shitty weather out here in the States for a lot of us. But hope you guys are warm and enjoying yourselves. Sit back, relax, enjoy the podcast format because we got a lot to talk about. I want to make you guys aware of BlitzSportsNetwork.com. Maybe some of you don't know. Over at BlitzSportsNetwork.com, thousands and thousands of hours of VIP wrestling talk, ad-free videos. You go to the website. If you're not a member, it redirects you to a membership options page, and you can choose a membership option. It's a little slow as far as the redirect, but when you get on the website, full speed, you won't have problems. It's a really fun website. I love the vibe on there. Actually, I'm getting ready to drop video game commentaries on there. That's a little secret that I haven't publicly talked about. The VIP members have known that's coming. I've been working on setting that up with Calvin, and one of the guys here on the panel, Grits, I'm going to get him on a couple of those videos by hook or by crook. Who knows, maybe a handicap match where we fuck up Cena. But, yeah, so come on over to BlitzSportsNetwork.com, get the ad-free access. Last week we did 10 hours of original, new, fresh wrestling talk, SmackDown reviews, NXT. You know, we talk about the history of wrestling. You guys really enjoyed that on there if you're a wrestling fan. Also cover the NBA and NFL and talk some MMA and boxing and stuff on there as well. So come on over to the site, become a VIP member. We'd love to have you. Look forward to more of you being on there. And before we start, I'd also like to give a shout out to the current VIP members. What's up, guys? We'll be talking to you later. So let's get right into Raw. So John Cena, my rumored WrestleMania 32 opponent. A few people will know what I'm getting at there. But
favorite part.
But John Cena comes out to cut a promo, and when John Cena comes out to cut a promo, he's going to go into his sniff dicks routine. What do I mean by sniff dicks? It means he's ready to drop trow on every dude in the crowd and blow your cock if you'll cheer for him. Straight up, every fucking time, this guy's going to come out and kiss ass and try to get over with the crowd. So, sure enough, Cena comes out, you hear a contingency in Orlando of John Cena Sucks, the John Cena Sucks song, which is so true. But he goes through his ass-kissing routine. Now, you know, I think one of the things that got so many people up in arms over Stone Cold, saying he respects John Cena as a man, never said he thought he was a great wrestler, but the thing that got them up in arms over that, our boy Kendrick, but one thing that got everybody up in arms is John Cena is an ass kisser, whereas Stone Cold was an ass kicker. This dude is the yin to Stone Cold's yang. He is the antithesis of what guys like Stone Cold and The Rock represent, and he fucking sucks on top of all that, so. But of course he talks about being excited about Fastlane because we're all excited about Fastlane. Yes, he's as excited as you. He's just like the fans, except for the fact that he gets paid millions of dollars and gets push after push that other guys were more incredibly talented than him deserved. But he plugs the WWE Network. Boy, February has been the official desperation month for them, at least the way they're coming off, ever since the canceled WWE Network campaign that you all went on, and you kicked their ass. Well, come on, MG, it's free.
Bullshit, Vince McMahon just said it himself in the press conference.
But Vince McMahon's full of shit, and I covered that in a video on the website.
He ain't full of shit. He wasn't lying. People say they gonna quit. He knows the next week he'll be back. He wasn't lying.
They've got half as many viewers as they did 15 years ago, and it's dropped every year. They're coming off a year where they had their worst average ratings for Raw since back in the day before it became a thing.
Oh, yeah, but the canceled network should die down in 2 days after people saw Roman Reigns cut a decent promo on Raw when they were fucking lines. Everybody just forgot about fucking #cancel WWE Network.
And then last week they lost 600,000 viewers.
Oh, and they'll blame that on Daniel Bryan.
Alright, well, whatever the case may be, Vince McMahon's full of shit because there have been millions of people that walked away from WWE and never came back, and we know some of them, MG.
Oh, yeah. And I know a lot who, say they hate this shit, but yet they tweet about it 24/7, 365. They watch Total Divas, Main Event, the cartoons they put on, the whole nine. I see this shit scrolling down my timeline all goddamn day. Yeah, I hate the WWE, but then all they do is talk about this shit.
I understand exactly where you're coming from.
We can get to them in a minute. Bruce, get back to Sniff Dicks, man.
Let's get back to this Sniff Dicks. Because Sniff Dicks was in full effect. He had his oral dam in Orlando, okay? He talked about how Orlando is Raw. Yeah, Orlando is Raw, and that's where Raw was, but John Cena fucking sucks. Alright? So the ass-kissing son of a bitch went on to set up a replay that we saw with him and Rusev fighting last week. Best thing about that feud, probably Lana. Cena says Rusev won't crush him no more, and he's been crushing people, blah, blah, blah. He calls Rusev a super athlete, unlike him. Oh, he's a beast in the weight room, but don't ask him to jump over a phone book. He says Rusev is undefeated, unstoppable, and Cena pulls out the golden fucking shovel, and he's basically telling Rusev, I'm going to take all of that from you. He lets everyone know that his name is John Cena because you didn't know that before. But he predicts he's going to beat Rusev at Fastlane. And the way you beat a super athlete is you take the fight to him. Blah, 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 blah. Dude, at least act like you believe what you're saying. Because I wasn't buying none of this bullshit. He talks about loving what he does, and again, back to the ass-kissing routine. I love what I do. I know some of you are easy to get to by just saying that I love this, because I know you love it too, and you take shit for being a wrestling fan. So if I say that I love it, that means you'll respect me. No, you're fucking garbage, dude. He says he loves when the fans boo. Oh, really? Is that why you did an interview a couple months ago off WWE script where you said that the fans who don't like you just don't get it? Yes, we get it. You suck. We get it, motherfucker. And then he comes on here and he says, oh, I love when the fans boo. Really? That's a bunch of fucking bullshit. It eats them alive. The Rock said it best. The Rock said it's going to haunt him for the rest of his life when he comes out and he gets, let's go, Cena! Cena sucks! Right? He likes that. Would you like that if every crowd you walked out in front of, people were shitting all over you? He doesn't like that. Use your fucking common sense. Bullshit. And then back to the Sniff Dicks routine because he says Raw is about action, excitement, and having fun. You're in a feud with the big bad Bulgarian playing the role of a Russian, and he's concerned with kissing the fans' ass. So 90% of his fucking promos is kissing the fans' ass, but he doesn't mind being booed. He likes it. Bullshit! But he said Raw's about, like I said, action, excitement, having fun. And when John Cena's out there, it's about kissing ass and cock blowing. Cena talks about never changing, and he's referencing never turning heel. Because he's always been the good guy, and he's there for you. Yeah. No, I can turn off Raw, turn on my fucking League Pass. I don't give a fuck if Cena in a kayfabe storyline was fighting as the good guy. Fuck him. Cena's going to rearrange his face. He's going to show reckless abandon. And he's going to make history by beating Rusev. Yeah, another guy who's unstoppable. He's going to take down eventually here. He says he's fighting for respect. Well, newsflash, you never did it for me. John Cena's a fucking millionaire. When he goes to his bank account, he goes back to his fucking mansion, and he drives all those sports cars. I don't feel sorry for him. I don't feel the obligation to respect him because he shows up on time. I don't care. Holy fucking shit. And he's fighting to win the United States champion. A real cute promo, John.
I just got selected for the Bud Light House or whatever, and I'm so ready.
I just found out that I was the winner.
It's 4 o'clock in the morning. We're about to hit you up, Arizona. Up for whatever.
My house for the house of whatever.
Up for whatever!
Everything you guys throw at us, we're ready.
Euphoric, optimistic, and everything you possibly think of in one bundle. I'm ready to rock, baby. The perfect year for leaving your comfort zone in another time zone. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Have a seat, make yourself comfortable in the chairs of our bachelors.
Bachelor number 2. Can you tell me about where you're from? That's amazing. I got to dance on stage with Nelly. Just whatever. Whatever.
They say, cross me, put this in your hand, follow me, and we're going to have the time of our lives.
I never worry, life is a journey. I just want to join up. What is it for? It's pretty early. This is gonna be one of the most epic weekends of my life.
Whenever you feel like you're the luckiest man on the face of the earth, that's what I feel like right now. Carlton, I got one question for you. Are you ready to go to the Super Bowl? Best week of my life. I can't even explain this week. It's unbelievable. I mean, come on, life changes like that. If I can describe this experience in 3 words, it would be awesome. I guess I'm dating. I don't know. Who is it? I just saw Shaq. Shaq, right here. That was the most random, amazing thing that's happened to me yet. The finishing step, and that's how you make a great glass of Budweiser, a great glass of Bud Light. It still can happen. It's like winning the lottery. Support Diplo. I'm here at the house or whatever. Are you up for whatever? Craziest turn up happened tonight. It was epic. All cake all in my face. Couldn't believe it. It was wow. It was crazy. Sick. I've never experienced anything quite like it. Best weekend of my life.
House of Whatever is magical. It's a dream world.
And let's all be honest here, his ass-kissing proportions in this promo reached a level that a lot of us felt was unreachable. So there you go. Yeah, he has made history. Just, please like me. I like when you boo, but half the fucking promo is him kissing ass. Talk about a contradiction. It's just amazing to witness this guy. Every time he comes out in front of a crowd, he's in the midst of a promo, and he finds a way to shove his head up every fan's ass until he's shoulder deep up there fucking licking the inside of an ass. I mean, I can't stand this guy. He's fucking garbage. So Lana, someone who actually cuts a promo and a believable fashion, at least to a certain degree. She does have an acting background. Bathroom scene, anybody?
I know that movie.
Yeah. Lana says Cena's spewing the same old rhetoric, and for that I just went, yep. My exact response was, yep, he is. She calls Cena delusional. Agreed. I mean, what is this notion that we have to respect him? Why do we have to fucking respect him? Why do we gotta feel bad for somebody who's never gonna give a fuck about you? He's got more money than a whole handful of wrestling fans are ever gonna make in their lifetimes combined right now in his bank account. Oh, you gotta feel sorry for John. There's real shit going on in the world, and I gotta respect Cena. Okay. She also calls Rusev superior. She talks about Cena being the man that never gives up. Yeah, and that's half the problem. Cena paces in the ring, and he was trying to act. You know, he's trying to act mad. It was so believable. It was actually laughable. But she says Cena won't be coming back from this beating, and insert the USA chants. Oh, yeah. USA. And then Rusev grabs the mic and starts to talk. And has anyone else noticed that when Rusev cuts a promo, seems a little too amped up?
No, you know what I noticed? The accent starts to go away.
It does.
It did last week. I forgot to mention it. But the accent completely goes away.
Well, I mean, look at... Rusev does have some accomplishments, MG.
Oh, and I have a request. Can we please not use the word acting in the same sentence as Cena?
I apologize.
It doesn't go hand in hand. It just doesn't work.
Oh, you're absolutely right. That was a mistake on my part.
Is Rusev really a Dominican? That motherfucker.
He's Bulgarian, bro.
Like he was one of the thug enforcers in the remake of Shaft with Samuel. That was one of the people's cool. Title Woo. I like him. I like him.
May have been an extra in Scarface as well. I don't know. But I just had to throw in the Scarface reference. But anyway, so Rusev is going to destroy Cena's body, spirit, and his will to live will be crushed. Some serious shit. He's going to...
His will to live?
He's going to destroy his will to live. I mean, wow, we're getting somewhere here.
The fucking Avengers villain.
No, let's not get all crazy here. But,
the age of Ultron.
Oh my god, this motherfucker sounded like Super Shredder or some shit. But
Some shit.
I can see Rusev as a Thor villain.
Right? Yeah. Aligning himself with, what was Thor's brother's name? Loki. Oh, Loki, yeah. And not the wrestler Loki, who's a beast. By the way, shout out to TNA. Check it out. But anyways, not everybody's cup of tea, but we're enjoying that gangster shit they're on right now. But Cena responds by...
Did Briscoe show up in TNA?
No.
Oh, then never mind.
No. And me and Grit's got a bone to pick with you. The BDC that you shit on showed up in TNA.
No, I don't hate the group itself. I just hate them being around the title.
No, you know what it is, Grits? He just loves his ROH.
Okay, Jay Briscoe, I don't give a fuck what anybody got to say. Jay Briscoe is the motherfucking man.
Exactly. My point, exactly.
Chris can't argue that shit either.
I'm not going to argue either. But, I mean, damn, the BDC.
I just don't like the BDC being around the title, but I like the BDC, the group itself. I mean, how can you not like Samoa Joe and Low Key in the same group?
Come on. Now they got gang colors. Dudes trying to come out looking like they're the Bloods and shit. I mean, come on. But, anyway, Cena responds by saying Rusev's never had his ass kicked. Oh, boy, he said ass! Guys, he said ass. It's a good promo. He said ass. And then Cena says if Rusev moves, he's going to kick Rusev's ass. And Rusev's going to get his ass kicked or something. I don't know. It was dumb. if you move, I'm going to kick your ass. And Rusev does the you can't see me thing, and he's like, that's it. He moved. Dumb. So Cena runs up the aisle, if you call that running, and throws the worst punches in wrestling history. He takes Rusev down, and I give credit to Rusev. I give credit to Cena where credit's due. He did hit a nice clothesline on Rusev, so there you go, Cena fans. They're like, oh, Blitz said something good about him. He's the greatest.
The worst punches in wrestling.
I mean, right away, there's going to be someone that throws Owen Hart in my face. No, I agree. Owen Hart's kayfabe punches weren't all that great, but, and that was a conversation back in the day, Step with Boys, you know, the way Owen threw punches, but look at fucking Cena, man. Come on. This dude's been on top for how long, and he can't even throw a credible kayfabe punch? Give me a break.
At least Owen could do a spinning heel kick, and he could also kick Brett's leg out of his leg.
Thank you! Yes, thank you, Chris. That was low-hanging fruit. He grabbed it. All right. But, yeah, there were some other people looking to grab your low-hanging fruit.
I say that's a low-hanging fruit tonight after one segment, bro. I'll tell you that much, bro.
Well,
everywhere.
What are we talking about?
That's 8 chords and 09.
Well, all right. That's a lot of Vaseline on your nightstand there. Anyway.
Can you blame me?
No, but so anyway, Cena kicks Rusev and sends him into the LED board, and he picks Rusev up and sends him into the LED board again. This is some shit. This is awesome. And Cena plays punches in on Rusev that looked absurd. And,
how high did his leg get on that kick?
Cena's leg, usually, it's a good day if it reaches his hip. On a kick.
I'll say Lego Man can kick him.
I'll tell you what, dude, you give this guy a weight room, that's an impressive motherfucker. I'm not some blind hater. You give that dude a weight room, that's an impressive motherfucker in the weight room. But I'll guarantee you, you put him in the ring with any UFC middleweight, not talking middleweights. This dude, maybe even welterweights, probably welterweights. This dude gets his ass kicked.
Could you imagine Cena trying to throw, like, a head kick?
There's no doubt in my mind he falls. Imagine Cena getting into the octagon with Robbie Lawler. Alright, enough said.
I think
and then some people go, well, he's not supposed to be a real fighter, he's a wrestler. I'm like, yeah, I know, but you don't see my inbox. Okay? You don't see that shit. And believe me, I'm really nice about not firing back on a lot of that bull crap, because whatever. The computer goes off and that shit.
With the fuckboy Corona.
Oh, yeah, the self-power bomb of Corona. The drop kick of your knee up. Yeah. I mean, this guy's awesome.
Suicidal Corona, man.
Suicidal Corona, yeah.
a Lego Man kicks higher than John Cena.
While we're on this shit on Cena tip, I want to take it back to the thugonomics just to make this unequivocally fucking clear. As a thug, he was so phony, he gave me every time I saw him, he gave me a headache. He come out, yo, I'm John Cena. I'm like, that is not the way this fucking guy acts. There is no fucking way this dude's about that life. There is no fucking way. And if anybody remembers back in the 90s, even into the 80s, when you would talk about a rapper, it was a big deal if he was viewed as real or fake. Right? That was a big deal for us back in the day. Now, you're going to have the fakest motherfucker Lil Wayne, right? You can have the biggest pieces of shit rappers, and it doesn't fucking matter. These guys can be
a fucking correction officer talking about selling drugs.
There you go.
Rick Ross.
There you go. Or these guys could be caught by TMZ on the beach, literally sipping sugar off of Elton John's ass, and their families are still defended. You know, I mean.
You talking about what Cena had the fake throwback jerseys, and he came out with the Mark Brunel jersey. It didn't have an extra L on the end of it. It just said Mark Brunel.
Oh yeah, but I mean, one of the things that one of the things we always talked about with hip hop heads was, even if it was a parody of the gangster life, someone who was rooted in real situations, you kind of respected them more. And then I saw Cena.
It would make you or break you, Bruce. It
did. That reputation made you or break you. There were a lot of things. Like, I remember when Tupac rushed Dr. Dre in his house, and that came out, and I think it was Vibe magazine. And people were like, "Oh, Dr. Dre," and he got punked out, And that is it.
That's what gave it away, not the lip gloss.
No, that was a big deal, bro. So, like, in that genre, being quote unquote real, even though you had artists, like Tupac was an artist, but he also was raised by Black Panther, came up in a rough situation, and he self-admittedly rapped about a lot of things he saw. Not necessarily lived, but did live a lot of the stuff he rapped about. And Tupac just came off as being genuine. And this John Cena playing this hip-hop character was so disingenuous. And I'm just sitting there looking at him, and the first word that came to mind was phony. And every time they would go to these John Cena segments back in the day, I'm just like, no, dude, fuck that.
I'm about to say, you ever see the house where he grew up at? Ain't like he went through no rough time. Shit, he had a fucking backyard the size of a football field.
No, but we got to give him credit for trying, because apparently that's the wrestling world.
You know what kind of gangster gets you in real life?
Shot. It's called false flag.
That's all you had to say.
But, I've hated him since then. And then all of a sudden, the motherfucker makes a movie that I've never watched a single second of, Marine. And all of a sudden, he's trying to act like a Marine. And right when he had the character switch, I said to myself, that is fucking vindication to me. Anybody who's a hip-hop fan, that was huge vindication. And then you get to the point where you're like, who is he? Who is he? You know what I think John Cena is at this stage of his life? And I can't blame him for it. I think he's a rich, stuck-up douchebag. That's what I think John Cena is. Oh, he may do nice things for charity and things of that nature, especially when the camera's around, but he may do nice things, and there's a good side to John Cena. I'm not trying to paint this guy out to be Hitler. But what I'm saying is, the parody of an individual that people like with him is not who he is. He's never been... Like Stone Cold, the Stone Cold Steve Austin character to me was just his personality amplified. I've never felt anything genuine about Cena, ever.
Macho Man, yes, that's them.
Even Hulk Hogan. Somewhat of a con artist, some would argue, but you know what? He finds a way to come off as being endearing. You know what I mean? And I'm not trying to judge these guys on a personal level at all. I mean, John Cena, get your money, get them weights. I mean, this fucking guy, he's living pretty good life. He's living the life, but I can't stand him.
Living high off the hog.
Oh, he's living high off the hog. There's no doubt about it. There's no fucking doubt about it. So don't come to me like I'm owed, he's owed respect from every one of us. No, I turn into these shows as a viewer and consumer, looking to be entertained, and I can't stand John Cena. It's simple. When wrestling's over, I turn it off. Oh, I talk about it. But then when that's over, I'm really done thinking about it. John Cena is not some instrumental figure in my life. He's just fucking garbage, is what he is to me. So, I just wanted to make that clear. Because I can't tell you how many times I've had people come to me, oh yeah, but you liked him back when he was thugonomics. Are you fucking kidding me? I hated him even more back then. Straight up. Don't even get me going on that. You got me wrong. But anyway. So yeah, John Cena's all fired up. He's beating Rusev down. And he's yelling off the mic about how every man can be beat. Which, yeah, he's proven that in the last decade. you know that this fuckface is going to go around Rusev eventually, but you could see this coming from a mile away. I think I predicted it literally a year ago that this would be who Rusev was ultimately fed to, and I had so many people, come on, man, you don't know what you're talking about. They're not feeding Cena. They're feeding him to Mark Henry. Did you hear that promo about the Olympics? I'm like, no, they're feeding Cena. They feel with Rusev, and justifiably so, because John Cena is a hard guy to get over with the crowd. Again, like Chris Jericho, I think one of the reasons he was able to get over was because that was an exaggerated version of his personality. Stone Cold was an exaggerated, example of his personality. You look at Bret the Hitman Hart. Even Shawn Michaels in the 90s, that's who he was. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's who he started on now. We've already had taken his angle before.
I mean, the whole 9 yards. But that's who he was. And I think it's easier for someone to get on board with someone who comes off as being genuine rather than someone who comes off as just being funny. And I think the key word there is relatable. And I think that's why you see a Roman Reigns not getting over, because people are connecting with him. And then you see a Daniel Bryan getting over because people connect with him. They feel like this is who Daniel Bryan is. And it's been that way for a long fucking time. I think the most underrated thing about Hulk Hogan back in the 80s was his charisma. He was perfect for that time frame back in the day where you had, you still had Father Knows Best on TV, Dennis the Menace, the Addams Family, what were the Beverly Hillbillies? I mean, it was a family-oriented entertainment
period, man.
Yes, and Hulk Hogan embodied that.
Yeah.
But John Cena, I don't know what he embodies. I don't know who he is. He's a thug. He's selling crack on the corner, and then all of a sudden he's a soldier without ever serving a day in his life. And then now he's, I don't know, the ultimate kiss ass. I can't stand this guy. But life goes on. You know what I'm saying? I'm not sitting here trying to. I don't care, but I just hate when people come to me and go, "Come on, you gotta respect him. He's been there every day for 12 years." I don't care. I wish he wasn't there every day. You're talking to the wrong guy with that bullshit.
Isn't that what you're supposed to do? Aren't you supposed to go to work? So are you supposed to respect the guy for going into work?
Yeah,
time.
Yeah,
He's on time.
Well, I better
start his lunch.
Well, I better go out there and empty out my savings account to the mailman, tomorrow. I mean, fuck. Everybody goes to work.
Exactly.
Anyway, back to this, like I said, it was pretty obvious they were going to feed Rusev too, and that's the direction they're heading. And with this anti-USA gimmick and the fans' natural reaction, like robots, the patriotic reaction, Cena's going to be impervious to boos in their mind. And, I mean, let me give you a good example of how ironclad this is in their minds for John Cena. You don't think in the back that they weren't smart enough to realize that Jack Swagger, who would come out to the ring and you could hear a fucking pin drop when he came out to the ring, and then all of a sudden they go with this, oh boy, they pissed Alex Jones off, didn't they, at first? But they go with this "don't tread on me" gimmick. And if you guys haven't seen that video, it's gold. It's gold, entertainment gold. But and I'm not trying to shit on Alex Jones in any way. Do your thing. But with Swagger, all of a sudden this dude's over. Like he's a top tier guy. Mark Henry over like he's a top tier guy. Every single time one of these guys, Big Show, holy fuck. You know what I mean? He almost had fans in tears. You know what I mean? You don't think they saw that every step of the way, and it just reaffirmed them doing this with Cena? And that's why when people would be like, "No, he's taking the belt off Brock at Royal Rumble," you weren't convincing me. This is a layup. Well, if it would have. Okay. this is a layup for the WWE and John Cena. So him not getting shit on at WrestleMania would definitely be a new adventure for him.
Yeah, I was about to say, because Rusev might finally be over.
He might. If they start chanting for Russia at WrestleMania with everything going on in the world, and I have nothing against Russia. I'm just saying with the narrative that's pitched here, we'll see. But at the end of the day, as much as I can't fucking stand John Cena, I can't stand his glib, self-serving cajolery. Look it up. I can't stand the motherfucker. To me, he's phony. Okay? At the end of the day, I'm not too mad. And I'll tell you what.
Spell cajolery, Bruce. I got a dictionary ready because I knew this was going to happen.
Yeah, just finish. At the end of the day, I believe it's CAJOLERE or something like that. But anyway. But at the end of the day, with John Cena, he came out at the beginning of the show. This motherfucker ain't in the main event. He ain't gonna be in the main event at WrestleMania. And that, my friends, is a fucking step in the right direction. But one thing with this whole Daniel Bryan, Roman Reigns thing that I think we've gotten away from is I want to make it unequivocally clear. If this dude at the top of the WWE is not best for business, using their line, oh, come on, he sells merchandise. He's got 95,000 pieces of fucking merchandise as compared to everybody else. He's been booked to be the great American hero for how long? He has an unfair advantage over all of the other guys, so I don't want to fucking hear about merchandise when it's the deck has been stacked in his favor, and this is what I've been saying forever. Oh, come on, merchandise. He sells merchandise. Are you fucking kidding me? You know what sold merchandise? The fact that they made him who he is. That's what sells merchandise. The fact that he's got at least twice as much merchandise as everyone else. Of course he's going to sell more. Holy fucking shit, there's some of us out here that operate with the brain. And the fact, Roman Reigns, like him or not, Daniel Bryan, completely satisfied with what's going on with him or not, and I do agree with Jay to a certain degree that no matter what they do, some people will never be satisfied. For the most part, people just love Daniel Bryan. It's as simple as that for them. I'm not trying to come down on the fans for that. I understand they want to see Daniel Bryan get his run, and I'm right there with you. But the fact that this motherfucker last week called himself over the hill, or old, or whatever the terminology was, and then this week, once again, not even near the main event, he is not going to be in the main event at WrestleMania. Michael Jordan fist pose. About fucking time. Alright, so anyway, I don't know if Cena goes over on Rusev at Fastlane. I think one would assume that he doesn't, to set up a match at WrestleMania where they line the troops up the aisle, and good for the troops. And Cena comes out to fight for America with Hacksaw Jim Duggan and Hulk Hogan and Sergeant Slaughter out there by his side, or whatever the fuck they do to shield him even more from boos. But I just expect Cena to lose at Fastlane in a way that's just loaded with excuses.
The eye. It's going to be the eye. Rusev's going to poke him in the eye.
They're going to poke him in the eye. And then you noticed, a lot of the times when Cena wins, when he's booked to win, he ends the show on his back. He ends the show after getting beat down, and then he gets retribution at that damn pay-per-view as if he didn't see it 95,000 times. And by the way, to the Cena fans, and I've had a lot of Cena fans that have reached out to me and said, yeah, it is time for something. You guys would be shocked. Now, how many Cena fans are like, I don't agree with how much you hate him. And, they say they're a fan of him and whatever, but yeah, it is time to move on. Okay? But at the end of the day, John Cena fans, more power to you. Cheer for whatever you like. Don't ever let us change you. But at the end of the day, you guys have got a shitload of highlights of this dude overcoming the odds. So I think you're good. I would hate to hear a John Cena fan being up in arms over Cena, I don't understand why it's not in the main event. Like it's Daniel Bryan who never really got a true run. You know, that I get. John Cena, I don't. But it is what it is. At least he's not in the main event. I hate that phrase at least, but let's be honest here. After this long, that is a big at least. And by the way, if Cena starts feuding with Roman Reigns, maybe other than Mad Genius and a few of you, all of a sudden a lot of people become Roman Reigns fans. Not Mad Genius.
I'm rooting for Cena.
Oh gosh, just hearing you say that, I'm gonna turn it over to you, Roman Reigns. Rooting for Cena. The only way I would root for Cena is if he was wrestling bitch-made Adam Estrogen. Then I would root for Cena. That's it.
Or Jeff Jarrett. If he was wrestling Jeff Jarrett.
Yes.
I might actually.
No, I'm going for Jeff Jarrett as much as I can stand him.
I fucking hate Jeff Jarrett. That with a passion. Word.
That'd be a good list of people to come up with.
Right?
Who would it take to root for Cena?
Jeff Jarrett.
You come over to the website, put it in the Q&A section.
There you go.
Mojo Rawley.
But you know what?
Wait a second, Gritzy said Mojo Rawley. I stay hyped.
I prefer this kind of start to a show. I don't prefer the participants to start the show like this, but at least have a little ruckus instead of another fucking long, drawn out press conference type introduction to Raw and all that other fuckery with the Boy Authority and all that other fuckboy shit that they like doing. Or you got straight 20 minutes, no fucking action, no standoff, no nothing. You just get 20 minutes of fucking talk, or diva bullshit or whatever happened. So, in that vein, along that train of thought, alright, fuck it, I'll take this. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I wish it was different participants or whatever. But you touched on a very, very true fact, Bruce, when you were describing his promo routine. When's the last time you gave a fuck? Anybody, man, who's watching the video in the comments, when's the last time you gave a fuck about seeing Cena fight, man? At a pay-per-view, or if he come out early on Raw and then he's going to be in the main event of Raw. When's the last time you gave a fuck about one of his matches? To be honest, me was only with The Rock. Sort of only for WrestleMania 28, when I thought it was truly going to be once in a lifetime.
Well, Grits, I definitely, I think some people might say payback for me, but I don't know why. But clearly Brock Lesnar. Clearly, I would have lost my shit if he went over on Lesnar. I would have lost. You know, payback is bad. You guys have no fucking idea.
SummerSlam against Brock, and to a certain extent, Money in the Bank against Phil. You know what I mean? Because there was a buzz about that. Whether you like Phil or you didn't like Phil, whether you like Cena or you didn't like Cena, there was a certain buzz about that. I think fuck that, I'm still calling him Phil. I think Phil had did enough to really, that's how he made his mark. If for nothing else, he had a memorable moment right there. If you can't come away with anything else other than the pipe bomb, which wasn't anything in the ring, you could take his match against Cena at Money in the Bank and take that to the bank, pun intended. You know what I'm saying? But other than that, I mean, come on, Bruce. We're talking about damn near, fucking 15 years of this cock blow up, man? This fucking dick juggler, and all we get is, like, fucking 3 or 4. And I guess all the promos leading up to his first match against The Rock, because a lot of them were memorable, and some of them leading up to the rematch, they were pretty good, too. But it wasn't about what he was saying or anything like that. It was the same shit. It had to do more about his opponent and the possibility of seeing this motherfucker get his ass beat. And that's what made you want to see it. I mean, I think it was Punk
Hollywood. When the brightest stars will be recognized, you are invited to recognize the rest of Los Angeles with the help of Volvo and...
Hello, my name is Oscar Rospide. My name is Oscar Jordan. My name is Oscar Rodriguez. My name is Oscar Balderrama.
4 Oscars. Driving Volvo XC60s will deliver special prizes to people nominated by you, revealed throughout the star-studded event.
The Oscar Balderrama goes to, and Oscar Jordan goes to, and Oscar Rodriguez goes to, and Oscar Rospide goes to...
Who will you nominate? On Thursday, February 19th only, go to Facebook and submit the name of someone in LA you'd like to recognize for a chance to win.
I'm going to get in the car and deliver some prizes.
And Lesnar really, where he came across with no excuse, and you can't even say with Punk it was clean because of the whole Vince McMahon run-in and the fake. How many times are they gonna try to relive that Montreal Screwjob bullshit, which was a word? But so you can't really say that one was clean neither. Other than Brock suplex, #suplex, that was the only time you seen him get his ass beat clean, and it was straight fucking squash. That man, I'll take that with me for the rest of my life. That fucking match against Brock at SummerSlam. But it's the same shit though, Bruce. In his promo, he's either burying his opponent with a bunch of breaking kayfabe nonsense, or he's kissing ass, man, for 90% of the fucking promo. He don't never get you hyped to see this motherfucker fight. Whoever it is, he got to fucking fight. If it's for the title or him defending the title or whatever have you, you're not hyped to see this motherfucker fight. He never conveys that, any type of urgency or anything like that in his fucking promos, in his mic works. Shit is bland. Shit is fucking stale and fucking boring. How the fuck you come out there and it's a fucking 20 minutes of public relations work, if anything else, man? They ain't fucking no get hyped for this fight shit. That shit is whack, man. And it's the same old shit, man. And now you're going through this. Look, motherfuckers, they built up Bray, or as my man, Classic Chris calls him, Bray Quiet. They built up Bray Quiet for how fucking long, man? And you saw it coming. It was like the lights on the front of the train. You saw it coming down the tunnel. Let's build up Bray Quiet and feed him to fuckboy Buckingham. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck is the point, man? Like at this point in the game, who needed that more? That win at WrestleMania? Bray or Cena? What the fuck you building up Bray on a hell momentum streak just to feed him the fuckboy at Mania? Why would you do that with Rusev when you can have yourself a legit heel for a couple of years to come? Whether people like him, whether he's over or not, you at least have a legit fucking heel that can just garner that validity about his shit for a couple of years at least. No, you're just gonna stop that midstream. You're building him up for Cena. For what? So Cena could go over in the mid card? So Cena can be a major player in the fucking mid card? He doesn't need that at this stage of his career. The WWE doesn't need that shit neither, man. So I don't understand you know what? This isn't to be understood, the way they fucking operate over there in the E, man. It's not to be understood. I try to place myself in the shoes of a child between the ages of, I'll say 4 to maybe 10 years old, and try to look at it from that viewpoint, and maybe I can grasp the notion of what they're doing with Cena. I guess you need that element. The WWF onto the WWE has always had that element, like with Hogan. I was young. I was around 4 years old when I became a Hulkamaniac or whatever have you. You know what I mean? I caught that shit real young. And I try to look at it from that perspective. And I say, all right, I can almost fathom what they're trying to do with him. But enough's enough, though, man. Like, put someone else in that role. You say it plenty of times. ABC, anybody but Cena. It's not even about being at the top anymore. If you want to have that all-American or that good, wholesome guy, it doesn't have to be him anymore, man. It does not have to be him anymore. You can take anyone else and plug them into that slot, and you got someone filling that role in the company for you, man. It's like you said, it's time to go away from him for good now, man. You know, but this is how they operate.
And real quick, let me touch on something, man. All you fucktards, man, who come out here with this bullshit about Cena being the modern day Hogan. Listen to some shit. I'm gonna drop a gem on y'all real quick and then bounce off of this. My man Hogan, he never made it big in Hollywood. Even he had the Hollywood Hogan name and all that. He kind of bombed out with his movies and all that, man. Whatever have you. But believe it or not, he had a better shot at doing it on the big screen before he signed with Vince than after he did. Because Hogan had his little buzz. It wasn't tremendous, but he had his little buzz from the Rocky flick. You know what I'm saying? If you see him in that movie, like, he was basically himself. He was. And then afterwards, when he was talking to Stone Long, like, yeah, this was all for charity and all that. Like, there was some organic shit there going on. Like, damn, who is this motherfucker? So Hogan might have had a better shot making a name for himself outside of the WWF before he signed with the WWF than afterwards. You know what I'm saying? If anything, the WWF, in a weird kind of way, might have held him back. We'll never know. But because Vince took him and packaged him, and the rest was history after that. But then you had guys like The Rock who parlayed their wrestling career into a lucrative Hollywood career and things of that nature. Stone Cold did all right for himself. We got a couple other guys in there, whatever. But just stop that myth, man, because fuckboyism from 2002 to 2015 is nothing like Hulkamania was, man. Nothing. You just had to be there to understand it, man. Like Bruce said, it was fitting for the times. We had the right motherfucker to do it. It was the right circumstances. It was the perfect storm for all of that shit. This motherfucker, he's something else. He's the cancer to this shit, man. I said it before, I'll say it again. Hulk Hogan is the reason most motherfuckers started watching wrestling. John Cena is the reason most motherfuckers stopped watching wrestling. Plain and simple. And when the fuck are they gonna get on board? Fact. You know what I'm saying? You got him fighting this motherfucking Dominican drug lord enforcer at fucking Fast. who knows? And that ain't no play. Shout out to all my Dominicanos, man, up there in Washington Heights, Dykeman. Y'all know how we do. Those motherfuckers don't play no games, so it ain't no disrespect. It's just like, I'm tired of these characters. Like you said, Bruce. Let's have people that we can relate to. Someone that we can sit up there and be like, yeah, that motherfucker's real right there. I'm not getting that from this cock blower. I'm not getting it from Rusev. Lana, I just want to suck her pussy from the back while she's wearing one of those skirts. She ain't even got to take off one article of clothes. Shout out to Billy Mo.
No one's hating on that, yeah.
Yeah, shout out to Billy Mo. But who's looking forward to this? Throw up the comments in Bruce's comment section, man. Who the fuck is really looking forward to Cena versus Rusev at Fastlane? Who gives a fuck about the outcome? Who gives a fuck about the rematch at WrestleMania?
And that's the position we want him in. Boom. And let me throw something out there. All right, and I'm gonna sound like a major jamoke to our Russian viewers. I'm gonna try to, because I have a hard time pronouncing sometimes things in English. It must be the Chicago thing. Imagines gasol. But anyhow, it's not gasol, it's gasol. Anyway, here's a factoid for you viewers. Awesome, man. The platform we're on here is so fucking awesome. I love doing the podcast format where you just chill and bullshit hours every week with you guys. It's great. We used to do a radio show 4 hours a night, and it's like a blend of that format. We switched it up a little bit for YouTube, but did you know that so far in 2015, we have been seen by viewers, according to YouTube analytics, in 213 different countries on this channel. Just in February, 192 so far. 213 on the air. That's a shitload. Alright, and how about a shout out to the top 10 countries? so far for viewership. On the year, I put out the stats for February, but this is on the year. Number 1, the U.S., 2, the UK, 3, Canada, 4, Australia, 5, Germany, 6, India, 7, Saudi Arabia, 8, Ireland, 9, Brazil, and 10, the United Arab Emirates. If you didn't hear your country, you're probably right below. But that's a lot of countries. So I'm going to try, and I'm going to fail. But to the Russian viewers, I will say, Ya Hochu Videt Rusev Pobidu. I just tried to say I want to see Rusev win. Okay.
In Korean or Russian?
I get effort for being on time and trying.
And you showed up to work.
Welcome to the Butterfinger Cup's red carpet free awards show extravaganza.
Here in glorious downtown.
In a glamorous New York back alley at 38th and 9th.
This carpet's not even red.
We're gonna meet so many celebrities. Like, how much do you love red carpet events? I mean, right?
Yeah.
I have some movie trivia for you.
Okay.
How many Butterfinger cups can Jason Jones eat while watching a 2-hour movie?
3. Wrong. All of them.
So what's that? Like, is that like a tuxedo made of jeans? What was your favorite movie that you saw this year? Boyhood. Oh, Boyhood.
Yeah.
Okay.
What did she say?
She said Boyhood.
Which one?
What's the best supporting ingredient? Chocolate, peanut butter, or Butterfinger? Peanut butter. No. I'm so sorry. The answer was Meryl Streep. Oh, yeah. I have to take that back. She said Boyhood.
Oh, yes, Boyhood. Is that a movie?
Which actor, if enrobed in delicious milk chocolate and peanut butter, would you most like to devour?
Oh, great question. Great
So
question.
much.
Yeah.
I almost don't need to hear the answer.
No, you know what? Don't even answer that.
Is that the camera?
That is
I don't know.
a Butterfinger cup. Still Illinois. We're going to LA.
Oh, thank God.
See you, New York.
There's no celebrities here anyway.
I showed up. Guys, your thoughts?
Well, I'm glad I got my homework done early, so I was able to watch that segment. No, John did it for me.
Bullshit!
No, but actually, even though it was John Cena, but it was better than seeing a half hour of the Boar Authority coming out, as Gritz calls them, the Boar Authority. It's better than seeing that. Except it would have been nice seeing Stephanie with their nice little sweater puppies jumping around. But hey, at least they got into some action. Even though it was as Bruce says, the worst punches in wrestling history, which is yes, I fucking agree with that. Even though it was a disgrace to fighting, we at least saw something. But it's funny. Last week, Rusev could beat up Cena. Refs break it up. Cena beats up Rusev. Everyone just stands and watches. It's like the ref took a smoke break. But again, it was a change of pace of the show. It's as if Vince wasn't booking the show tonight. I think Triple H may have had something to do with the success of NXT.
I think that was evident in at least one match later down the road.
But Chris taking shots.
You gotta, slack John Cena, cutting the same promo we've been cutting for the last 10 years as usual.
The shit factor of professional wrestling.
But here's the crazy part. He's been cutting the same promo for 10 years, but can't seem to cut a good promo. Like, you would think that after 10 years of rehearsing the same shit, you would be able to make it sound good.
You will believe it yourself.
This is your conscience. This is your conscience speaking. It's because he doesn't believe it. Because he's phony. No, that's the crazy part. He does believe it. Because that's how big of a douchebag he is. He does believe he's that guy. And that's one of the problems that we have with him. He's not that guy. I'm putting him up against Rusev. I mean, let's just be honest here. I told Bruce beforehand when Rusev got to the main roster, I didn't give a fuck about Rusev in NXT. I still don't give a fuck about him now. He's garbage. And it still applies years later. I still don't give a fuck about him. Now, would I like to see him beat John Cena at Fastlane and at Mania? Sure, why not? It's not like I have a vested interest in this match at all. And like Bruce was saying, when's the last time you really gave a fuck about a Cena match? And if you do, it's usually not because of him. It's usually because of the other guy that's in there with him. And putting him in there with Rusev, zero interest. Just don't care. There's nothing to care about. Unless, he was in a match with Roman Reigns, then I want to see him go over. But I'm just saying, I don't give a fuck about this match. I don't give a fuck about the feud. Who cares? It's fucking Rusev and John Cena. Why in the fuck would I even want to sit in front of the TV and watch that shit? It's not going to be some new edgy shit. It's not going to be some super athletic shit. It's not going to be some shit we haven't seen before. John Cena's shitty-ass fetal position drop kick and the shitty-ass STF. And you can't even call it a sleeper hold. It's more like a cheek lock or some shit. Like, he doesn't even put a sleeper on the right way. And then you got Rusev on the other side who doesn't do shit but the camel clutch. Like, who the fuck would care about this match? Even just from even you take the characters out of the equation and you just say these two guys are having a match. Why would I even care about the match? Usually you can invest in something depending on the characters, or say you don't like two guys' characters, but they're amazing wrestlers. You'd be like, okay, I fucking hate the build-up, but this match is going to be the shit, so I can sit through the match. We don't give a fuck about either one with these two guys. Like, why care? The U.S. title is irrelevant. In all honesty,
think about it, MG. You've got a gangster in John Cena who came from the rough streets of West Newbury, Mass. And then you've got the ultra heel Russian who's actually Bulgarian.
Yes, you have John Cena, the crack dealer, who is fighting Rusev, who belongs to the Dominican cartel, apparently. Come on, man.
He's got his gold medallion.
I don't give a fuck about John Cena kissing his dog tags and shit, throwing his shirt and his hat in the crowd, like the way he runs down to the ring like he fucking sprained an ankle in the All-Star game or some shit. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, there's no reason to care. There's not going to be anything different that we haven't seen over the past 10 to 12 years. Nothing.
The All-Star game he's in involves a hole-in-one with Vince in the office.
But no comment.
You brought up a good point, though, MG. Like, watching these two motherfuckers go at it in the ring, you're better off getting more athleticism displayed on the Discovery Channel watching hippos fucking.
Like seriously, like, I fucking hate Shawn Michaels. I can't fucking stand Shawn Michaels. Everybody knows this, but the dude could wrestle his fucking ass off, and that always at least made you have something to look forward to. Neither one of these guys is a great wrestler or a character.
It'd be like seeing the Powers of Pain fighting each other.
Oh my god.
Oh god. Versus Barbarian, that's what this match reminds me of.
Oh god, like, it's so fucking dumb. Like, yeah, Cena's out of the, main event picture. Woohoo. Honestly, if I had the choice between Cena and Reigns, give me Cena, but fuck, a different topic. Who cares about Cena at this point, man? Like, seriously, and I understand he has his fans, but like,
I'm at my limit.
guys have been watching the same.
I can't hear the name Cena one more time. Let's fucking move on. All due respect. Fuck him.
Cena.
Yeah. Yeah, that dude's about as gangster as Vanilla Ice was when he went from doom, 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 and all of a sudden dude's coming out like he's a G. But 8 years later?
I want to give a special shout out to Billy. I just wanted to let you know that we're busy, so we couldn't get back to you.
This is true, Billy. This is true. I had a good time talking hoops with you last night, though. All right. So we get this Dean Ambrose SNL parody in the WWE and their relentless pursuit of trying to seem mainstream. Oh, not being mainstream. As Dean Ambrose do this parody of the SNL news desk, I don't know. He calls out Wade Barrett for ducking him and offers up contract signing Wade Barrett. Dean Ambrose is the fucking man. Well, let's get to this match because I have something I want to say about Ambrose. Because
hold on, I don't fuck with this shit, bro.
What's that?
The comedy Ambrose. I told you that's where this shit was going with Ambrose. I don't fuck with this shit.
Yeah, but I mean, come on, hold on.
No, man. Dean Ambrose is a fucking maniac, bro.
Okay, so you would get rid of the Margaritaville segment with The Rock and Stone Cold?
No.
It has its place.
But once again, Rock and Stone Cold never portrayed characters.
Is Dean Ambrose the man? Is Dean Ambrose the man?
No, John Moxley is the man.
Oh, here we go.
Dean Ambrose is the joke.
Here we go.
Bruce. At that point in their career, that's what made it okay to do that Margaritaville skit.
All right, you guys got me. You got me. I'm with you. I'm with the MG.
John Moxley would look at Dean Ambrose and say, "Where the fuck are your
balls?" I'm seeing this video right now, and I don't mean, you know, me and MG have this little rivalry going about the indies right now. They don't know who John Moxley is.
That's fine. I don't give a fuck if they know about him or not, but to me, this comedy bullshit is corny as fuck. Oh yeah, he's gonna open up a briefcase and fucking green shit's gonna splatter all over his face like it's 1996 Nickelodeon TV. Don't forget that bullshit.
Yeah. Don't forget.
I'm gonna squirt ketchup and mustard on him because this is so fucking dangerous. He's gonna slide and fucking tear ACL.
Okay, all right. Let's put it to you this way though. Let me move the goalpost a little bit. Even when they give him that corny shit, he still pulls it off.
He makes the best of it, but I just don't fuck with this version of. I don't fuck with it.
Now, what if they actually gave him more?
John Moxley, I'm all in.
Dude, John Moxley's dead.
No, you're right. Dean Ambrose chewed him up and swallowed his ass, and now he's turned into a fucking comedy act, and I fucking hate that shit.
Because of Mad Genius, I looked up a lot of the John Moxley stuff a while back when the Shield came in.
On the most epic night in Hollywood, when the brightest stars will be recognized, you are invited to recognize the rest of Los Angeles with the help of Volvo and...
Hello, my name is Oscar Rospide.
My name is Oscar Jordan.
My name is Oscar Rodriguez.
My name is Oscar Balderrama.
4 Oscars. Driving Volvo XC60s will deliver special prizes to people nominated by you, revealed throughout the star-studded event.
Oscar Balderrama goes to, and Oscar Jordan goes to, and Oscar Rodriguez goes to,
And Oscar Rospide goes to...
Who would you nominate? On Thursday, February 19th only, go to Facebook and submit the name of someone in LA you'd like to recognize for a chance to win.
I'm going to get in the car and deliver some prizes.
Right? John Moxley, this dude is, MG's right.
Dude backstage threatening bitches with a fork, bro. Are you kidding me?
He needs to be playing the psycho. But to get over with a majority, he's got to tone it down a little bit without compromising who he is too much. And that's out of his hands.
I understand that, but even
he can't be threatening women with forks.
even Shield Ambrose was fine. I can live with Shield Ambrose.
Yeah.
But this one is just
Shield Ambrose that was the U.S.
He
champion.
still had an edge to him, though. But I mean, character-wise, he still had an edge to him in the way that he carried himself. This one's just all comedy act, man. I don't fucking like it.
But I still find it to be entertaining. It's not as good as what he can do, but I still find it to be entertaining.
Like my man Billy would say, this is what the fucking millennials like. This is the type of shit.
No. There was enough pink in the set.
But do you understand? This dude's wrestling character was literally getting comparisons to the fucking Heath Ledger version of Joker. obviously not as good of an acting job as that, but I'm just saying to the...
So did Sting in TNA, which never...
Yeah, but I'm just saying for the comparison's sake, like, why would I want to go from that to fucking spraying, throwing corn dogs at motherfuckers and spraying ketchup in those eyes?
They're throwing corn dogs backstage. You better believe that, yeah.
They right there though with it, MG, because this is what I was trying to say. Like, in our era, we had Stone Cold, and I didn't like this segment. I personally didn't like it. I thought it was corny to me when he came out with the beer truck and sprayed motherfuckers with beer. You know what I'm saying?
Come on, Vince swimming in the beer? Come on, bro. Come on, man.
I didn't
laugh, bro. Come on.
No, I was watching WCW. But the thing is, because we had an alternative back then, the thing is, they seen him come out there with a fucking hot dog stand and squirting ketchup and mustard, and they're like, oh, this is like when Stone Cold came up. No, it's not, motherfuckers. No, it's not, motherfuckers. And that's one thing these motherfucking millennials gotta learn. Stop letting these motherfucking powers that be have to compare everything nowadays to something back in the days to either say that it's better or as good as it was back then. You don't need that. You don't need to judge by that standard, first of all. You want to be innovative. You don't want to repeat what was done in the past or try to outdo what was done in the past. You want to keep moving towards the future. Second of all, are you out of your fucking mind comparing homeboy pushing a hot dog stand and squirting and throwing chili dogs and shit to fucking Stone Cold coming out there in a fucking beer truck spraying the shit up with brew? You can't compare it because you got some raw when Raw is War was raw shit to some comedic shit. You got badass shit propped up against frat house shit, and it's not the same feel. And a lot of these guys, I know we shit on them talking about we talk about the attitude era, how tough motherfuckers were in the 80s and all that. I see that potential in so many of these motherfuckers. I see that whether it was them in the indies or whatever have you, I see that potential in so many of these motherfuckers. If it's not the badass potential, it's the ability to go out there and work a great match potential. So many gems they have here, but they're not allowed to tap into that. They're not allowed to portray that in any shape, form, or fashion. So it's not anything against these particular individuals. It's just what I just can't get with the shit they got to do. You know what I'm saying? As far as the SNL little comedies, like you said, Bruce, that's them trying to stay relevant and see, hey, look, we're hip, we're trending and all this other fuckery. But they're using these guys in the wrong capacity, man. And for whatever reason, like MG said, we see you on Twitter. Oh, this shit is hilarious. Look at it. Then you try to, no, fuck WWE, fuck Vince. Not none of these motherfuckers on here, but I see this shit on Twitter, man. Not any of the people who's watching Bruce right now, man. But I see this shit on Twitter. I'm like, come on with this shit, man. Like, y'all putting this shit over, man. You can't want change, but you're sitting here enjoying the fuckery. You can't have both. It's just like MG said, like, don't come with that bullshit talking about, oh, we want hardcore shit. But, hey, look at this. Oh, this is hilarious. This is fuck out of here, man. Yeah, nothing against Dean Ambrose or his fans, Bruce. There's nothing against him. Yeah. I mean, this skit, did it move it along? Did it move the program? It
was quick, though. It was really short. I mean,
Yeah, but you gotta think, Bruce, like, for me, this is like taking...
Hold on, time out. Shout out Blood Boxing. We gotta get together and do a bit. It's been a while. Him and I used to make videos together a lot. Shout out. I saw him in the comments. Go ahead.
Peace, Lord. Peace, Lord. What's good?
Like, coming from my perspective, though, like, watching Ambrose on the indies is like watching a deeper, darker version of fucking Bray Wyatt, and all of a sudden Bray Wyatt's coming out there throwing strawberry shakes at motherfuckers. Like, no, that shit don't fly with me.
Well, yeah, I mean, I see where you guys are coming from, but I got something else. I guess it's because I'm more focused on because I agree with you, but I think right now with the capacity he's being used in, it doesn't affect either way. I think it's more, how seriously is he being taken? Let me get through the match, and then I'll bring it back around to that. So we get Dean Ambrose and Luke Harper, and you sit there and you listen to Michael Cole and you say to yourself, this guy is such a fucking dick-sucking bum. I mean, this dude literally called Luke Harper Luke Ambrose. And he's like, Luke Ambrose is so dangerous. This dick-sucking jamoke, literally his only job is to talk about the WWE and Luke Ambrose. Okay, buddy. But anyway, so Luke Harper in this match takes the early advantage. Dean Ambrose cuts him off with a crossbody, starts working Harper over. Not Luke Ambrose, Luke Harper. Ambrose hits a running bulldog on Harper and gets a 1 count. Ambrose hits a back elbow off the second rope. Harper bails. Ambrose goes for the suicide dive, and Harper blocks the dive and hits a big boot before the commercial break, about 3 minutes, 4 seconds into the match. So after the commercial break, Harper has Ambrose in a rear chin lock. Shocker. How many times will they come back from a commercial as a rear chin lock? I mean, almost like every fucking time. Tonight, that was the go-to move after commercial. But the crowd starts chanting, "Let's go Ambrose," which, in all reality, I'm surprised he still is over as he is. Not having anything to do with his talent, but just, he was going to chase Seth Rollins to the depths of hell and just stop chasing him. Same thing with Ray Wyatt, and that just went away. I mean, come on, man. But anyway, the crowd, like I said, is behind Ambrose at this point. Ambrose starts to fight up. Harper takes him back down with a headlock takedown. Ambrose ends up fighting back up to his feet, bites Harper's hand. You love when he throws shit like that in there. Harper runs at Ambrose. Ambrose pulls the top rope down, sends Harper out of the ring. Harper jumps back in, runs at Ambrose in the corner, and Ambrose hits a boot followed by a nice tornado DDT. Ambrose works Harper over with strikes, running knees, or a running knee lift, a drop kick up against the ropes. And Ambrose goes to the top rope and hits his elbow drop on a standing Harper for a 2 count. I love the way he does that. Harper ducks Ambrose coming off the top rope again and ends up hitting him with a nice super kick for a 2 count. Solid match at this point, especially for free TV. Solid match. Ambrose slides out the back on a powerbomb attempt, hits some chops. Harper hits a back elbow. Ambrose goes for the rebound clothesline, and Harper counters with a black hole slam for a 2 count. Like that spot. Harper goes for a discus clothesline. Ambrose ducks, rolls Harper up for a 2 count. Next, Ambrose hits his rebound clothesline in the Dirty Deeds double underhook DDT and gets the 3 count in the win over Luke Harper. But it feels like they're losing direction with him too. It was a good match for these guys, but with Dean Ambrose, I am absolutely sick and fucking tired of the mediocre booking with him. I literally want Dean Ambrose to be the next Money in the Bank briefcase winner. Because that's a signal, unless your name's Damien Sandow, and you go to cash in on Cena, but that's usually a signal that this guy's being taken more seriously. I'd love to see him winning Money in the Bank this year. I want to see him pushed in a significant manner. Yes, he's been pushed and established. I think it's time to take the next step. He's established himself as one of the top guys. He gets over, cuts good promos. He's an entertaining actor. He's eclectic. He's a good wrestler. And I want to see him with the title run in the future, in the near, not too distant future. I'm pretty patient right now with Ambrose because, you're not always going to get what you want, obviously. But
big boy strap, Bruce?
Yeah, I want to see him with the big boy strap. I mean, look back at Roddy Piper's career. At least in working for Vince, he didn't get that. You know what I mean? And he's going to draw a lot of Piper comparisons. Believe me, Piper was on another level with Get Drawn GP back in the day.
Yeah. Oh.
He didn't give a fuck. But, I mean, personality-wise, there's a comparison to be made. Yeah. I do not compare him with Stone Cold. Okay?
No.
But, after WrestleMania, I'm saying, all right, let's start moving away from the mid-card booking for him. And what I mean by mid-card booking is not just his placement on the card. It's the effort that they put in to protecting Ambrose, making his storylines make sense. Like I said, two glaring holes with Ambrose's storylines is he's chasing Rollins, and a guy interfering in his match after all of that time just makes him drop the Rollins feud in anger towards Rollins, and then Bray Wyatt gets him in an ambulance match, and that's it. You know, right now I think they've made Ambrose's character look stupid and not as valuable as it could be. So, if you really think about 2014, you think about the best main events on Raw and SmackDown. Who was in a lot of those?
Oh yeah, Ambrose.
Exactly.
But he couldn't win a pay-per-view match.
He can't win a pay-per-view match. My point exactly. He gets mediocre booking. And if he's that good at free TV main events, can we get some pay-per-view main events as well? I'm just saying. Even if he fucking turns heel, I'm fine with that. I just think Ambrose is the shit. And I'm not going to sit here and, I'm done watching WWF. He's not champion in 3 months. You know, no, it ain't like that. I would just like to see them take him a little more fucking seriously, because he's a throwback motherfucker. This is an ECW fan who puts a premium on trying to keep things fresh, and Bad Genius, we covered that in the VIP video. One of his big things is keeping his shit fresh. His entrance is fresh. His match is fresh. This dude right here has it. Am I saying he's the next Rock? Am I saying he's the next Randy Savage? Am I saying he's the next Stone Cold? You fucking kidding me? No. But if we were talking about when to see a nice rotation, see you guys be one at the top, for my personal viewing pleasure, I'd love to see Dean Ambrose take it more seriously, because this dude's he's the shit. Yeah, and there you go, guys. I've set the table for you, because this is a topic I'm sure you guys got a big opinion about.
Yeah, and let me clarify about what I was saying about earlier. It wasn't anything against Ambrose himself. It's how they book him, the character that they have given him. Dude is massively fucking talented. Massively. Should be one of the centerpieces, like you said. The rotation of guys around the top, Ambrose should be one of those guys. I'm just frustrated with the character that he is being given. The booking that he's been given. You know, hasn't won a singles pay-per-view match in over a year. It's been a long fucking time. And it's kind of one of those things, like you said, you know, how he's forgetting the previous feuds. Like, all of a sudden, next night, he's out there, you know, telling jokes and shit like he just wasn't trying to kill a guy the night before. Like, that's not how it's supposed to work. Like, it's like that's their answer to everything. Whenever something gets serious or whenever they got to forget about another feud, they just have Ambrose go out there and tell jokes and shit and do stupid, silly shit. And to me, that's devaluing him as a wrestler, as a character. And that's not something that he deserves, in my opinion. Dude is just way too fucking talented for that shit. Now, the match with Harper, pretty good match. For free TV. Harper, another guy who they have no sense of direction with, had the transitional IC title reign, which I felt personally he should have held on to that and ended up dropping it to Bray Wyatt at one point down the road, you know, some storyline continuity. But, you know, what's continuity in the WWE? But, you know, even if they do put that IC belt on Ambrose, the biggest concern is look how they book their IC champions. Like shit. They book their IC champions like complete shit. And that's one of the reasons why I don't even want to see him touch that belt. They don't value that belt anymore. WWE, that is. There's a lot of wrestlers who still hold that belt in high regard because of the guys who held it in the past. But WWE, they don't care about the belt. They just look at it as another prop. You know, all these years of all the legends who've had that belt, from Savage to fucking Warrior to Austin Rock. I mean, you even go back to the, you know, early 2000s with guys like Angle and Jericho and Eddie and Edge. I mean, Christian at one point. I mean, all of these guys who've had that belt, RVDs, the Shelton Benjamins of the world, WWE doesn't take that belt seriously anymore. And it's to the point with me where anytime they put a guy in the IC title feud, I instantly stop caring because I know how they book their IC title picture. I'd rather him not even be involved around that title because of how they book it, not because of the title itself, but because of how it's being booked. And it's the same case with Ambrose. I'd rather not see him touch that belt. That belt is almost a kiss of death in today's times. You look at who they put that belt on. I mean, Barrett, Miz, why am I supposed to care? You know, I mean, Ziggler, who they obviously don't care about. You know, I mean, fuck. Let me go back to fucking Ezekiel Jackson, for crying out loud, had that belt. All of these motherfuckers who've had this belt. Why should I care with how they book them and how they treat the guys who do hold those belts? You know, who do hold that belt? They give me zero reason to care, and that's what's going to happen with Ambrose, in my opinion. I know we look at it, you know, as hopefully being a sign that, oh, maybe this means he's finally going to get that push, but with the way they do that IC belt, that has not been the case in about, you know, 7, 8 plus years, where that belt has meant that much. So, they put the IC belt on him. I wouldn't care. I mean, yes, another accolade on his resume for himself personally to say he's had the same belt as so many greats have had, but booking-wise, to me, that's being devalued just because of how they're going to book it.
Let me hop in. As far as the match, the big homie done covered that intricately. Very good for free TV. I would like to see more of this during a motherfucking 3-hour wrestling show, as it's supposed to be. Good back and forth action. For Luke Harper to be his size, be able to do the things he do, we ain't got to get into that. That boy can go. Dean Ambrose, listen, it's a combination of both the things you guys touched on. With him not having any direction, with him being the way he's booked, his character development. That's what I want to get into right now. Bruce, you were correct when you said that he can't be as dark as he was when he was John Moxley in the Indies. But the thing with it is, just like you were saying with his feud with Seth Rollins, especially with them breaking up the Shield and all of that. I mean, look at that feud with fucking Shawn Michaels and Triple H back in the day, man. When during the early Ruthless Aggression era, 2002, that shit lasted like 2 fucking years, man. And they brought in so many of these other players and had so many matches and so many directions that it branched out, but it stayed the focal point, the hatred between them two over the betrayal. For 2 years, they drew that out, and it was contrite. You know, they had it. It was focused. Now the thing with Seth and Dean, I mean, this should be some big time shit because of. I mean, at one point you heard JBL talking about the Shield in the same breath as the 4 Horsemen in the NWO. Fuck out of here with that.
Galahad, acknowledge. This is command.
I read your message. All lights go off!
You really believe the rebels are collaborating with the half-breeds?
Leave on your mark. You have no idea who you're dealing with, but come in. Let's eliminate these godless rebels once and for all. Read it now.
The especially over the last 5 years, as far as a faction is concerned. We had experiments like the fucking Nexus and the Core and all that shit fall by the wayside. So definitely, I say in recent history, the Shield is definitely up there. I'm not putting them up there with the NWO or the Four Horsemen. Fuck out of here. But with them having such a rich history, listen, Brian Pillman, he was the loose cannon, and he could be all over the place with it. The thing with Dean Ambrose is, if you want to touch on his darkness, someone like that should be almost obsessed with their compulsion, whatever it is that has him riled up, with his vengeance, his plan for vengeance, his plot for vengeance. It should be linear. He should have a direct line. He shouldn't be a loose cannon. He should be a bullet. You know what I'm saying? Pointed at his target. And whatever he got to go through to get to that, then he's just gonna go through it. Like that bullet in that Korn video, Freak on a Leash. That shit was just going through everything. That's how Dean Ambrose should be with his shit. You know what I'm saying? Like Gruden, like there's a method to his madness that probably nobody could see it, but he knows what's going on. Instead of having all this, I mean, you got Bray with the dark shit and all that. Dean Ambrose, I'm not talking about him doing it in that same fashion, but just sinister, more sinister with it than gothic and demonic with it or whatever have you. But more sinister with his shit. You know what I'm saying? As far as having a method to his madness, give him that type of direction. That is all leading to one climax eventually. That he has a purpose. And they just threw him out there, man. And now they just got him running amok doing the lunatic fringe shit. Is going to the wayside now, man. You know, lunatic doesn't necessarily have to be just doing bugged out shit. He should definitely have a purpose for his plot. And his plot should be, to this point, they shouldn't have dropped it with him and Seth Rollins. They shouldn't have dropped it, but they obviously going in a different direction with Seth Rollins. You got his shit going on with Hunter and all that shit. What's going on over there on that side? And of course, he has the Money in the Bank briefcase. And that's the booking, that's the writing, that's the creative thought process that the WWE has. You got, like I said earlier tonight, man, you got these fucking gems, man. You got these fucking gems and you don't know what to do with them, man. So much untapped potential, so much talent, man. Whether it's in the ring, on the mic, whatever, man. And Dean Ambrose is a perfect fucking example of that. Give him direction. Let him do crazy shit that you be like, damn, what the fuck? But it's all leading towards a bigger goal. It's all going to culminate in his master plot being executed. Go that direction with him, man. He does little sinister shit here, man. And they're not doing that. So with that being said, it's kind of like what MG was saying now. What are you looking forward to with Dean Ambrose? I mean, Bruce, you got big aspirations over there as far as the big boy strap being thrown on him or him attaining that. But in the interim, what are you looking forward to with Dean Ambrose? With the Intercontinental, I don't give a fuck about that. He already had the United States Championship. What are you going to throw him in a makeshift fucking tag team or some shit? What are you looking forward to with Dean Ambrose? In the interim. You know what I'm saying? His momentum just, and that's sad to say. And he's staying relevant by doing little skits and little crazy shit, whatever. Like my man Addy Cat. Yo, take chicken shit, turn it into chicken salad, man. However you can, man. You know what I'm saying? And to me, that's a waste of this young man, big. That's a waste of what he can do. You know? But it is what it is, man.
Well, imagine if him and Bray Wyatt teamed up as faces to take down the Authority. They're two anti-authority guys.
Even their rivalry, man. Go a little bit longer with that. You know what I'm saying? And then have them, you know, two trains on the same path bound to collide. You know, on the same rail. Something with it.
Let's just put it this way. Let me use one of my catchphrases. The booking for Dean Ambrose has been trash. Trash.
Yep.
Trash. Trash.
Yeah. And I agree with you, Bruce, about Bray and Ambrose. Why can't they be that? Every time, there's times in wrestling where you get those two guys who, throughout history, they're either the greatest of rivals or they're an amazing tag team together.
Or both.
They're both. Why can't they, Bray and Ambrose, be that? Where at times they're a tag team because they have a goal, they have the same goal in mind, and there's method to both of their madness, and they both understand that it's better for them to work together. And then at times they're going after the same thing, but only one of them can have it. So they have to feud. And then that's when you really see each guy's, kind of pulling out some of the sinister shit like Grits was talking about, and kind of using that time they spent together against each other in terms of learning the other guy. Why can't they be that tandem? I would love to see that. That's something you kind of see in Japanese wrestling, where a lot of the great rivals in Japanese wrestling history were also great tag teams as well.
Great point.
I would love to see that with Ambrose and Wyatt. I think it would work perfectly. They could be a heel tag team. They could be a face tag team. When they feuded against each other, they can interchange between being heel or face or tweeners. They have that type of versatility.
You can draw that out.
You get to the point where the
so
WWE
much bang for your buck.
The WWE's on that Mayweather shit. Mayweather's been teasing us with a fight with Pacquiao for so long.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they're doing with Dean Ambrose. By the way, I think Mayweather wins that fight.
It's weird you mentioned that, because I had made a video about 10 tag teams I would like to see, and that was one of the tag teams I mentioned.
Mayweather and Pacquiao?
Oh, yeah. Oh, hell yeah, bro. They're the only people who can beat John Cena. Just duck. I mean, shit. Ambrose and Wyatt. Even an Ambrose and a Harper, I think, would make a really good tag team. Just so they can contrast the styles, and then you get Harper mouthpiece and Ambrose.
That's what he can do. That's what he's best at. Chris?
Instead of Wade Barrett being the IC champion, after seeing that match tonight, Luke Harper should be the Intercontinental champion, because that match deserves to be on a pay-per-view. Because they could do so much more.
Wade Barrett, you want to talk about garbage?
Honestly, Harper should have held on to that title and dropped it to Wyatt at Mania.
Yeah, I know Wade Barrett has his fans. Boy, every time I say that, they come out of the woodwork.
Bro, you didn't even know they existed, bro, right?
Yeah, I'm like, I think Wade Barrett's trash. Just like, that's it. I'm unsubscribing. They get bare knuckling at first, but
it's like his bare knuckle boxing videos; those don't exist.
I still want to see footage. Yeah.
I bet you that dude can throw.
We live in the motherfucking 2000s. If you're telling me it ain't footage of this shit somewhere,
I'll bet you that dude can throw hands.
Have you seen him throw a punch in wrestling?
Yeah, well, okay, fair enough, but I'll bet you that dude would throw hands to someone. I ain't taking that away from him. But I will say, as a wrestler, I use the term
loose. Not encouraging, right?
No.
I just want to see footage, man. If there's footage out of there, all the credit in the world.
By the way, Tyler Breeze or John Cena? Tyler Breeze. Selfie at the same time.
No, that's Roman Reigns style.
I can't.
Bad news Brown over bad news Bad.
Yes.
Oh, Bad News Brown was a legit badass.
Speaking of edgy, over the line Roddy Piper feuds.
When he came back with that fucking Bad News Brown gimmick, bro.
Oh, the ghetto blaster. Yeah.
Oh, man.
You talking about the WrestleMania, man, when he came out half black and half white.
Yeah.
When he came back early 90s, man. What?
All right, but yeah, in closing, Dean Ambrose the fucking man.
Yeah.
Dean fucking Ambrose. So let's move on. So you get Triple H, Kane, and the Big Show backstage. Kane starts snapping on Big Show for what transpired on SmackDown, which I covered in detail. Cheap plug on BlitsportsNetwork.com. Get a subscription. Become a VIP member. But Big Show and Kane start arguing over it. Triple H tells them to knock it off. What are you, 6 years old? So many things I could say right there, but I'll just move on. They keep arguing with each other, and Big Show mentions May 13th. May 13th? It's May 19th. All right? May 19th, which is a reference to Kane's history with Paul Bearer, being his dad and all that good stuff from back in the day. But Triple H plays Peacemaker.
here in my garage. Just bought this new Lamborghini here. Fun to drive up here in the Hollywood Hills. But you know what I like a lot more than materialistic things? Knowledge. In fact, I'm a lot more proud of these 7 new bookshelves that I had to get installed to hold 2,000 new books that I bought. It's like the billionaire Warren Buffett says, the more you learn, the more you earn. Now, maybe you've seen my TEDx talk where I talk about how I read a book a day. You know, I read a book a day not to show off. It's, again, about the knowledge. In fact, the real reason I keep this Lamborghini here is that it's a reminder that dreams are still possible, because it wasn't that long ago that I was in a little town across the country sleeping on a couch in a mobile home with only $47 in my bank account. I didn't have a college degree. I had no opportunities. But you know what? Something happened that changed my life. I bumped into a mentor and another mentor and a few more mentors. I found 5 mentors, and they showed me what they did to become multimillionaires. Again, it's not just about money. It's about the good life, health, wealth, love, and happiness. And so I recorded a little video. It's actually on my website. You can click here on this video, and it'll take you to my website where I share 3 things that they taught me. 3 things that you can implement today, no matter where you are. Now, this isn't a get-rich-quick scheme. You know, like they say, if things sound too good to be true, they are too good to be true. I'm not promising you that tomorrow you're going to be able to go out and buy a Lamborghini. But what I am telling you is it can happen faster than you think if you know the proven steps. So I record a little 2-minute video on my website. Like I said, now it's not the most professional. I just shot it here with my iPhone. But it's real. Nobody can argue. This is my true story. And I'm going to give you the 3 most important things you can do today. So click the link. Go there. It's completely free to watch it. It's just a couple minutes. Invest in yourself. Always be curious. Don't be a cynic. Okay? People see videos like this and they say, oh, that's not real. That's for somebody else. Don't listen. Don't listen. Be an optimist. Like Conrad Hilton, the man who started Hilton Hotel, he said that when he was 15 years old, he read a book by Helen Keller. And that book changed his life. Books can change your life. And in that book, Helen Keller said optimism. So if you're a cynic, if you're a pessimist, you don't need to click here. Don't worry about it. I don't need to talk to everybody. But if you're somebody who knows that there's something better, because the dream is possible. You know, for some of you watching, it's not necessarily a Lamborghini. Maybe it's a new job, a new opportunity, starting your own company. Maybe it's a new lifestyle without so much stress, traveling the world, doing those things that you know you're destined to do. You can't do those unless you understand finances. Money, I don't call it money anymore. I call it fuel units. You must have enough fuel units to live out your dream and to live out your destiny. So I'll see you on my website. It's a quick video, and you'll see there, absolutely free. So just click this video, and you'll be taken there in a second. And I'm excited to share this amazing stuff. You'll see, not because of anything of me, but because I've been fortunate enough to learn from mentors many years ahead of me. Not just in books like these, although I love books, but also real in-person mentors. So let me share with you these 3 tips that have made all the difference in my life. They're practical. You can do them today. You can start on them today. All right? See you there on my site.
Sets up a match featuring Kane against Roman Reigns and Big Show against Daniel Bryan. I think you can see where this is going with Kane and Big Show. And Triple H says he's looking for solutions, not excuses. And so that is a cool story to grow. We get a Bray Wyatt promo. He says what happened to you was a tragedy. Is he talking about the streak ending? It bothers him and makes him want to do horrible things. Or cut kayfabe. YouTube videos like Homeboy. I'm even gonna break my CM Punk DVD! Yeah! But he said he once feared this person, but now he pities this person. And he says it's coming. And the promo ends. And I think we're all assuming he's talking about Taker. By the way, I think a lot of people, including Mad Genius, I'm going to continue to say it, you all are sleeping on The Undertaker's pride.
Look, I'm worried about The Undertaker.
I ain't worried about him one bit. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, until he takes that crossbody from way back.
And when he gets up to that, and it man.
If he gets up to that, he really is the unlimited. He is the living dead.
But think about it, dude. How great is Bray Wyatt and Undertaker built? Come on.
Oh, I agree with that part. I'm just worried about Undertaker being able to walk out of the match.
The consensus is that the match between him and Lesnar was bad. Because, and then I interject, because the man got hurt. And I am telling you,
but the last 3 Manias, he's pretty much had to have been helped out of the ring.
He has, because that's the effort he gives in those matches, and I believe he'll give the same effort here.
We'll make that last 4 Manias.
I think you're going to have a great match. And yes, Billy, watching this video, he'll tell me later. Josh and I do videos on the website together a lot, and we were up last night talking NBA, recorded some NBA videos for the site. Right now, he would interject that Sean should have broken the streak, and okay, Billy, we know where you're coming from on that. Then Vince and Sean were having sex in the office, but all right. So moving on, we get Stardust, Goldust, and Dusty Rhodes backstage. Dusty talks about the Rhodes family being broke, and he's there to fix it. And I've been waiting for this feud forever. Mad Genius, you are not as keen on this as I am. My stance hasn't changed. I think this is going to be great.
I'm sorry. Once I seen him come out of Stardust, all interest in that feud was lost.
Understood. But you had to love the part where Stardust blows glitter and Dusty says, "Damn it, that's what I'm talking about, Cody."
He looked disgusted. He had such a disgusted look on his face.
Like, what the fuck are you doing blowing glitter like you're Alexa Bliss? Come on, man.
He's like, this is my son.
Don't forget, he works at NXT and he's got to be thinking, you stole that from Alexa Bliss. Dusty says the galaxy, stars, cosmos, everything you look up to. I don't know if he said cosmos, but whatever. Said everything you look up to means nothing without family, and that's true. Dusty says no matter what goes down, he loves them both. And Goldust asks, can they do this? And they shake hands, and Dusty says, that's what I'm talking about. Go out there and show them what the Rhodes family is all about. I wish the WWE would do that, but wish the WWE would show everybody what the Rhodes family is all about. Dusty Rhodes in the 80s, man. Outside of the F.
Savage.
Oh my gosh, a beast. He was the man. So we get Kofi Kingston and Xavier Woods against Goldust and Stardust, and I gotta tell you, did you guys see Biggie Langston rat-tailing Kofi and Xavier Woods before the match? I'm like, this shit is horrible. Oh, these poor fucking guys. They actually have to go out there and act enthusiastic. But Dusty Rhodes is watching this match in the back, so Goldust and Stardust have taken the upper hand. They're doing some good tagging quick and whatever. Xavier cuts Goldust off. I'm like, wow, that was quick. This is going to be a short one. And Xavier and Kofi work over Goldust. Okay? Xavier? Yeah, I had a Steiner line. So they're working, and then, by the way, that's referencing Scott Steiner, who his promos were,
your back can never be too big.
Go sideways.
I love that video.
Crazy ass. So Kofi hits the clothesline and boom drop, or I guess it's the New Day drop now. I don't know. But Kofi hits a reverse high cross body off the top rope. Stardust breaks up the count at 2. Goldust sets up Kofi for Stardust to hit a disaster kick. I thought he was going to hit Goldust with it. But Kofi ducks. Kofi goes to hit Stardust with the Trouble in Paradise, but Stardust ducks and Goldust takes the move instead. And Kofi pins Goldust and gets the 3 count for the win off that. How irrelevant are these guys? But, so after the match, Stardust helps Goldust up to his feet, and Goldust was, in the WWE, they rush everything. He's trying to pace this. He's taking his time. And then, Goldust is kind of leaning on his brother, And the crowd's like, oh yeah, this is great. They're hugging it out. Hug him! They got the devil's face for demons. But, and then he proceeds to hit the crossroads on Dustin. So the heel turn is official. We'll come back to this Rhodes family thing in a minute because Sid Vicious calling out a promo, not a good thing for you. What was it he said? He said that he's, what was that promo?
I don't care about all the skeptics. I mean, spectics.
What did he say? He said, you're half the man that he is. Oh. He has half the brain that you. Oh my gosh.
Oh man, I got Kevin Nash.
And all due respect to him, and his son was his son is over with the Big Brother crowd. Oh man, that's coming up.
Oh man, Chris was talking about the match against Brett when he came out. He's like, I don't know anything.
I don't know shit. Yeah, you didn't really hand him a mic, you know, but he was more over than Hogan at that Royal Rumble, though.
Sorry, we're live, pal.
Super Brawl! But, so, Byron Saxton interviews Roman Reigns. Oh, my God! Anything that involves Reigns talking, right? I defend him in the ring to a certain degree, and he still is not John Cena, so, but with the promos, I can't. So Byron,
can I say something real quick, Bruce, as a brother, as a black man? Alright, let me get some shit off my chest with this fucking,
I'll just go ahead and kick back.
The New Day shit. No, it's real brief, man. Motherfucking Xavier Woods, man. I'm supposed to give a fuck about this dude, and no disrespect to the man, the person, whatever he is when he's off TV. I'm supposed to give a fuck about this clown, man. Yo, give me Xavier McDaniel. You know what I'm saying? Give me fucking Professor Xavier, man. Any fucking Xavier Woods, man. Get the fuck off my TV screen, man. Shucking and jobbing motherfuckers, man. That's all I wanted this today, man.
By the way, commenter, Dead Season says, Grits, you forgot Jesse Ventura's Hollywood career.
There you go. That motherfucker parlayed into being a fucking mayor, man. He tried to take down the government and all types of shit, man.
He even had a show Conspiracy Theory.
Yeah, he ain't playing, man. He said they sat him in the room with the fucking, like, the Elks Lodge and all that shit, man. They had him in there. Shout out to Stacy, though. What's good, Carrie Static? Peace. But yeah, man, I'm glad. Just get that whole fuckery, man. Fuck it.
Back to the riveting Roman Reigns promo.
Yes!
So Byron asks Roman, what has the journey been like? And Roman, just no charisma, no emphasis. I do think it's there to be tapped into, as crazy as it sounds to a lot of you. I do think there's something there to be tapped into, but I don't know. He's going to have that Batista moment. Remember when Batista cut that promo on Cena about hugging babies and kissing
fat chicks? Yeah.
Every act of care counts. From the grand gestures to the tiniest licks. It all counts. Because every act of care we give helps the people we love become people who love.
You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy.
He's going to need that moment, you know. I really think the way that this dude gets over his feud with Cena, as crazy as it sounds, but he'll never be over with MJ.
No.
But Roman says he had to win the Royal Rumble against 29 other men and beat the movement But you haven't beat the S movement, though. You fucking had a Freudian slip there.
You didn't beat 29 other dudes. You eliminated like 5.
What was it Stone Cold said? It just laid there, and then all of a sudden...
He just laid there in the corner the entire match. It's literally been Roman Reigns' entire career.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Just fucking sits there, and then he comes in for fucking 5 minutes and wins the match. That's been his entire career.
But when Stone Cold does an interview on the WWE Network now, it was a good performance. I'm just saying. But Stone Cold's the man. I have nothing but the utmost respect for Stone Cold Steve Austin. He's the man. But that's nothing against him. It just shows you, well, I think CM Punk illustrated how protective they are of Reigns. But then he says he's got to go through Brock Lesnar, the Beast, at WrestleMania. He said he's not focused on the journey, he's focused on what's in front of him. Alright, that all makes sense, but it's kind of dry. Saxton brings up the Authority. Reigns says the Authority didn't manipulate him, they were just trying to get Seth Rollins into the position that Bryan's in, to paraphrase. Then he asks about Daniel Bryan, and Roman says that Bryan had an opportunity. I gotta say, this was my favorite part. So Bryan had an opportunity, and he took it. He said he has a ton of respect for Bryan, but if he was eliminated from the Rumble, he would have taken it like a man.
Bullshit.
I'm just saying, I kind of like that little heel vibe to
Well, how about you take the fact that people don't like your ass as a man, Roman Reigns?
Well, naturally, people are never...
How about you stop taking selfies like a man, Roman Reigns? Interesting. How about you stop doing the fucking duck lift like a little bitch, Roman Reigns?
Oh, shit.
Oh, like a man.
WrestleMania.
Interesting.
Here it comes, MG and Roman Reigns, yeah.
How about these fucking incessant Daniel Bryan fucking sheep with no fucking life? Go find something to fucking do instead of fucking campaigning for this motherfucker who doesn't even know you fucking exist. You fucking cankles having, fucking wannabe she-male, ladyboy loving, sissified, cuckold, fucktard.
I was waiting for him to talk about rubbing mayonnaise on you.
No, that's coming later on, man. You motherfuckers, man. Y'all could walk down the street with your mother from the grocery store and have a group of 7 Crips run up on her, smack the shit out of her, spit in her face, and keep it moving, and you won't do shit. But you have a motherfucker like me or the big homie Bruce come up here and say, we tired of this yes bullshit. And all of a sudden, I'm gonna unsubscribe. I'm gonna stalk you. I'm gonna get a fucking life, man. Go jack your dick off to motherfucking man on man, half animal porn or some shit. This bullshit, man. Are you fucking kidding me? That's what the fuck Roman Reigns is talking about. Yo, if I would have got eliminated, I would have took it like a fucking man and kept it moving. But no, I mean, yes. No, we want the guy who, when he was younger, he looked like we did, and I yes, because I'll never be a big man and strong and physical like Roman. I want the guy who's 5'1". Make him a champion, because I look like one of the cast members from The Big Bang Theory, and that's why I wanted my fucking champion, because I have posters of Luke Skywalker on my wall, and I play video games 24/7, and I don't have a life. I build my own CPUs, and I hack into people's databases because I have no life. I have a floating life-size Yoda doll that I take with me in my bubble bath, and my Twitter account is a bunch of famous women that'll never meet me and don't even know I exist, but I beat my dick till I bust blood. All of my images, because I have no fucking life. So I'm gonna stalk Bruce Blitz and Juan Grits, and because I want yes. That's what the fuck Roman Reigns is talking about. Take it like a fucking man, alright? Fucking tired of these motherfuckers out here, man. Cuckold, sissified, flaming fruitcake, dick jugglers. Fuck out of here. That's who Roman Reigns is talking to, man.
That's a promo. That is a promo. Roman continued to say. That's a promo with passion. Roman shows. He said he gave Daniel Bryan an opportunity and he's going to take that away. Believe that, Byron. Byron said.
I don't believe that. I want that on the shirt. You might could. You might could. Oh, fuck out of here, man.
So,
if you got any 12-inch figures of Star Wars characters, you pussy, I'm bringing it to you, man. Fuck out of here, man. If you got a 12-inch Han Solo still in the box on the shelf in your bedroom, you pussy. You probably wear petite shorts with sneakers. Fuck out of here.
oh my gosh.
Dip your replica lightsaber in honey and ram it right up your ass till it's lighting up your whole body. You're arrested walking down the street. Fuck out of here, man.
I would love to see a feud between Grits and Adam Estrogen, where all of a sudden Grits walks onto the ring and all these people are like, "Who's this?"
In the comments section, let us all know who dresses more like a tranny, Adam Estrogen or Russell Westbrook. Let us know.
Oh shit! Freaking tranny. Dude, that's oh my gosh. That came out of left field.
Let Roman Reigns live already, man. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Y'all done hijacked 2 Royal Rumbles and WrestleManias in a fucking row, man. For what, man? Let this shit happen on its own already, man. Let fucking nature take its course in the WWE, man. The fuck, man. Y'all bringing change about the wrong fucking way. Y'all keep pinpointing this shit with one fucking person. Y'all just want your fucking nerd savior to be at the fucking top. Y'all don't want the whole fucking system to change. Y'all don't want the whole fucking shit to change up. And y'all don't want it to be all about fucking wrestling. You just want your fucking nerd Jesus to be at the fucking top of the card. Let fucking Roman Reigns live a little, man. Fuck, man. Anybody in that position, what the fuck you get into business for? To be at the fucking top. Whether you earn it, whether you fucking politic, whether you con, whatever the fuck you gonna do about it, man. By hook or crook, like you said earlier. Who gives a fuck? You're all in there for one fucking reason. If Reigns got it, if they gave him the reins, pun intended, let him fucking take them and run with them. Fuck, man.
Well, Dog the Heel Hunter. He's not getting over, bro. That's the problem.
I know.
He takes part of the blame, for sure. And then the WWE should take part of the blame, too. Because these scripted promos, I mean, they literally sent this man out there that they have tried to protect to cut a promo that included the words suffering succotash.
Succotash.
I mean, come on. You're asking for people to hate him. But I get it with you. I understand with Daniel Bryan. And I'm going to stop right here to tell you this. I put a video on the website a couple days ago. Where I went into detail as to the reasons that the Daniel Bryan Roman Reigns thing is so intriguing. But I'll give a little teaser. One of the things that I'm really enjoying about this is you hear the passion from MG. You hear the passion from Grits. And the fucking fans, whether they want to admit it or not, are into the shit. And one way or the other, whatever happens Sunday night at Fastlane, there will be an emotional outburst.
Oh, yeah.
So, that's good. And, notice who's missing from this equation. Yeah. Mr. Wristbands and neon sneakers. So,
Roman Reigns buried Daniel Bryan, so I can sit up here and really call him Cena 2.0. I hope he buried Daniel Bryan.
So, as my personal financial psychic, I'm sure you know what this meeting is about.
Yes. A raise.
I'm letting you go.
I knew that.
You see, this is my Amerivest managed...
Balances.
No, portfolio. And if it doesn't perform well for 2 consecutive quarters,
Yeah.
then Amerivest gives me back their advisory...
Stocks.
Fees. fees for those quarters.
Yeah.
So I'm confident I'm in good hands.
For all the confidence you need, TD Ameritrade, you got this. Give me more ammo, please.
You know what I'll do? I'll give you 5 minutes. I'll turn off my camera and I'll go lay down on the couch and listen.
Please give me more ammo.
Alright, so let's get to this part because this is Roman Reigns, Daniel Bryan. So I'm going to run through everything that happened, including the match and after the match, and the interview with Renee Young, and then I'll turn it over to the boys. I will say in the first hour of Raw, they did get to the action a little quicker this week, even if it was Cena fighting Rusev. I liked the flow to Raw this week at this point. I'll turn off my camera and I'll go lay down on the couch and listen.
Please give me more ammo.
Alright, so let's get to this part because this is Roman Reigns, Daniel Bryan. So I'm going to run through everything that happened, including the match and after the match, and the interview with Renee Young, and then I'll turn it over to the boys. I will say in the first hour of Raw, they did get to the action a little quicker this week, even if it was Cena fighting Rusev. I liked the flow to Raw this week at this point. But it had a good flow to it. And I'm not talking about progressive commercials. So we get a Roman Reigns and Daniel Bryan video package with highlights from Raw last week. We see highlights from SmackDown, which of course I covered on SmackDown, with the 1 hour tag team turmoil thing. Oh my gosh. You guys gotta check out my SmackDown review on the site. Had a ton of fun covering that. 10 minutes and 33 seconds of wrestling in the first hour, but like I said, had a nice flow to it. Alright. So before the we had a commercial break, and before the commercial break, fucking Daniel Bryan, here's my problem that some of you took the wrong way 2 weeks ago. This is what Grits was referencing. Where I had people mad at me. I'm like, okay. You know that we're not always going to agree on our tastes. You great viewers and myself, we're not always going to agree. There may be times where I feel I would like to see something a certain way, and a majority of you don't feel the same way. That's the nature of this. You know what I mean? I'm not going to sit here. I promise you, I will not come on here and sugarcoat it to cater to the majority. That's just not the way I roll. Daniel Bryan comes down. What's he do? He's cheerleading Yes chants before a commercial. We get the Dusty Rhodes and Cody Rhodes segment. And after all the commercials and that segment, Daniel Bryan is still out there cheerleading Yes chants. This is what I'm fucking talking about. They are killing the Yes chant with oversaturation. If I can't apply the phrase same old shit with the Yes chants at this point, how is it not applicable? It's nothing to do with Daniel Bryan and disrespecting him as a wrestler and as a guy that people like. I am talking solely about the Yes chants. They're going to completely take the fucking steam out of us.
To confirm or cancel a scheduled
It is becoming, it's like the what thing. Even when Stone Cold Steve Austin was doing it, you get to a point where you're like, can he come out and cut a normal promo like he used to? I don't need to see this dude. Yes. And it's got to the point now where they wait. Like, you'll come out and hear some fans doing the Yes thing when his music hits, and they'll wait until he turns sideways and does it down the aisle. It's not. It does not feel organic anymore. And it's gotten to the point with me, and I think it's a good thing for you guys to make the comment section. Not that there's a right or wrong answer, but just how, or at least post how you feel. For me, I'm fucking sick of the yes chants. And like I said last week, out of curiosity, because it just feels like it's a brand now.
New York on
I went
Friday,
and I'm not talking about brands and SmackDown, Raw, WCW, ECW, nothing like that. I'm talking about this is what they branded him as. It's just yes.
p.m.
And I go.
Wait 5 minutes after
So I went on
to board, and then take you to
WWE's shop,
33 Litchfield Street,
and I go to the Daniel Bryan portion.
New York. The fare for this trip is $1.75.
And him in the yes position.
Press 1. To cancel this trip,
Oh my God.
press 2.
This is where the
Okay.
overly
This trip
corporate
is confirmed.
WWE
Trip
ruins
4.
anything that organically happens.
Jonathan Yola.
Because they take
Confirmed.
the
Schedule
organic
2.
out of it and put force
33
into it.
Litchfield Street,
And as cool as you guys remember that one Raw
New York.
where
On
they had the
Friday,
failed heel
February
turn
20th,
with Daniel Bryan,
2015.
and then he had the
between
cage match and he ended
6:50
that Raw
p.m. and
with the loudest yes
7:10
chant you
p.m.
ever heard
The bus will wait
on
5
top of the
minutes after
cage.
arriving so you can
That
board, and
was
then
cool.
take you to
And it really started with
289
the,
Lyndhurst Street,
what was it, the Yes Movement
Rochester,
takeover, whatever they called
New
that
York.
shit.
The fare for this trip
Where they
is
took over Raw.
$1.75.
That's where
She's tried to make money off of it
Press
finally.
1.
Yes.
To cancel, okay.
Say that, yeah.
This trip is confirmed.
Exactly.
Thank you for calling RDS Access.
It's
Enjoy the ride.
I mean,
Goodbye.
yeah, it's giving me a headache. Every fucking week, yes. Oh my gosh, no. Make it stop.
Why can't we just get a tap out or pass out shirt? Like, fuck. Just give me a tap out or pass out shirt. Something.
Well, I mean, I will give it this caveat. It works in the sense that he goes out in front of these crowds and he does the yes thing and they do it with him. The fans like doing it. They like being part of the show. And, I mean, some people would criticize the fans for that, for not being organic, and I understand that. And that's probably exactly where grits would come from with that. But for me, it works in the sense that the fans do it. But as a viewer, holy fuck, this guy's got more words in his vocabulary. He can get something else over. You know? That's just honestly how I feel as a viewer. Seeing that shit. I mean, to me, when I say oosh, you say oh is more organic at this point.
Organic. Nobody cheers for the Usos.
I like the Usos, man. Those dudes got some swagger, bro. But I understand where you're coming from. But I'm just saying, just come on, give him something different. The guy clearly has charisma. He's not The Rock or anyone like that, but just do something. Just please, I'm begging. If anybody who knows someone within creative at WWE, I'm begging you to let this guy get another chant over. Holy fuck. You know these fans would pick up on a new chant in a heartbeat. In a fucking heartbeat. I don't care what the chant is. As long as it's not GOAT. You know what I'm saying? Speaking of Roman Reigns against Kane, you have Daniel Bryan on the commentary. Just saying, Daniel Bryan on the commentary, Reigns not. Later in the show. Probably good decision. We'll get to that later. But D. Bryce on commentary, and he's defending himself as a character, talking about never losing the title. And he made his case for his position in the main event at Fastlane. In the ring, Roman hits a nice vertical suplex on Kane for 1 count. And again, with Roman Reigns, I understand when you compare it to the Cena set bar, it's a low set bar. This dude is so much better than him in the ring. I mean, but Daniel Bryan just stands up, and what does he do? He starts cheerleading more yes chants. Like, oh, yeah. So Daniel Bryan's distraction opens the door for Kane to cut Reigns off. Kane hits a DDT on Reigns for a 2 count. He continues to work Reigns over. And on commentary, Daniel Bryan was making the case that he's the better wrestler. And I point out, keyword being wrestler. And I agree. He's a better wrestler than Roman Reigns. He's believable and all that bullshit, but
yeah, I can't take Duckface Sophie Man seriously.
I disagree. But dude,
every time Roman Reigns gets into a minor thing, he's bleeding.
Okay, based on our taste, I agree. Based on general perception, I disagree. And you and I had half an hour debate on VIP overtime on that subject. So VIPers,
yeah. Shout out to Roman Breeze.
I wouldn't go that far. She's not wearing fur.
Yeah, but he don't got girls attacking him either.
That was a plan. Come on. He no-sold the girl. No, he didn't. But anyway, so he basically portrayed confidence on the commentary. Daniel Bryan, I liked listening to him on the commentary. Just didn't like the forced yes chants. But he put Reigns over as being a dangerous opponent, to paraphrase. Reigns hits a side suplex, a back elbow, when it comes off the ropes and takes a punch from Kane. And Kane gets a 2 count. Kane continues to work Reigns over. Hits a running low drop kick for a 2 count. Reigns hits the boot on Kane, and the crowd starts chanting, "You can't wrestle." And it was a low-pitched, "You can't wrestle," and then you heard, "Yes, he can." I'm like, oh no. Oh no.
Alright, so what's faster? This Ferrari 458 or this Lamborghini Gallardo? That's the number one question I get when people come here into my garage. Now, I'm going to answer that in a second, but before I do, let me just say, you know what I like a lot more than materialistic things? Knowledge. In fact, I'm a lot more proud of these 7 new bookshelves that I had to have installed to hold 2,000 new books that I bought. Like the billionaire investor Warren Buffett says, the more you learn, the more you earn. Now, maybe you've seen my TEDx talk where I speak on how I read a book a day. That's not to show off. And it's about the knowledge. Same with these cars. Every time I come in my garage, the real reason that I have them is because they're reminders. Reminders that the dream is still alive, that the dream is still possible. Because it wasn't that long ago that I was living in a mobile home in a little town across the country, in the middle of nowhere. Didn't even have a bed. I was sleeping on a couch. I only had $47 in my bank account. I didn't have a college degree. Still don't. I had no job opportunities. I didn't have a car. And I remember thinking, is this it? I was giving up hope. But then something special happened to me, something fortunate for me. I bumped into a mentor, and I found a few special books. You can see I still have a soft spot for books. But then I found another mentor, another one, and I ended up with 5 mentors who showed me how they became multimillionaires. Now, again, this isn't even about money. This is about the good life, health, wealth, love, happiness. Now, I recorded a video on my website. You can click this short one and come over to my website. I recorded one on the 3 things, the 3 most important things that those mentors taught me. They're not necessarily ones that you've heard before. Our education system is broken. So click this video here. It'll take you right to my website. It's completely free to watch the video. And you'll see these 3 things that you can do today, that you can implement into your life today, no matter where you live in the world, no matter how bad things might be. Now, this is not a get-rich-quick scheme. I hope you're not looking for that. I'm not promising you tomorrow that you're going to have a convertible Ferrari or a Lamborghini. But for some of you, it's not even about cars. That's not what you care about. Maybe you want a new job that's more fulfilling. Or maybe you want to start your own company. Or maybe you want a new lifestyle. One that's not so stressful. One where you can travel around the world and do those things that you've always wanted to do. It's possible, but you have to know the steps. And you have to understand finance and the rules of money. I don't even call it money anymore. I call it fuel units or freedom units. You have to have enough of those units to fulfill those things that you want to do. Now, let me just say one other thing. A lot of people out there are pessimists. People are going to tell you, oh, they see a video like this. Oh, this isn't for you. This is only for other people, only for special people. Don't listen to them. Invest in yourself. Be curious. Be an optimist. Click this link and you'll see. This is my true story. Nobody can argue with that. All right? I want to share with you my story. So, recorded that short little video on my website where I'm going to share the 3 things. Click here. You'll come right over to the website. And, if you're a pessimist or a cynic, you don't even need to click here. It's okay. I just want to say that. I don't need to speak to everybody. One of my favorite books is by Conrad Hilton, and he said what changed his life was finding a book at age 15 by Helen Keller. And she said, be an optimist. That's what he said was the reason he became a billionaire. So, anyway, this is amazing stuff, not because of me, but because I'm not amazing. But what these guys taught me that were 20 years ahead of me, this can change your life. So, I'll see you over my website. Click here. And, yeah. Oh, one other thing you want to answer. Here's the answer to the question. The Ferrari, same engine as a Lamborghini, basically horsepower. It's smooth, it's subtle, it's like James Bond. So it's very fast, but if you want raw, animalistic power, I'm going to go with the Lamborghini. So anyway, I'll see you over my website. We'll talk about stuff a lot more important than cars, things that can change your life.
Very reminiscent of Cena, yes. Is it that he can't wrestle? I disagree, because, I mean, people consider Triple H a great worker, which I disagree with.
No, he was good at storytelling, not the actual wrestling part.
I mean,
Thank you.
Dude,
I love that name.
I've seen a million times. Reigns takes good bumps, he sells well, he's got a high-impact smash mouth style.
What's that high-impact smash mouth? He doesn't use any power moves.
He doesn't. He's got a football player style.
His clothesline isn't even high impact. All he has
doesn't have a Mark Henry style.
Spear.
He's not powerlifting guys, but
he's not even Ryback type of power moving it.
No, Ryback probably a better wrestler, okay? But
wait, say that again for me.
Don't do it. Don't do that.
Yes.
But I'm just saying that he's not. I mean, those chants. You gotta remember, this is the same universe that would chant "You suck" to Kurt Angle every time he came out.
That's true.
So
that was more along the lines of a fan. They didn't truly believe it, though.
There are people who chant "Cena sucks," and you can look at him in the crowd, and as soon as Cena hits that AA and wins, they jump up and pop.
Oh, hell yeah.
Okay, so whatever.
I honestly think that "You Can't Wrestle" chant could have been piped in too, just how it sounded almost identical to the "Cena sucks" chant.
No, that was not piped in, dude. That one, no. They're not piping that in on him.
I'd rather watch Reigns maneuver around the ring, in the ring, around the outside of the ring. I'd rather watch him work a match. I'd rather watch the way he carries himself during the match over fuckboy. I'm not saying his matches are particularly exciting or entertaining to me, but I wouldn't be as embarrassed if somebody walked in on me watching a Roman Reigns versus Kane or Big Show or Seth Rollins, whoever he may be fighting.
So long as he doesn't pick up a mic.
And then he does the duck face. What you gonna tell your boys when he start doing the duck face? You always do.
Listen.
What you tell your boys at that point?
Instead of having fucking Cena come out there with the tropical fruit Skittle shirt colored bullshit down there. And he's walking around with motherfucking.
Oh, Reigns got those on. Did you see the orange shirts he was throwing out? He got yellow shirts.
Those are Uso shirts, bro.
No, they were Reigns shirts. If you haven't seen the leaked pictures of Roman Reigns merchandise, he's got the fucking colors still.
No.
Yes, bro. His shirts look like Usos and Cena shirts, bro. The same fucking mold with the fucking bright ass color with the blue and white lettering.
With this Samoan heritage, I don't have a problem with that, though.
All right, but the thing is,
Cena's not tropical. Cena's not tropical. What the fuck is he wearing tropical?
Oh, he's about as fruity as you can get in tropical.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah.
Fruity Pebbles.
There's a bunch of weirdo motherfuckers all over the internet, and you want to rub fucking suntan lotion on that cock blower's back, more than likely. While Daniel Bryan is teabagging them with his hairy goat balls. Right? Weirdos. You fucking weirdos in the WWE universe. Stay away from the Blitz team. Stay away from all my motherfucking troops. Alright? Stay away from the Bruce Blitz's army, man. Stay away from this comment section. We ain't down with none of that shit. Fucking weirdos. But honestly, Bruce, if they're gonna go this hard with Roman Reigns, the only thing that would be disheartening is if they take, alright, methodically, you're gonna take the same path you did with Cena. But you're gonna do it so far as to have the fucking colored shirts and the same scripted promos and have them take this like, holy fuck, you're gonna go that hard with it, man? At least if you're gonna do the same thing with Roman Reigns, do it differently.
Yeah,
if that makes sense. But you're gonna do it the exact same fucking way.
Yeah, I agree. I think he should just be marketed as an athlete, you know?
Check out that link I put in the...
No, I will not click that link.
Just saying.
I'm not clicking that link.
Just saying. There's black, there's orange, there's red, there's yellow. With
I thought that, okay. See, I've been avoiding links that people have weirdly sent me for the last week, and we'll get into that later.
Oh, no, it's definitely not that. I don't...
Oh, shit.
Yeah, bro.
Dude, this looks like Cena gear, bro.
I told you. That's what I'm talking about.
That's scary.
The way the lettering is, the way the fucking color is, with the fucking fake-ass Jeff Hardy logo.
Yeah, but is that real? I don't know.
Bro, that's the orange shirt he was throwing out today.
Oh, shit. Moving on. Let me get through this. Oh, my gosh. Where were we in this match?
Isn't that scary? That's scary.
It is. I mean, I understand the negatives about Reigns. I understand why people hate him. I understand why people like him. I'm still I haven't dropped my stance that this motherfucker is not John Cena.
Oh yeah, those shirts are definitely real. If you go to WWE Shop, they have the same exact design, just on a white shirt. They don't have the other colors up yet, but it's the exact same design.
Well, after the "You Can't Wrestle, Yes He Can" chants, Reigns hits a series of clotheslines, a Samoan drop, gets the 2 count. One thing I will say about Reigns, which again, people who don't like him aren't going to want to hear this, but I'm just calling a spade. After he got shit on at the Rumble, there was a different presence about him. I'm not saying it was great. I'm not even saying it was good. But I think that you see a dude here who responds to the criticism with more effort. So, I don't know, the "You Can't Wrestle" chance? Let's see if he starts switching up his moves a little bit. You would hope so. You would think so as a performer, that you would want to prove them wrong. But we'll see. He's definitely capable. But, so after the 2 count, Kane sends Reigns out of the ring with the big boot. He teases a choke slam outside the ring. Reigns slips out of it and hits a spear on Kane. And oddly enough, Reigns gets back in the ring to beat the 10 count, and this thing ends in a count out. I'm like, okay. I don't really understand what the logic was behind the count out finish, but after the match, Daniel Bryan stood up on the announce table and cheerled the yes chants again. He must have cheerled 15 yes chants tonight, bro. So Reigns invites Daniel Bryan into the ring, and instead of getting in the ring, Daniel Bryan skips around the ring cheerleading yes chants. And I couldn't help but notice the crowd. I'm not the only one feeling this just by the eye test. You couldn't help but notice in the crowd that every time he did it, just in the visible audience that you could see on the opposite side of the hard camera, there were less and less people doing it. Like, oh shit, dude, I'm not standing up and doing that again. You know? So backstage, Renee Young interviews him, and she asks him if the several yes chants, which were part of the storyline in fairness, were intended to get under Reigns' skin. And he says to be a champion, you have to be more than an athlete, and then insinuates you have to be mentally strong too. And he says if Roman had a hard time dealing with the yes chants tonight, there's going to be a lot more to deal with on Sunday. And I end talking about this segment by saying if they don't fucking tone it down a little bit, there are not going to be as many yes chants, period. Because this is just the typical WWE getting their hands on something that got over, and now it's overkill. Just call it how I see it. Don't jump all over me for it. Boys.
Yeah, it does seem that the yes chant's losing its luster because they're not organic anymore. Like you said, Bruce, everyone's just waiting for him to start cheerleading him. But I did like hearing Daniel Bryan on commentary. Brought up how he's a better wrestler. He even kept calling Roman Reigns calling him the big dog. I think that was the dog bounty hunter rib or something.
That's his nickname.
Is it?
Yeah.
So I was right on the money with the dog the heel hunter shit. Yeah. By the way, for new viewers, look up Dog the Bounty Hunter and do a side-by-side picture with Reigns. He's Dog the heel hunter.
You go to Reigns' Wikipedia page, that is listed as one of his nicknames, Big Dog.
Oh, shit. That just fits in there, so spot on again. But, a match with Kane, you're going to see the exact same shit that you've seen from Glenn Jacobs from the last 12 years, so. Well, I'll give Kane credit for his longevity in wrestling. I tip my hat for him. That guy's been around. But I'm actually want to see this main event at Fastlane. I like this feud. I'm actually invested in it now. And it was just to me, D-Bry was the man on commentary.
My name is Peter Verbrugge. I'm president of Sage Fruit Company, and I'm a cherry grower in the Pacific Northwest. During cherry harvest, it's a very long day. We get up at 5 o'clock in the morning at sunrise, go straight to the orchards where people are starting to harvest. My grandfather bought this place, this farm, originally in the 1930s, and now being the third generation, I've grown up and worked on this farm my whole life. Some of these trees my grandfather planted them. It makes me happy that I'm helping my dad with the business. I learned that it's hard work, but it's definitely worth it. Everybody works hard as a team all year long. Not just my family grows these cherries, but we consider everybody that's out here a family. This is a very exciting industry. It's like going to Vegas every day. It could rain tomorrow and I'm done and lose $1 million. Or Mother Nature shines on us and we have a great product. We are always looking for opportunities. Last year when I heard about Tmall, it was exciting. We can get our cherries all the way into China and right to the consumer. So it's a 48 to 65 hours from off the tree all the way to the other side of the world. So the Chinese market is very important to us. There's emerging middle class in China and other parts of the world that are increasing demand for our products. And it's important to grow your business because if you don't, then you get passed. It's cool to think of people all the way around the world eating the same cherries that I would be eating at home from my dad. When I am working every day and I think about all the little things that I have to do and why am I doing that, it's because there's that person, there's that child on the other side of the world that's going to eat this piece of fruit and want it to be an exceptional eating experience. And so that's what makes it rewarding, is all that work pays off by making somebody happy on the other side of the world.
JBL, and they got to dismantle that commentary staff. That's all. It's insulting as a commentator myself. It just bugs the shit out of me.
Crossfire Wrestling, look it up. And Fly and Go. Oh my gosh, I want to bang my head into the wall every time JBL says that.
But yeah, he creams in his pants every time the Usos do that. When they do their dive, he goes Flying Uso. I swear, if anyone's watched Crank Anchors, JBL reminds me of Special Ed, the way he repeats himself all the time.
Oh yeah, and then they really thought they found a gem with the Uso crazy thing.
Yeah, just complete garbage. MG, Grits?
Well, we all know Roman Reigns' promos are laughable.
He's still not the cornball of pinfall. John Cena.
Cena's a better talker, though. Sad to say, but it's true.
Well, this is my response to that. Okay, just quickly, and I'll stop interrupting you. MG? No.
It is true. Cena's not a better.
Oh, please,
Cena's not a better actor.
Everybody like me. I love wrestling. I love the WWE just like you. It's gonna be crazy tonight. Fuck Cena.
No, Cena's not a better actor. I won't say that. Better talker though. But yeah, Roman Reigns on any type of talking, laughable.
Be honest, MP. Let me get back on camera for a second. Roman Reigns' gimmick is he's a dumbass. He's a big.
They're not going all the way with it though. Like they
they're not
have him doing stupid shit backstage, like he doesn't know the camera's there, and then when he turns around, he looks into the camera like he did when he fucks up his promos. That would be gold.
He's like, I fucked up. Shit. Where do I go? Oh, dude, to me, whether they want him to be or not, Roman Reigns is the dumb athlete.
Yeah, I mean, look, let's just say
smart athletes
up when you got a guy who is eventually going to have his own episode of Botchamania. Oh, it's coming.
Yeah.
Not a good thing that's about to happen. Yeah. As far as the match, don't really care. I don't like watching Roman Reigns. I'm tired of watching Kane. I mean, how many times can we see this fucking match? How many times can we see Kane go in there and kind of lug around? I mean, he can still move for this age, but it's like, how many fucking uppercuts can I watch Kane throw in a match at this point?
I think they should go back to the hug it out thing just so we can listen to Grits.
Why not?
What kind of uppercut is it? It's like that Dolphin uppercut he does.
Yeah, it's a smashing uppercut. It looks like he's a hardcore fisting somebody. I don't know.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Like these fucking weirdo WWE fans that's out there floating around in the universe. That's the kind of fucking porn you like to watch. Where the man dolphin finning another man's asshole. With fucking long black latex rubber gloves. Just dolphin finning another man's asshole. And what you do, you get yourself a big economy size of Nutella, right? And you just dig in there, right? And pull out a fucking handful of that shit and get to town beating your meat until you bust a pus out your dick, right? You beat off to that, fucking weirdos. Go ahead. Fucking weirdos. Y'all fucking weirdos out there. Stay the fuck away from Bruce Blitz's videos. Stay the fuck away from Bruce Blitz's Twitter. Stay away from all of our shit, man. Stay away from the people who watch these fucking videos and down with the Blitz team. Fucking weirdos, man. Fucking weirdos.
No, when it comes to the match, don't care about the match. Dan Bryan on commentary. The part on commentary, Dan Bryan on commentary was cool. Yes, Chance. I can see why you guys are getting tired of it. Personally, I'm not tired of the yes chance because that's not really what I'm focused on, just personally. But I can completely understand why you guys are tired of the yes chance and why anybody would be tired of it because they are forced at this point.
We're not focused on it? That's 90% of every one of his appearances, bro.
No, I'm not. I'm just focused on the wrestler. You know me. Dan Bryan, a wrestler, is what I'm in it for. But I can understand why you guys are tired of the yes chance and why they are forced at this point. I agree with that aspect. I can't argue that.
Just in the last 2 years, he's cheerlead. Well, he had the time off. But this dude is getting pretty soon. He'll surpass John Cena 5-knuckle shuffles with yes chance. I mean, it's that bad.
Oh, I can understand. I can completely understand. But I'm with in terms of giving them something fresh. Another phrase or something, something to freshen it up. But obviously, I think at this point, and we mentioned it, WWE has pretty much just taken with the fans. Were chanting or liked and kind of turned it against them. We talked about it during the whole Raw shit. I was just like, everybody thought it was so cool. And that night when we came on the review, I told people, look, this is just WWE turning this shit against you to get you to buy fucking merchandise from them or to stop being so angry with them. And it's just another example here, like you just mentioned. Every piece of his merchandise says yes or has him doing the yes pose. So, it is obviously forced. They just took what the fans did. It's kind of like the anti-Cena shirts. If you're gonna chant,
no messaging.
Yeah. If you're gonna chant, you hate Cena, then we're going to give you hate Cena shirts and you're going to put money in our pockets. If you're going to cheer yes, we're going to give you yes merchandise. If if you hate the authority, we're going to give you anti-authority shirts. Either way, you're still putting money in our pockets. And this is exactly what they're doing. Exactly what they're doing.
So it's also twofold. If there's 30% of the crowd chanting yes, then you go and produce yes shirts, and with him, in the yes pose, now more people are buying it. Now that 30% turns into 60% because it is self-propagation at that point, man.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Honestly, they're doing everything they can to kind of quiet the whole Daniel Bryan thing down. People can say I'm just being biased towards the Daniel Bryan thing or whatever, but honestly, go back to the night after the Rumble when it came out that the only reason, well, not the night after, but it was like the week after that when it came out that the only reason they put Daniel Bryan in that Fastlane main event against Reigns was to quiet the fans down. That's all it is. They're just trying to oversaturate it until people get tired of it. That's all. That is all they're doing.
And there ain't nothing wrong with being a Daniel Bryan fan. Someone took what Grits was saying the wrong way. It's just, I'll guarantee you.
No, it's being shoved down their throats. And even as a Daniel Bryan fan myself, I can understand that. If we're going to sit up here and talk about, a Cena being shoved down our throats, or in my case, Roman Reigns being shoved down my throat, I can understand where these guys are coming from when it comes to Daniel Bryan. When they feel like Bryan's being shoved down their throats, not only by the WWE, but by a lot of the fans. So I can, if you can't understand that as somebody who is sitting on the other side with other wrestlers like a Cena or Roman Reigns, or constantly having to watch Kane and fucking Big Show heel turn and face turn one after another and being shoved down your throats, or Triple H and the Authority being shoved down your throats. If you can't sit on the other side and understand it from an unbiased standpoint, then something's wrong with you. So you got to understand where these guys are coming from.
Okay, I got here. I'll throw one out there for you. Tap. Just the word tap. You already heard the rumors. Some of you already know about the rumors with tap out. How about the word tap?
That's what I said. Tap out or pass out. And then
not even that. Just the word tap. Tap. 3-letter words have really worked with him, or even two. Tap. He comes out, tap, tap, tap. And then now he starts finishing matches with the lapel lock. I'm in.
Let me address something about somebody taking what I said the wrong way. First of all, I don't give a fuck. Shout out to the homie brother Jay. I really don't give a fuck how you take what I say. If you weak of heart, you shouldn't be on Bruce Blitz's channel. First of all. Second of all, the match, Roman Reigns, I'm not excited to see him, but I'd rather watch him wrestle than Cena. Kane is getting to the point where he's going to start walking down the ramp with a cane, and that's going to be his fucking gimmick. Because I've been watching this motherfucker wrestle for so fucking long. Enough is enough already, man. Go become like Sergeant Slaughter when
We're deep beneath the streets of London. Search the Order's headquarters. This is incredible. This stuff still works. Careful with that. Noise time. There's no reason what's working for the Order. Wait a minute. Come on, man. Quit messing around. Shut it down, boy. Shut it down. Boy. You gotta get out of here. Wait, we haven't done what we came for.
Rated M for mature.
he was the commissioner or some shit like that. Kane, what the fuck are you doing, man? He's getting to that point. But you put in the work, you're a vet. I ain't gonna hate too hard on you. That's as far as the match goes. Who gives a fuck? Daniel Bryan on commentary, stirring up the yes chants. Like Bruce said, he done beat that horse dead a millionth time already. Enough is enough with this shit. Alright, but whatever. If that's how you stirring the buzz, if that's how you promote in your match between him and Reigns, and I could just imagine that Fastlane, how the fuck that's gonna be. I will say this. Daniel Bryan is carrying himself in a different way, man. You know, he got the hair shit tied up, all that. The beard is in a different light or whatever. And later on in the show, when he was talking to that pretty ass white girl backstage, and we was talking about how the yes chance of getting to Roman Reigns psychologically. Like, he has this little smirk, like this little cocksucker shit about him. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like he knows. It's almost becoming like evil. I can see a twinge of evil in that motherfucker's eyes, man. And I'm gonna ask you a question in a minute, MG, about this whole yes movement. But as far as anyone saying, or taking what I say about Daniel Bryan the wrong way, go fuck yourself first of all. Because shout out to Matt Jizzle, because he been putting me on to Daniel Bryan. You know what I'm saying? And I've been watching Daniel Bryan matches that some of these so-called hardcore fans probably never seen. First of all, if you coming at me about my opinion on Daniel Bryan, if you're one of these yes motherfuckers and you don't know shit about his feud with Kenta, go fuck yourself. If you don't know why he does that running knee strike, go fuck yourself. If you don't know why he deserves to use the GTS way more than CM Punk, I mean, CM Punk has no fucking claim to the GTS. If anybody in the WWE should have ever used the GTS, it should have been fucking Daniel Bryan and nobody else. And he didn't even go that route with it. Where he could have probably fucking text Kenta and said, yo, what up, man? Let me try, like, they on it like that. If y'all motherfuckers don't understand where I'm coming from with that shit, go fuck yourself. And don't tell me shit about what I'm saying about Daniel Bryan. I love watching the motherfucker wrestle. I love watching his work outside of the WWE when it comes to him wrestling. When I fucking play the fucking video games, WWE 13, WWE 2K14, 2K15, he's one of the main motherfuckers I use because of his moveset and shit like that. I don't like the WWE way of handling him. I don't like the way him getting to his spot at WrestleMania last year and all that. Did he deserve it? It's like, I'm not talking about that, man. I just don't like the way it was executed. You know what I'm saying? And I'm going to pose that question to you, MG. I know you want him in this spot. I know you want him to garner the accolades and all of that shit. But is this the way you wanted to see him do it?
Oh, of course not. In a perfect world. For me personally, because I'm not speaking for all Daniel Bryan fans, he's one of my top 10 favorite wrestlers of all time. He's my favorite wrestler of this current generation of wrestlers. So I'm talking about back before the, after the Eddies and the Angles and the Lesners of the world, but like the current crop, like from probably like 05 and on. So
yeah,
there's some bias in it as a Daniel Bryan.
Everybody's biased to what they like.
No. Oh, of course.
You can't be unbiased when you talk about pro wrestling. There's no such thing.
Oh, yeah. But for me, part of it is wanting to see him get there because of him, because I know that's something that he wants. And part of it is because I want him to get that recognition. I hate the fact that the WWE is looked at as the only place you can go to really be recognized by the masses in wrestling. And I feel like he deserves to get that recognition. Do I like how he has to go about getting it per se? No, I wish he could be the American Dragon and just go out there and kick the shit out of people and put people in submission holds I ain't never seen before and just straight up out wrestle dudes. But I feel like his place in wrestling history amongst the masses would never really be solidified unless he gets that championship run. For me personally, his spot's already solidified in my book where I hold him on an all-time list.
So let's be honest here. Mm-hmm. There is a contingency of fans who don't watch. And again, I'm with the Daniel Bryan thing. Give him a run. Don't get that twisted. My stance on that hasn't changed. But naturally, because of his size, because of his look, there are people who will turn it on and see him and turn it off. So we could sit there and you can sit there and talk about, he's wrestled all over the world, blah blah blah. He's a great wrestler. Yeah, we just watch his matches. He's entertaining. The guy's likable. There are people who will turn on a show a wrestling show and go, this is the guy wrestling for the heavyweight title, I'm out. You know, that's something that is fact. That happens. I agree. Over with the WWE fans. The bigger question is, how much of a draw can he be? And that will determine how long of a run he should get.
Yeah, I mean, just to be honest, guys with his wrestling style, even outside of the E, never really big draws within the mainstream per se. So that's just something throughout wrestling history that's worked against him. WWE obviously didn't do him any. Yeah. Oh fuck yeah. He didn't win most technical wrestler 10 years in a row. You know, the only reason he didn't win it last year is because he was injured. But WWE isn't doing him any favors on the other hand as well. So it kind of goes hand in hand. Just him, he can't control his size. That's just who he is. And yes, people will turn it off because of the way he looks or his size. Flying goat boy. Shit, but on the other end, WWE, they don't do a good job of even trying to make him look larger than life. You know, some guys carry themselves with that presence, but you also need the machine behind them to kind of amp it up. Agreed. And if they book Daniel Bryan like this complete badass who could just go out there and he out wrestled dudes because he was quicker and he was smarter and he was more he had better technical skills. And I mean, and we see this in sports all the time. A lot of times it doesn't matter if you're the biggest, you're the strongest, or you're the most athletic. A lot of times it comes down to the fundamentals of the game. And you know, yes, it still might not be 100% believable, but I think you move closer to being believable.
Here's where the problem lies again, though, because for however many decades, casual wrestling fans, part-time wrestling fans, whatever you want to call them, have been conditioned that the heavyweight champion of a wrestling company generally is larger than life, or at least to a certain size. And there's just times where I'll be sitting there watching Daniel Bryan and I'm thinking to myself, man, if this dude was 6 inches taller, you know what I mean? When he's in there and he's the same height as J&J Security, to me that works against him. And I'm not talking about us, our tastes, your tastes. I'm talking about general perception.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I'm not talking about us. Like, what do we want? Fuck, simple. Daniel Bryan gets his run, and the majority's happy. Done. But as far as long term, could he be the face of the company for a long period of time? No. That's an obvious hurdle that I think he'd have problems getting over. Now, he wouldn't have a problem getting over that hurdle with wrestling fans, I don't think. The majority.
I don't think he could be the long-term face of at least not on the WWE level. I don't think he could be the long-term solution. Like, that's why I don't, like, even as much as I don't like Roman Reigns, I still understand why they're going with Roman Reigns.
Yeah, there's other choices, though, other than Reigns at the same time. This is a complex subject that we simplify. But here's, before you go on, because I've got a point in my head I want to make. You know, forget it. With Daniel Bryan, yes, we acknowledge that. We see where Vince is coming from with that. That doesn't mean you can't make money with him by going on a run with him and doing it the right way. And you know the best way to utilize Daniel Bryan is to stop thinking you have all the answers and start asking more questions. That's just what I think they should do. I think they should literally go to him himself and say, you
guys want trouble? You found it.
We ain't doing nothing. We want to show people what these cops are doing. They don't think they trust nobody. Alright, let's do this. I think you're getting a little out of control. Outlaw Country premieres this Tuesday, 10 East, 7 West on WGN America.
what do you think we need to do to help you get more over, you know, and let him come up with something. You know?
Oh, And here's another thing. I think when you talked about the conditioning of the fans, I think that plays a huge part into it. People can harp on me for liking vanilla midgets and whatnot, but I'm a huge fan of New Japan Pro Wrestling. They still separate their wrestlers by, categories: heavyweight, junior heavyweight, and a guy can't move up to the heavyweight division unless he adds on that size. They won't even debate it. But I think, and that's how it's always been throughout history over here. But I think over there, that's how it's been. But over here, I think it kind of got a little bit twisted when the cruiserweight and the light heavyweight divisions were obsolete, and then all of a sudden you see smaller guys winning these championships, and it opened the door for guys of that size to get into that title picture, but they're still calling it the heavyweight belt. If you're going to call it a heavyweight belt, make sure you have requirements to be able to compete for that belt like a regular combat sport. New Japan does it. You got to be a certain size to get into that heavyweight division. If not, you're in the junior heavyweight division. But over here, they're still calling it the heavyweight belt. But a lot of times, especially in today's age, because you don't really have those gigantic people in wrestling anymore, because they're in other sports now, where you have a lot of these companies' rosters, TNA, WWE, they're smaller guys. A lot of the rosters are smaller guys. Smaller compared to like the 6'4", 6'6" big jacked up dudes. So honestly, I think WWE needs to go away with the word heavyweight from their title. And that's a big thing. It's kind of like, Bruce, me and you, huge fans of Prince Devitt, Finn Balor, having him hold the heavyweight championship. It's kind of like, if you're gonna treat it like a sport, you gotta set limits. Even when he was in New Japan and Devitt was really getting a push, he was over there beating heavyweights, and a lot of people hated him for it because he's a junior heavyweight. It's not supposed to be that way. So if you're gonna have a mixture of these smaller guys, a Seth Rollins, a Dolph Ziggler, a Daniel Bryan, a Dean Ambrose, some of these guys, get rid of the heavyweight out of the name. That's one of the reasons why I like the ROH belt, because they never called it the heavyweight championship. It's always been either the ROH championship or the ROH World Championship. They never put that weight limit on it, and I think that's what TNA needs to do as well. When you have the X Division guys get in the title shot, take that heavyweight thing off of there, because you have so many smaller guys on your roster. Because if you're calling a heavyweight and the people tune in and they see smaller guys with the heavyweight belt, that's going to turn them off. As a sports fan, like the fans we're talking about, as a sports fan, especially somebody who watches MMA or boxing, that's going to turn them off.
And then there's a lot of people who don't watch anymore, who used to watch back in the day, and they have this perception of what wrestling is supposed to be. And it's not 450 splashes and all this other stuff. It's tune in, see larger-than-life guy. Okay, they talk trash to each other. You got to pay money to see the pay-per-view. The perception, and these are a lot of the people that are gone. The audience is half as big as it used to be in, let's say, 1999, 2000. And to bring them back, they're going to have to do something. But I don't know if they have anyone in their roster right now who could bring them back.
And honestly, they should call it the Open. I know the name might sound stupid, but call it the Open. Just, if instead of heavyweight, call it open weight. Because then it makes it sound like you have your own divisions that you compete in, but things really get tough when you're in a division with guys of all different speeds, sizes, technical prowess, and stuff like that. And
they could call it the Hero Weight Championship.
Yeah, just change it.
No. They could call it the Hero Weight Championship, in my opinion. I don't care what they call it. And there would still be a large contingency of people that tune in, and they are expecting that Hulk Hogan-sized guy to be champion.
Oh, yeah. But, and it's kind of one of those things, like, one of the toughest dudes in football, Steve Smith, is what, 5'10"?
And that's logic on our part. That's where we are looking.
Yeah, but I understand where other people come from and not looking at the bigger guys. At the smaller guys.
Who's the two most talked about boxers in the world?
Oh, Floyd and Pacquiao.
Yeah. So, but with pro wrestling, people generally expect it to be the big, larger-than-life guy, like a Brock Lesnar, like a Bobby Lashley.
Yeah. But I mean, in today's age, you're not going to find those type of guys like that anymore. It's going to be very hard to entice those type of athletes to come to wrestling. So you're, as a wrestling business as a whole, you're fighting an uphill battle with that, because those guys are going to MMA. Some of them are even going to boxing, or some of them, still playing other sports. And it is hard to get those guys into the business nowadays, because it's not as cool.
It's not. No, but folks, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because, so if they don't go with Daniel Bryan, all right or wrong, and I lean towards wrong, that is going to be why.
Yeah, I just want him to get a title reign. I'm not asking for a guy.
I don't see any reason why he can't get a nice title reign. I don't see any reason.
Fuck. How many guys throughout history do we know have got multiple title reigns, whether we like them or not? I'm just asking for one solid, 4 to 6 month title reign from Daniel Bryan. I don't want him to have a year-long title reign.
And Roman Reigns is a young guy.
And that's always the case I've made. Give Roman Reigns a chance to improve. Even though I hate the guy, it gives him a chance to improve.
Well, they could go. Vince is probably hell-bent on having Roman Reigns pin Brock Lesnar.
He wants it on his resume, because eventually he'll have Cena. He'll pin Cena, and that'll be on his resume too.
Yes, and this may be his only chance to get the Brock Lesnar thing. So even if they do that, Seth Rollins cashes in on him. Daniel Bryan takes the belt off Rollins. Then they have Roman chase him. Whatever. If Daniel Bryan gets a title reign, I would hope that would satisfy. Because I'm just telling you, folks, I don't think that you're ever going to see Daniel Bryan get like some 5-year run at the top. Because, unfortunately, perception is reality there. We could sit there and crack on the WWE. All they do is push big guys and stuff like that. Well, part of the problem is that's what these fans who check in and check out, not people who regularly watch it, the check in and check out, and half the audience that's disappeared since '99. To bring them back, you almost need that larger than life guy, and unfortunately, that's what Vince has been looking for. Cena didn't do that, even though Cena's built like a fucking brick house. I'll give him that, obviously. But that's the hurdle. That's the hurdle.
Oh yeah, we can bring up a guy like Austin Aries, who, in all honesty, probably destroys about 95% of the wrestlers in the world in the ring and on the mic combined. And and that same thing with him. Even as talented as he's a once in a, in my opinion, he's a once in a lifetime type of guy. He's not on the great list of, obviously the Austin and the Rocks. He's not up there, obviously, but when you look at the total package that he brings to the table, guys like him don't come around.
Well, look at Rey Mysterio. As popular as he was, you tell me, based on popularity, you couldn't justify a real run with him?
Not even. We're not talking about making Bryan the face of the company. I'm not going that far, because I know at the end of the day it's about sales, and his style doesn't translate.
His style doesn't sell to their regular viewers, and that's why I think you can give him a run, and it makes. I think them having the sole excuse of he doesn't have the look, that's why he doesn't get a pure title run as the #1 guy for a while. It's bullshit.
And another reason why it's stupid they're not doing it is because they could go with it, and if numbers drop, they could use it and throw it in the fans' faces and say, look, we gave you what you wanted, you guys didn't buy in, so now we're going to do what we want to do. And we make the fans to shut up.
Make it the summer of Bryan.
Yeah.
Just do it. I don't see it.
Don't till SummerSlam,
Yeah, I think that would be great. I do question how much of this groundswell is still there with him now no longer being the underdog, but and this is a conversation I love having. This is what makes the main event at Fastlane and the main event at WrestleMania potentially so interesting.
And how about when D-Bry was building up his case on commentary, he brought up that he has one more title defense than Brock Lesnar.
Hello there. Isn't it wonderful? 5-Hour Energy's taste is new and improved. Every flavor. Berry, orange, pomegranate, pink lemonade, grape, citrus, lime, plus extra strength flavors like new strawberry watermelon. Another satisfied customer. New improved taste, 10 great flavors. Have you tried 5-Hour Energy lately?
As right now in his current run.
I think I wouldn't have had to say
Bruce,
that.
here's an idea for you.
Yeah.
Brock Bryan Mania, put it in a cage.
Ooh.
Because here you saw two things. Number one, Brock Lesnar still looks like a dominant beast, and they put the cage over. Number two, Bryan doesn't have to pin or tap out Brock to win the match.
I'm gonna. This is my opinion. I want to see a triple threat match, and usually I wouldn't say that.
Yeah. Oh, you mean okay? Put that in a cage, because then at that point, Brock or Reigns, neither one of them has to take a pinfall, and you can keep both of those guys clean.
That's a good point.
Yeah. You know, if you're worried about Brock or Reigns losing, to Daniel Bryan because of the believability, well, Bryan doesn't have to pin or tap out one of those guys. All he has to do is escape. And that's when his size comes to his advantage because of the quickness.
This is going to be so intriguing, man. Oh my gosh, I can't wait to see the way it all plays out. Because everyone is so emotionally invested in this. It's great. As far as our viewers and the WWE's regular viewers. The reason I bring it up is to kind of
about Kenta.
Well, I bring that up to shed a big picture, because these reviews, we talk about what we want, and I'm just saying that I kind of understand where they're coming from. I think they use that as too much of an excuse. I would have liked to have seen a legitimate run with Rey Mysterio. I'm sorry. I was a fan of his dating back to the mid 90s. So, I don't have any qualms with Daniel Bryan getting this run.
Chris is the man. That Kenta shit was real shit. Some of Bryan's best matches were outside of Nigel McGuinness were against fucking Kenta. Seth Rollins' best match, in my opinion, ever was against Kenta. Good shit, Chris.
Oh, you mean Hideo Itami?
No, Kenta. I do not know who of this is Hideo Itami.
Yeah, he's disappeared anyway. So we got a Bray Wyatt promo. He talked about someone's hands creating the world. He's going to destroy it, and something about limbo is no place for a soul like yours, or something. He keeps making all these cryptic references that I can't wait to see. And then we see the Bella Twins come out of Paige's locker room. They stole her ring gear, and after we get through all this,
you think it was them?
But they stole her ring gear, and Paige comes out wrapped up in a towel. And I'm just thinking to myself, I will definitely be taking a 10-minute break when we get to this on the review, because I know the boys are going to be going off on this one. If she ends up, this is going to sound really bad when I say it, for those of you who know the alternative meaning of the word rosebud, but here goes. She ends up grabbing a rosebud and pulls the rosebud into the locker room to apparently take her outfit and use it. So, but let's face it, Adam Estrogen, if he was there, she could have probably used his clothes too, because that dude's a straight bitch. And I use the word dude loosely. This individual, alright, let me put it to you this way. Where did the Adam Estrogen nickname come from? I was doing a VIP video, and I don't remember, it was a SmackDown review or something, and I'm like, I gotta come up with a nickname. This dude pranced around like just a bitch. And I'm thinking, he's Adam, and I was thinking Adam and Eve, and Adam Estrogen. I like that. And I started calling him Adam Estrogen, and I don't know if somehow he caught wind that I started that nickname. I would think that, we're small peas in a pod here compared to the WWE. So I don't know what it is, but there's someone that tweeted me a few nights ago about something that Adam Estrogen put out on his Twitter. And people send fake tweets and stuff. People do that Photoshop of tweets. So I went to go to his Twitter to see if this was actually true that he tweeted this. And what do I, lo and behold, see? You have been blocked from Adam Rose. I'm like, I never even tweeted the fucking guy. So, everyone let Adam Estrogen know that you love him on Twitter. That's all I'm saying. He blocked me for it, dude. So yeah. So we get Summer Rae against Paige. Paige comes out in the Rosebud gear. I don't know. Summer Rae starts the catty bullshit. You look ridiculous. Can't stand Summer Rae. Paige works her over and yells that this is her house. Man, Paige is shit. The Bellas are watching on from the back with their boring selves, because boring loves company, I guess. But Paige hits Summer Rae with some rapid-fire knees as she has her draped over the second ropes. Goes for a roll-up, delivers a kick that misses. She gets Summer Rae goes for a roll-up, delivers a kick that misses. She gets a 2 count off that. Not the greatest wrestling here. Summer puts a submission on Paige. I guess we'll call it a submission. And rolls her over for a 2 count. Summer Rae hits a leg drop, and then the Wicked Witch of the West goes for another one and misses. And then Paige takes back over, hits some short arm clothesline, a 1-foot drop kick that misses as well. Mediocre super kick, but wins via Scorpion crosslock, so at least it ended with a good move. Yeah, the wrestling wasn't that good here, and sure, the outfit was different on Paige, but the actual segment was not. Same thing we get every week, another short, cheap Divas match, and they don't do justice to the talent that these ladies have. So, Nikki Bella and Brie Bella come out. Yay, you get to hear these boring fucks talk. And Nikki calls Paige a loser, says she makes a beautiful rosebud, which there's a heel. Calling someone a rosebud with a negative connotation, enough said. Nikki says the difference between her and Paige is, and then Paige cuts her off and says she doesn't need an outfit to make her look good. She just needs to win. And at WWE Fastlane, she will win, and she will be wearing the WWE Divas title. And all I have to say is, please let that happen. Speaking of nicknames, let's come up with a new one. You got Fuckboy Buckethead, right? How about Fuck Girl Give Cena Head? Nikki Bella, please get that title off her. I'm absolutely sick of it. I can't take it anymore. When did the Diva this title become irrelevant, MG? Pinpoint. Yeah, when they put the title on Fuck Girl Give Cena Head. I mean, let's be honest here. Ever since when AJ had it, you were kind of interested. When Paige had it, you were kind of interested. Give me the last Divas title match that Paige had. Nikki Bella had. Do you even remember?
No, what was it? The 3-way with her and Brie and AJ, was it?
See, you don't even know.
I think that was it. I don't remember the pay-per-view.
My point exactly. But you remember that shit that Paige and AJ?
No, I remember what Hell in a Cell between the Bellas. That's the one I clearly remember, but
my point exactly. Nikki Bella starts blowing Cena, and all of a sudden she's Divas champion. She's held this title hostage, and I'm ready for Paige to have it. And we talk a lot about what we want. You're not even going to get 20% of it just by logic and the way things work. But what I would like to see is Paige beat Nikki Bella at Fastlane, bring Charlotte to the main roster, and let's get Charlotte and Paige at WrestleMania. That's what I'd like to see. But it's addition by subtraction if they take that title off of Nikki Bella, in my book. And I'm sure that's not what you guys want to talk about. So go ahead, MG.
Yeah, my sweet, sweet Paige, man. And then nothing but a towel. I was speechless, man. I was speechless. I didn't give a fuck about anything else on the show at that point. 10 out of 10 show. I'm done for the night right there. That's all I needed to see. 10 out of 10. Done.
We're deep beneath the streets of London in search of the Order's headquarters. This is incredible. This stuff still works.
Careful with that. No está. This really was working for the Order. Wait a minute. Come on, man. Quit messing around. Shut it down, boy. Shut it down. Boy. You gotta get out of here.
Oh, wait. We haven't got what we came for.
Rated M for mature.
Yeah, I agree. Paige in town, looking fine. Botchamania in the matches. Then no one cares about the damn Bellas talking. They're fucking boring. That's all there is to it. They're very fucking boring. I'm sick of them. I think that segment could be quicker than the actual match was.
I think someone called Nikki Bella Boner Slayer in the comments. I kind of like Fuck Girl, give Cena head.
It's got a good ring to it.
Yeah. Grits! He may have stepped away for a second. Oh my gosh. So MG, on a scale of 1 to 10, how excited were you when she came out in the towel?
Let's just say next time I'll probably have to go to Sam's Club and get a bigger jar of Vaseline.
Oh god. I apologize for asking, viewers.
You know, that Vaseline is thick, man. It don't take too much for you to get, good use out of it. But man, I tell you.
Well, I will say this. There was an episode of The Rock show. Gosh, what's the name of that one? I watched every episode. Wake Up Call. And I referenced this a few weeks ago. It was hilarious, man. He walks into this dude's house who's trying to get this guy a wake-up call. And this guy's living in his mom's basement, literally. And he gets down in his room. And he's talking to the guy about the changes he needs to make and whatever. And it's funny, just seeing The Rock in the room of dude who lives in his mom's basement, like literally. And all of a sudden The Rock stops and he goes, "There's a lot of Vaseline you have on the nightstand there." I was fucking dying. Oh my gosh. So that's when you hear me say it's a lot of Vaseline you have on the nightstand, that's why. I thought that was hilarious. Oh my gosh. Alright. Enough about the 3-second diva segment. So we get another Sheamus returns video with no return date. He's coming back. Everyone get excited, I like watching Sheamus wrestle. He's a beast. Speaking of guys who I think are better wrestlers than Reigns, there's one. But if we gotta, give Daniel Bryan his run, gotta put up with Reigns. I don't expect to have every guy on the top be someone that I like. But at the same time, getting Cena out of that spot, holy fucking shit, what a victory. And I love when people go, "You're lowering your standards with Reigns," and I'm like, watching these videos for the last 3 years or whatever we've done them on YouTube, and then all the years we did the podcast and videos I did on other channels in the past, I've been begging for Cena to be demoted for a while. So, no, that's been a prerequisite to making me happy for quite a while. So we get a Seth Rollins promo. Was it any coincidence that Seth Rollins comes out to cut a promo after they have a segment with a naked wrestler in the back? But, you gotta wonder if that was a rib. Who knows? Who cares? I avoided the Seth Rollins leak in the links that people were sending me. What the fuck do I want to look at that for? I avoided that shit like a vampire avoids sunlight. Okay? Holy fucking shit. Dude, did you see this? No! I don't want to. Fucking A, man. Fuck. I look like Adam Estrogen to you? Come on. But Seth talks about how today is President's Day. He said it's a day to honor the great men of the past. Calls it a big waste of time when the future is standing right in front of the fans. He says the word future is becoming passé because right now he is the most talented performer in the entire world. Oh, he's a great wrestler, man. He calls himself the most valuable asset and says he's untouchable, can do whatever he wants, wherever he wants, and nobody can stop him. He says he could take over as host of The Daily Show with Jon Stewart and make that thing watchable. Bullshit. Yeah, however, that's going to be a tough act to follow. Whether you agree with Jon Stewart's political affiliations or what the show became. You know, it used to be more of a talk show, and then it became like, I don't know. But Jon Stewart, very good and witty with what he did, whether you agree with him or not. He says he really wants to cash in his briefcase and become the next WWE World Heavyweight Champion. Speaking of size, MG, you and I were talking about this off the air. That dude's getting yoked,
Bro, I don't know what the fuck he been doing, but
he does hang out with Triple H. Remember, CM Punk said, "GP in that cup?" I'm just saying.
He been putting on the muscle, man. I mean, shit. For a minute, him and Ambrose cut down a little bit when he turned face. But if you remember back when they were all in the Shield together, him and Ambrose were getting fucking jacked.
Yeah. Just been hitting the weights. I think he knows if he wants to be a true top guy, that's what he's got to do. That was the only criticism of CM Punk that I agreed with. I never understood why he didn't maximize his frame. You know? Yeah. Because, I mean, dude, if you...
Well, I mean, Rollins is a natural athlete, though. It's a bit different.
Oh, here we go.
It's true. Punk is not an athlete. He's self-admittedly not a great athlete. I don't even have to harp on him for this.
Whenever MG says something negative about CM Punk, I'm just like, oh, boy, here we go.
Did I not sit here last week and defend CM Punk?
Yeah, and hell froze over, so...
and now it's -4 degrees in Michigan. Yeah. But no, Punk is self-admittedly not a great athlete. But, I mean, Rollins is a natural athlete, you know?
Yes.
He knows what he's doing.
Well, he said he should be main eventing WrestleMania, but instead he's forced to deal with the people who are so far beneath him. Him main eventing WrestleMania one day, I can absolutely see it. He's really done a great job, man. And I think... Well, you remember those Q&As that we were doing on the website back when the Shield was still... together. And they would ask us, which guy out of the Shield, you know, and they're like, well, we think Ambrose is going to be the one that they kind of screw over.
Well, look at it now.
Yeah, it's kind of worked out that way. And then with Rollins, there in no way will know how did we expect him to be this as one of the lead heels. He's been killing it there.
I think he's in for a huge babyface turn one day.
Absolutely, and he's got the skill set to be a great babyface.
Mm-hmm.
His skill set really screams babyface. He's toned it down. But anyhow, he talks about people being beneath him like Eric Rowan, Ryback, and Dolph Ziggler. And the crowd pops because he said Ziggler. So he says, spare him the bull crap. He knows how people feel about Ziggler, and then Ziggler's music hits and Ziggler comes out. And Ziggler says, Seth, why are you so mad, bro? And I was thinking he was going to rib him, for getting caught up last week. But he said, it seems like you had a bad Valentine's Day. He said, did Joey and Jamie get the wrong chocolates? Like, that's corny shit, dude. And he said maybe Stephanie buckled him into the car chair too tight. He said, was it Triple H who gave you the talk about the birds and the bees? Bear ribbing him a little bit here. Seth said he knows Dolph thinks he's a comedian, but the only thing funny about him is his joke of a career. Yeah, they could have given Dolph some better lines. I will agree with that. Seth says Dolph is nothing compared to him, and then Dolph says Seth, is right. He said he's nothing compared to him, especially when it comes to being a whiny, protected, sellout douche. I like the usage of the word douche here. I approve. I like that. I think Dolph is that type of guy to run around calling people douchebags. I like that. Dolph.
It's the furniture sale you've been waiting for. O'Duncan O'Bright's legendary Irish Bargain Party. With Irish music, free Irish coffee and champagne, a free gift, and best of all, our lowest prices of the year. Save on our most popular brands, with no interest until January 2017. Plus, register for a chance to win a trip for two to Ireland. Come for the party, stay for the savings. The Irish Bargain Party. Start Saturday at O'Duncan O'Bright.
Said he's the guy that every time he steps foot in the ring, he raises the bar on what it means to be the best. And I'm thinking, you're standing in the ring with a guy who's a better wrestler than you, but whatever.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
There's guys in NXT that are even better than you.
But he's got to portray that because he's the show-off. So I'm not hating on Doug. But he says he took out the Authority single-handedly, and I'm thinking, the viewers did see Sting come out. It was kind of a big deal.
Sting did make his wrestling debut that night.
Wrestling. Oh yeah, we found out tonight that he's been gone for the last 14 years. We'll get to that later, but if I was TNA, I'd just release a bunch of highlight footage of him. I'm just saying.
Hey Sting, you want to go into the Hall of Fame twice?
Yeah. Exactly. But he says if he can't take the Authority out, he's going to do the next best thing, and he's going to take out the future. He tells Seth to make his hobbits step back so he can do what he does best, show off. All right. The little exchange wasn't too bad. I wasn't mad at it, In fact, I was pretty relaxed. The only part of the show I didn't like was seeing him at this point. I was actually kind of feeling the show a little bit. So we get Rollins against Ziggler. I mean, come on. Rollins and Ziggler? Fuck yeah. You know what I mean? So, before we get a commercial break, Ziggler attacks Rollins, knocks him out of the ring, and then here's the commercial break, and the match starts during the commercial. So they come back from the commercial break. The match is in progress. And Seth has Ziggler in
Rear chinlock.
Rear chinlock. You guessed it. Shocker. Man, but these guys do something different coming out of a commercial break. Yeah, during the commercial, they're holding him in a chinlock, But, okay. So, apparently during the commercial, Seth got the upper hand with J&J Security's distraction. The ref ends up throwing J&J Security from the ringside out to the back. He throws him away from the match. Rollins gets back in the ring after they're sent away. Ziggler delivers an inside cradle for a 2 count. Seth cuts Ziggler right back off and starts working him over. So Ziggler hits a jawbreaker, a back elbow, sidesteps Rollins, and Rollins takes the corner post. Ziggler hits that splash. I say it every time, not a fan of it. He hits that splash, the neck breaker, elbow drop, 2 count. Ziggler goes for the Famouser. Man, I loved these counters that they started getting into. He goes for the Famouser. Rollins counters. He goes for a power bomb. Ziggler counters by slipping out with the sunset roll up 2 count. And Ziggler hits a nice elevated DDT on Rollins for the 2 count. And I gotta give a shout out to Booker T. The shots have been fired at the commentary on this review already by Chris, and justifiably so. But Booker T, he's been doing his thing. I really enjoyed listening to Booker T, and I thought he was doing a good job putting over the actual wrestling ability of these guys as they were in that ring. Rollins hits an enziguri for a 2 count. Rollins is pounding and stomping on Ziggler. Rollins goes to the top rope. Ziggler jumps up there, but Rollins pushes him off. I love this. Pushed him off. Ziggler sidesteps the flying knee. Rollins moves out of the way of the Famouser. Then he hits Ziggler with a kick to the gut. Then Ziggler moves out of the way of the curb stomp. Ziggler hits him with a super kick in a zigzag. That little snippet of counter. Excellent shit. So Ziggler has hit him with the zigzag. It looks like he's going to beat Rollins, right? He's got Rollins folded up. But J&J Security run out to break up the potential win for Ziggler, right, storyline-wise. A gripe I had with the finish, though. Okay, as much as I really enjoyed them counters. Did anyone notice how blatantly Seth Rollins was looking for change?
Looking down the ramp. Seeing that shit?
Oh, fuck. I'm like, this dude clearly learned that at Shit Factor Academy. I mean, let's be honest here. So I gotta call him out for that. You just took a finisher and you're like, where are they? You know, come on, dude. Ziggler clearly could just kind of look up and go, you're good.
And the camera was right on his grill, Bruce. The fucking camera was.
It accentuated it, Grits. It accentuated it, but that aside, good match, even though you only got 5 minutes and 19 seconds of wrestling on TV between the two.
Jesus.
But this ain't a pay-per-view. I get it. That's why I love the pay-per-view formats, because you're going to get real matches and stuff. Longer matches.
Great finishing sequence to that match, though, man. Holy shit. It was crisp. It was crisp, and it came out of nowhere. And
it did.
The way you saw the way Ziggler, I call him Ziggler, man. That ain't my style, but fuck. The way my man Ziggler's when he hit the zigzag, and the way Seth took it and sold it, and the way he kept himself in that position for Ziggler to come over and make the pin. Like when he hit it, boom, he came down on his back, and then he had his legs like that, so that Ziggler could pin him a certain way. And I was like, wow. And if you go back and see, like, he stood in that position for a second, like, Seth was like, and then he had to really sell it. And then Ziggler came over and made the crawling pin. But it came out of nowhere. I didn't expect the pin, the final pin, to come like that. You saw a couple of false pins or whatever before that. But with that sequence right there, I didn't think that was going to be the climax to the match. But you could see it building. Like with every little move, boom, they're building, until finally, boom, they hit you with that. And I would really like to see another match between these two groups.
Oh yeah. Wait. To piggyback for Shizzle Dizzle.
My nizzle kizzle. Bruce Nizzle.
We're going Snoop Dogg tonight.
Oh man.
Oh my gosh. After the match, J&J Security's working over Ziggler. Ryback and Rowan run out. They clear the ring. Joey Mercury sends Rollins out of harm's way to protect him, and then Rowan clotheslines him. Yeah, Eric Rowan's still around, by the way. Clotheslines Mercury out of the ring, and then Ryback hits a spine buster on Noble, and cheerleads some Feed Me More chants. This was pretty good shit. I can't wait to get to the next segment. But wrestling in hour number 2, 14 minutes, 23 seconds. So, boys, Rollins, Ziggles. And Grit's just dropped. There he is. So Rollins and Ziggler. Thoughts?
I'd like to see more. I'd like to see more of this type of action. That
Fritz, I'll just warn you that there's some in the WWE universe when you say that you'd like to see more, they interpret that in a completely different way.
Yeah, I mean, it's not exactly what got me wanting to see more in the way that I'm foaming at the mouth, the way seeing Paige and Towel happy. You know what I'm saying? It ain't nothing like that. Because I would have, right there in that hallway, I would have hemmed the ass up right against the fucking wall and just opened up that towel and she would have had triplets, little caramel colored triplets. Well, maybe lighter than caramel because she is as pale as they get. But no, that's not the kind of see more of that.
We'll get more to that later. I got something. But
not the type that I hear about Seth Rollins.
Sending me links, bro.
And where do y'all do that shit at, man?
I don't know.
Where the fuck are y'all from? Oh, Seth Rollins leak news. Oh, let me check him out.
I don't know. Teach their own. You know. But hey, I mean, obviously, great. Great entertaining segment. Good action. Where do they go from here? This is what I want you guys to talk about. Where the fuck do they go from here with Ziggler and Rollins?
How do commercials work? You need a team working together, doing all kinds of jobs. See these people? They're not acting. They're real professionals. And we hired them all on the site where more people get jobs than anywhere else. Indeed, the world's #1 job site.
What do you want to see?
Best case scenario. Oh, fuck it. Another fucking pun. Best case scenario is Ziggler saying, "What's up, man? Put that briefcase on the line. Let me get a shot at that." I doubt that's going to happen. It could happen. I mean, you hear the whispers about Brian Ziggles at Mania, whatever have you. After seeing this match tonight, I'm going to be honest, seeing Ziggler and Daniel Bryan, that is something I have been interested in, seeing what they could do, especially on the grandest stage of them all when it comes to wrestling, because they both feel they've been slighted by this company when it comes to that. But honestly, after seeing this, especially that ending sequence, and obviously they both held back because it was Raw. I'd like to see a little program with them, man. I'd like to see a little program with them, with the ending of the feud being at a pay-per-view, a WrestleMania, whatever, probably WrestleMania, why not, being for that briefcase. And with these two guys, I want to see, if anyone in the comments, whatever, what's the most hardcore match you ever seen Ziggler in? Like when it comes to gimmicks or stipulations or anything. I like to see them in a straight up motherfucking just TLC match for that fucking briefcase, man. And see these motherfuckers go out there. We already seen what Seth can do. And we know Ziggles and sell his ass off, man, like a fucking, he's at a used car lot. You know what I mean? So, that's for me. Best case scenario, where I like to see this go between them two. You got the whole authority and all the fucking soap opera shit behind it. You got the fucking Jay and these motherfuckers look like the lollipop kids from the Wizard of Oz and shit coming out there, their miniature asses or whatever. But take all that away. Let them just do their thing, show their talents. Not the way Seth Rollins normally shows his talents, but wrestling wise, let these two brothers go out there and show their talents in the ring and have it, a hardcore match at the end for that briefcase. And then, but Bruce, hey, Ziggler ain't getting no shot at no motherfucking big boy strap. I don't see it happening, but me personally, I like to see it go down that way.
Yeah, I agree. I like to see it come down to that briefcase at Mania. The Bryan and Ziggler match is pretty much off the table, I believe. So Rollins, unless looks like Orton's not coming back anytime soon, apparently. So why not kickstart a feud over the briefcase? Make that briefcase, add some value to that briefcase. You got a good thing to build, especially with Seth Rollins being as good as he is, and a lot of us want to see Dolph Ziggler get a title run. Maybe not as much as we used to because of the lack of character depth that they've, not given him. But I think that's been something missing with that briefcase over time. It hasn't been put on the line enough in a feud, and I think bringing that type of element into it kind of adds some of the value back to the briefcase that is lost over these years. I mean, yeah, obviously Cena winning it and Barry and Sandow had a lot to do with it, but at the same time, it being so predictable, that briefcase, and when it's going to be cashed in, and it's really taken away from the whole element of the Money in the Bank. So I think putting it on the line and having a few centered around it, because at the end of the day, that briefcase is about getting a title shot. So that's what it all centers around, the title. So I wouldn't mind it. Both guys can go in the ring. On the mic, I think it'd be an opportunity for them to give Dolph Ziggler a little bit more freedom on the mic. I think they would, because Seth Rollins is one of their guys. So I think he'd get a little bit more freedom on the mic. Not much, but and Rollins has shown to be able to feed into faces really well in terms of character-wise, and being able to sell the face character and sell what they say. And I think for a guy like Ziggler, who's kind of lost in the mix right now, a guy like Seth Rollins, who's at the top of his game, would be perfect for him character-wise too. So I like to see it culminate in a match at Mania over that briefcase. Personally, I'd still have Rollins win it. I mean, retain, but feud-wise, I think that's something that the fans would like to see.
As a fan, that's something I'd like to see. That match was entertaining tonight. I want to see more. Why not? Like, they gave us so many feuds where they where they had the same guys fighting week in and week out. Why not get these guys together? Keep us entertained.
Good point too about how Rollins is able to feed into guys promos or cutting on them and things of that. You noticed that at the beginning of this match, huh? And
yeah. Well, I've just noticed it in general. Throughout this time, I mean, the Ambrose feud, we talk about how great of a feud that was, but not many people mention how well he fed into Ambrose's character, and how well he did with that, and then the whole Survivor Series thing, and even the whole segment on Raw where Cena finally brought back the Authority. Fuck Cena, but the way him and Edge kind of played off of each other, him, Edge, and Christian kind of played off of each other. Hey, dude is really fucking good. Really fucking good. And I mean, Jay hit the nail on the head when he was talking about Rollins should be one of the top guys, and I completely agree. Huge fan of Tyler Black. Since his ROH days. I still remember when he debuted at ROH. So, kind of just seeing the progression of his career has been fun for me. And I like to see him get a run in an important spot. And I mean, dude is good in all facets. good as a heel, good as a face, good in the ring as a heel, good in the ring as a face. What more can the guy possibly do?
And that's something that two of the all-time greats were really good at, and it never diminished their character or made them any less credible. Savage and The Rock, they had no problem feeding into the next guy. They had no problem feeding into his lines, his actions, selling his promos for him, or selling. No fucking problem with it. So whether it was selling moves, selling words, no fucking problem with it. That's why Rock is such a good actor. But it never made them less credible, less believable, or less badass. Now I got a question for all three of y'all. At this point, even though it's lost a little bit of its prestige and value, at this point, do you think the Money in the Bank briefcase holds more prestige than the two secondary titles?
No, this is why I'm going to say no.
No?
Because of what they did to Sandow with Cena. I'm still fucking upset about that. To this day, you had Sandow, who was on a run. Remember, the intellectual savior of the masses. And this guy now is a dumbass who bows down at the whim of the Miz. But we were told, we were scolded that, oh no, Cena actually elevated him when he buried him. Dude, ever since then, it doesn't have the same prestige it did when Edge was around.
Oh, I agree.
Edge was Mr. Money in the Bank to me.
Yeah.
I mean, he was the opportunist, right? I think Rollins can bring that prestige back based on what they do. They have to do something major with that. But I'm going to throw something else out there, out of left field, that you guys didn't bring up. Vince, I'm pretty sure we don't have mind-reading machines. We can't read his mind. We just know his tendencies. But with Vince, seems to be dead set on putting Brock on Reigns' resume. Let's not forget that this is the same company that wasted a Brock Lesnar appearance on him just standing there. What if they would have used that appearance at Fastlane in a match between Rollins and Lesnar?
Yep.
I mean, these guys, they could have used Lesnar in a match with Rollins. They had something in those face-to-faces backstage, in the that match at Royal Rumble. To me, they're dropping the ball with a huge opportunity to do something big with Rollins and Brock. Even in a loss, he comes out looking elevated. To me. Truly. Not Cena elevated, where he's elevated and then dropped and pinned. I'm talking about well, there's only so many times Brock Lesnar could appear. I get that. They wasted an appearance on him just standing there. And then they had him stand there. Paul Heyman talked about Reigns and Daniel Bryan, and then neither one of them even addressed what was said. It's baffling to me how blatantly obvious it is that they could have used Brock Lesnar in that single appearance that you saw at Fastlane in a match with Rollins, and it would have been great shit. As good as Ziggler and Rollins can be, I wish they would have set up a match between Lesnar and Rollins for this, I guess you can still call them pay-per-views. Think about that. How many of you would have liked to have seen that, Rollins and Lesnar?
Oh, that would have been amazing.
Fuck yeah. And then you could go into the Ziggler Rollins thing. Because they could sell dissension in the authority, Whatever. What do we know? We're just internet fans. Well, we're hardcore wrestling fans. Alright, so wrestling in hour number 2, 14 minutes, 23 seconds. Next, we get the Triple H promo. Oh, boy. So Triple H, well, we get a replay of what went down last Monday, almost in its entirety, with the sting, the fake stings, and him accepting. And Triple H said people think he's afraid of Sting. He finds that laughable. Then the crowd was hitting him with "We Want Sting." Yes, chance again. Triple H says it takes more than mind games and parlor tricks to get under his skin. He says WCW is going to stand in the ring with WWE at Fastlane. Do we have to revisit the failed invasions? Anyway, he calls him Sting, the icon, the franchise. And by the way, this notion that now Sting's on the big stage, way bigger ratings. I mean, just look at the memorable year he had in '98. That led to, I believe they had about 900,000 pay-per-view buys for Starrcade, which, yeah, the match wasn't great, but the build was amazing for him and Hogan. But whatever. He says Sting is going to go face-to-face, eye-to-eye with the game, the cerebral assassin, not the COO. And then Ric Flair comes out. I'm like, oh, okay, I'm definitely into this now. So Flair says before Triple H starts cursing him out, he came out there because he respects Triple H. And I'm like, what's next? Booker T's going to get in the ring and lay down for him again? Some of you know what I'm getting at. He talks about Triple H inducting him into the Hall of Fame. He brings up Triple H saying Ric Flair's the greatest. He's sure to have his own wing in the Hall of Fame. And Triple H says that, I know, you came down here to sing the praises of Sting. And he tells Flair to save his breath. Ric Flair tells him, no, I'm just telling you to don't take Sting lightly. He says, don't. He brings up Vince McMahon and says Vince McMahon once gave him advice to not put himself in a position to fail. Triple H says he doesn't need a history lesson on who Sting is. Apparently he does.
Your father-in-law.
He brings up Flair and Sting at Clash of Champions. I wish he would have referenced Great American Bash. That match should be praised from now until the end of wrestling history. And he says Sting became the franchise of WCW, the icon of WCW. He says Sting was and is WCW 100% fact. He says when WCW's final bell rang, Sting was standing tall in that ring and he went down with the ship. And he said he always respected Sting for that, but Sting did the right thing and disappeared. So that's how they classify TNA now. Okay.
Don't forget when he's talking about while all the other rats jumped ship.
Yeah.
While all the other rats jumped ship. Wow.
Yeah.
He's talking about a couple specific individuals there, man.
Oh, absolutely. There's a certain Vince that someone might bring up, and it's not McMahon. But I'm just saying. So apparently, if TNA is non-existent, none of the stuff that these guys do in TNA counts. How the fuck can the WWE consider themselves competition for the NFL? You know, the same NFL that just pulled in 114 plus million viewers for Super Bowl. Same NFL that the WWE is not worth one NFL franchise. It's just unbelievable, unreal to me, the lack of awareness. And I understand they've got to promote themselves. I get that. And I understand they're not going to put TNA over. Even if he would have said Sting was toiling in the little leagues after WCW, just some form of acknowledgement, I would have been fine with that. But to act like he disappeared when he did a lot of good shit in TNA, unbelievable to me. And he even brings up Flair and Sting wrestling a lot. They were involved in stuff in TNA together. I will put it to you this way. If WCW considers themselves competition for the NFL, then that makes TNA in a dead heat with the WWE in comparison. This one kid said, well, of course the Super Bowl got more viewers than WWE because that was on national TV. The most watched match in the history of this company was 33 million. It was Hulk Hogan and Andre the Giant when it was just so happened to be way more popular than it is now. I just can't stand that. All of the bullshit-o-meters start going off in my head, and I'm just like, you gotta be fucking kidding. And I know TNA is not even remotely close to the platform that the WWE is. Duh. But I'm just saying that using their own words against them, I'm just throwing that out there. TNA is not competition for WWE, even though they do put on some good shit. Yeah, they do some dumb shit, as does the WWE. But they are not competition for the NFL. No. So anyhow, fucking A, man. He says if Sting showed up in the WWE, he would have made it his mission to run Sting out of the WWE. Probably some truth to that. He says Sting's legacy was built on Ric Flair's reputation. It pissed him off, and he would have kicked Sting's ass on that alone. Ric Flair needed that ultra babyface to feud with as the ultra heel. Lex Luger wasn't going to cut that. Alright? So, Flair says that Triple H is not acting like the cerebral assassin. And then Triple H cuts him off and says, "Let me finish." He said, Sting shows up in the WWE and wants to make it personal with him. He says, Sting is WCW and he is WWE. And the crowd was like, oh, what the fuck is he talking about? About him calling himself WWE. I think people would name a lot of guys before they would name Triple H, but whatever. Flair tells him to take a deep breath. He's already getting to you. And he says he tells people that Triple H is the greatest wrestler alive, and the crowd grumbled over that too. When he's wrestling, he brings up Triple H's match with Daniel Bryan. He said he was telling everyone that Daniel Bryan will last 5 minutes with him. But he lost that match because you're not a full-time wrestler anymore. Neither is Sting, but anyway. Flair makes the case that Triple H should just stick with running the company. Triple H brings up Flair. This is the part where he brought up Flair wrestling Sting a million times. He said he's no Ric Flair, but when it pertains to kicking Sting's ass, Ric Flair is no Triple H.
William Shakespeare said that all the world's a stage, and men and women are merely slaves. But Mr. Shakespeare never met Stephen Curry. Curry the closer! Hear the building explode! You gotta find the person with the new story to tell. The person who's in the gym every dang day. Shot after shot after shot. Not giving up until it's right. That's when the media catches the story. And the kids show up in mob stores all the way from Soho to Shanghai. Ni-hao. Then people finally start to believe that the game has a new creative genius. Patron saint of the underdog. The league's most unguardable player. I just like my style, bro. Ain't out to die. So my apologies to Mr. Shakespeare. Because onto the stage of mere players enters the babyface assassin. And he's about to write his own story. Fall back.
Ooh. Flair tells Triple H that when he tunes into Fastlane, he said, just don't let me see you sitting on your ass again like last week. And I'm sorry, the way Triple H sold that here, last week when he fell down was great. So Triple H gets mad about that because he's acting defensive over being scared of Sting, and he pushes Flair down and says if someone stands between him and the company, he's going to kick his ass. And he says after Fastlane, Sting will never show his face in the WWE again. Even though I just hate the WWE's revisionist history and their lack of true awareness, that's just me being me. This was a great segment. They really bounced off each other well. It's great to see Flair out there. Triple H did a really good job, and I'm looking forward to seeing the Sting and Triple H thing. Never been a fan of Triple H as a wrestler. I've gone through the reasons why a million times. I know some of you are. I am not. I was a fan of Sting. He was never my favorite wrestler, but he always did his thing, and he was the franchise of WCW. So I do appreciate, in that sense, that they are acknowledging that, and that's the angle they are taking on it, because hell, a WCW, WWF storyline, I'm good with that, The only problem is, the revisionist history that comes with it. We're like, well, WCW did the Yeti, and you did Mantar, and you did Max Moon, and you did Bastion Booger, and you did Man Mountain Rock, and I can go on and on and on. Duke the Dumpster Droese, Crush, the Smoking Guns, the Godwins,
Mountie.
Fucking A. But, it is what it is, man. I think it's compelling. What are they going to do at Fastlane? I think you would assume Triple H gets over on him there to turn Sting into the sympathetic figure. And then at WrestleMania, Sting goes over on him. I mean, that'd be the logical way to go, right? How good will the wrestling match be at Mania? Well, the good thing for Sting is, and Matt Genius and the boys and I watched Sting in TNA, and I will tell you that his matches were getting really bad. He had a match with Magnus at Bound for Glory a couple years ago that was really rough, being nice about it. But with a guy like Triple H, who's a simple worker, you don't have to do a bunch of 450 splashes with him or anything crazy. I think
very slow and deliberate.
Very slow. Thank you.
Very slow and deliberate.
Yes, and that's the style of main event matches they want guys to work now.
Yeah.
So I think in that sense they can pull off something pretty nice. Pretty nice. Sting's still got a couple good ones in him. He's still got a couple good. He's never been the greatest technical wrestler, but he's always just been such a good babyface. And I think they're going to pull off some good shit. I mean, I am looking forward to that WrestleMania match. At first, it was like
H will sell for him.
Oh, he will. Yeah, absolutely. That's one of the best things Triple H does, sell.
Yeah.
I mean, being the heel, he's not going to be doing as much selling, but it will be incumbent upon him to put Sting over. And at this stage of the game, we've seen with Triple H, he has no problems doing that. This is not the early to mid 2000s Triple H anymore. And Sting's the man. His legacy. The one thing I'll say about him being in the WWE, at first I got really defensive about it because I saw all the great stuff he did in WCW. His run, they call him Surfer Sting, Grits. We never looked at him as a surfer back then. He was just Sting.
He was just Sting.
And then he became, an ode to Brandon Lee, which I always loved that, the Crow gimmick, because I'm a huge Bruce Lee and Brandon Lee fan. And Brandon Lee died during the making of the Crow. And that's cult classic, Crow. And the fact that he paid homage.
A great movie.
Oh,
this one is a great movie, man.
Oh, absolutely. And the fact, Brandon Lee, man, I was always such a huge fan of him. And the fact that he paid homage to him, and everything Sting did, and the way he became the face, the face of resistance against the NWO and Hollywood Hogan, and that whole build to Starrcade was incredible. Sting's the man.
The way Sting was able to adapt in a new environment in WCW when things changed up with the NWO, they went more towards a darker scheme. Everybody was wearing black. Like you had guys like Goldberg, Bret the Hitman Hart came in. The way he was able to adapt, stay relevant, and stay at the top of the food chain during the late '90s in WCW, that has to be commended.
I believe that was Scott Hall's idea.
I've heard that. I've heard
Yeah.
that as well.
What, the Sting thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've heard Sting give Bischoff credit for it. I've heard Scott Hall.
Well, Bischoff takes credit and says he wanted to come up with an idea where he wouldn't have to talk.
Yeah.
So maybe it was a conglomerate of ideas.
Yeah, they were all in tight together back then, so.
Oh yeah, and you know, no matter what, his legacy was cemented with me. I mean, to me, the greatest match Sting ever had was Great American Bash against Flair, and Jim Ross was amazing on the commentary for that match, and you had the whole thing with Sting with the knee injury, and I remember watching that like it was yesterday. I had it on VHS tape, and I've watched that match dozens and dozens of times. And that's my favorite Sting match. So to me, his legacy was cemented. And then the matches with Muda. But the thing that I will say about him coming to the E, and some people say the E stands for embarrassment, whatever you want to say. But the thing about him coming to the E is these people who have been reluctant to give him his just due credit probably now will. With 2 WrestleManias in a row, we would assume. Triple H this year, and you would think it would be Undertaker next year. You would think. If the Undertaker can do it, we'll see. But he'll finally get his just due credit. I'm really happy about that. He's going to be able to go into the WWE Hall of Fame, which I think sometimes we overrate, but still. I'm happy for Sting. I do miss 90s Sting. Either version. My gosh, I'll never forget that Nitro when he rappelled from the helicopter. That was so cool, man. But, yeah, boys, Triple H Sting.
This little promo segment, it was good hearing that woo, and the music hit, and Ric Flair came down. Being that you couldn't have Triple H and Sting setting up the match, I have no problem with them going with Flair because of Flair's history with Sting and because of Flair's history with Triple H from the Evolution days and all of that. So it made sense. I'm gonna be honest with you, Bruce. I kind of disagree. I think to me this wasn't as. It felt a little bit flat to me. Now their exchanges was organic. It felt like there was no script involved. It almost felt like 2 guys having a couple drinks at the bar, and the discussion got a little heated. You know, it felt very organic. It felt very natural. I like the way they played off each other. But I don't know if it's the crowd. I don't know if it's the fucking modern day fan base or something like this. I don't know what. It felt a little bit flat to me. I mean, you got Triple H, Ric Flair in the ring talking about a match featuring Sting, WCW versus WWE, and I did catch that. If you go back and you look at Triple H's eyes when he said, "I would have made it my business to run him out of the WWE," that motherfucker wasn't lying. He was shooting that shit straight from the fucking heart. Yeah, he would have made it his fucking business, especially around that time. He wasn't gonna let anybody come in and let somebody else be top dog. He had to fucking take a backseat to Austin, take a backseat to The Rock and all that shit. And he damn sure wasn't gonna let some WCW motherfucker come in there and get more top billing. He meant that shit when Triple H said that. He meant it. And it was very, but it was something about it that just felt flat to me overall. I don't know what it was about this segment. I was at my cousin's house watching, and they had came from the other room, and they were like, "Oh shit, these 2 old motherfuckers still wrestling?" Like, that's who you dealing with. Even Triple H at this point, man, you dealing with 2 motherfuckers who they're alpha males when it comes to this shit. You know what I'm saying? So the recognition was there. They're legends, whether you feel so or not. Wherever you place them in the all-time list, you had 2 heavy hitters right there. Now, Sting versus Triple H. I'm seeing a bigger picture. It does bother me that they act like he was never in TNA, like that part of his wrestling career never happened. Fuck it, that's how the E does it. Let him do it. Fuck it. But I'm seeing hindsight is 2020. Now Taker losing to Brock makes a lot more sense because, alright, now you got Triple H versus Sting at Mania. It's obvious you want Sting's first match in WWE to be a win. You want it to be against someone who's official and you want it to be on the grandest stage of them all. With that said, it can't be Sting versus Taker if Taker's streak was still intact. You know, it just... I don't see how that would have worked. You can say, oh, well, you let a part-time guy in Brock Lesnar come back, break the streak, whatever. Go back and look at Bruce Briscoe's review for WrestleMania. Go back and look at his preview for WrestleMania 30. He broke it down why Brock should be the guy, why Brock deserves to be the guy, and why fucking Taker should let him be the guy. Alright? Bruce broke that down in intricate fucking detail.
And for the record, there were guys who were saying on that preview that they wanted to see Undertaker hurt, and I got blamed for that. Somehow that was my fault. I never said anything like that. I was just, I don't want to see him put over Brock because I thought it'd make the most sense and it would protect his streak because it took Brock Lesnar to beat it, and everybody had their own opinion on that. I thought that what he did after the Brock Lesnar UFC fight, I didn't like that. But now in hindsight, I think they were cooperating together on that. And I did a video, we were in a review, and I apologized for what I thought I was wrong about that. I've always respected the Undertaker, man, to a human level for sure. And I actually think Brock Lesnar beating the streak protects the sanctity of it, like I said, because look who it took to beat the streak. The guy who went off and became the UFC heavyweight champion, which I would much rather have had him do it than Shawn Michaels. As good as Shawn Michaels is, you know what I mean? And I think wrestling fans would have been mad either way, some of them, but the Undertaker's the man, and no one's ever going to take that away from him. No matter if Jay wanted to see the Undertaker drop on his head, which I think he was joking, but
I don't know he wasn't.
Yeah, I think it was. I think where that came from was just a level of frustration, and he wanted to see Brock win, and people started personally attacking him over it, and he lashed out. I don't think it really meant that.
But and you said about the sanctity of Undertaker's streak being protected by Brock being the one who broke it, because he was already he's a legit badass. That was your main focus, a legit badass UFC World Heavyweight fucking champion. Like, come on, a guy who's already been WWE. He was the last WWE undisputed champion before the brands. He's kept it on one brand or whatever have you. And they brought back the World Heavyweight Championship. He was the last WWE undisputed champion. He came in. He's a legit fucking wrestler. He's a beast. And not only was it right to have him break it for all of those reasons, but that's really the only way you can do a Taker versus Sting at Mania, man. Whether that's going to be next year, hopefully next year, because anything past that, you're really pushing the envelope. So hopefully in WrestleMania 32, that's really the only way you can do a Taker versus Sting, with the streak not being on the line. Because when people kept asking about that, oh, we want Taker versus Sting, how do you do that? Because it's obvious that was going to be Sting's first match ever in the WWE ring, and how do you come in here just to feed him to the street? You don't use Sting just to feed him to the fucking street. You don't use him in that way. You don't use him in that fashion, man. That's a mistake all across the board. At least in my opinion. What the fuck do I know? I'm just some Puerto Rican, Jamaican motherfucker from Queens, New York City. I don't know much about fucking wrestling. I'm not a booker. Never claimed to be. I can't run my own fucking promotion. I need the help from every motherfucker Bruce ever had on the panel to do that. But I honestly feel like you don't use Sting in that way to just feed him to the street. And you don't let him be the guy who beats the street. You know what I'm saying? So a Taker versus Sting at Mania with the streak on the line just wouldn't. It couldn't have worked out. So now you got Sting versus Triple H at Mania, which is the way you should debut Sting, and with a win against someone established. Hopefully it's clean. Who knows? But hopefully it's clean. Triple H, I don't think he has a problem with doing that. And then at the end of the match, gong, the dead man pops up. I don't know. He comes. He's eating the Bisco shredded wheat under the fucking ring, and then he pops up or whatever happens you at the end of the match. Well, however he does it, he does it. And then they set up the next one, man. I mean, you obviously could set up a year-long feud from one Mania to the next. We've seen it with The Rock twice with him and John Cena. So, you know, let's see if that happens. But as far as this match with Triple H and Sting, I think a lot of eyes are going to be on it. I think, believe it or not, Bruce, I think a couple of people who stepped away from watching wrestling might be curious about seeing that. I'm not so sure about how many people who are not into wrestling at all, or people who know those two names from their past or whatever. I think they might be curious to see that too, especially with it being at WrestleMania. It's very good for the card. I think it's very, very healthy for the card. That's my opinion on it. Matt Jizzle, Chris.
In terms of the segment itself, I thought it was a really good segment. Anytime you get Flair and Triple H in a segment together, it's probably going to be good just because of the chemistry that they have. And both of them are, well, Flair's obviously a legendary talker, and Triple H is a pretty good talker himself. Triple H is really good at selling on the mic and in the ring, which I think he's very underrated at. In terms of the entry with the segment at Fastlane, I don't really care about that. The Mania match, though, it'd be a decent match. I think Triple H last year especially showed that he was still willing to do the thing, still willing to put guys over and make other guys look strong. I mean, we've seen Triple H bust out moves last year we ain't never seen him do before, ever. So I think Triple H still has a lot left in the tank in terms of in the ring. Obviously, he's very limited in what he brings offensively, but he will go in there. He will sell for the other guy, which he's never really had a problem with. He'll, at least during the match. I mean, feud-wise, obviously he's, very guys, but in the actual match, he always sells. Sting at this age, I'm hoping he has another, good match left in him. Not too encouraged because of the match against Magnus at Bound for Glory, but then again, Magnus isn't great himself, so it's not like Sting really had a lot to work with. So I'm going to give Sting the benefit of the doubt here, as well as Triple H, and say they go out there and they surprise some people with what they're able to pull off. I think storytelling-wise, the match is going to be great. Just, aesthetically, in terms of the actual wrestling itself, I just don't know how great it will be. Chris brought up a point that I was bringing up, too, about having Taker lose the streak. That way he can win his final, WWE match against Sting next year. And that's the purpose of kind of having this match right here. That way Sting can get that big WWE WrestleMania win under his belt. That way when he does lose to Taker next year, it's not like, oh, Sting lost his only WWE match. So I think this is all in preparation for that match. I think if they can get Taker and Sting to agree to it eventually, my interest level overall, though, it's not too high, just personally, because I'd rather see Triple H and Rollins at this point, kind of student versus teacher type of deal. But maybe they'll do that somewhere down the road. So on a scale of 1 to 10, I say my interest level would probably be a 5, leaning towards going downwards, just simply because I don't want to see Sting wrestle anymore.
Today,
we introduce a product so revolutionary, it's going to change the way you think about Easter. We're not just changing Easter treats. We're changing the universe. And if you can change the universe, you can probably change the world.
When we set out to create sweet Cheetos for Easter, we didn't start by asking, what will the Easter Bunny think? We went one step further, asking, why is there a bunny? What does that have to do with anything? And when we were able to strip away that layer, it really stopped confusing us and allowed us to think. Each bite-sized Sweeto snack is covered in a cinnamon sugar flavor, so forward-thinking, you'll swear it's tomorrow. The egg-like design is simple and complex and confusing and simple and delicious all at once. They're fully compatible with most hands and mouths. And the aerodynamic packaging combines form with function with a bag. I think you'll agree these Sweetos are ingenious, avant-garde, and a bunch of other words I can't spell. Sweetos, Easter will never taste the same.
What an amazing time to be alive. Good night. Thank you. Good night.
Yeah, I think it's going to be decent. Triple H, he always comes and shows up at WrestleMania. Like last year, prime example. His matches with Taker. The guy knows what he's doing. Sting, he's been relaxing for 14 years, so he's got a couple matches in him.
Yeah, he's been chilling on his couch. Oh, by the way, your rant earlier, Grits, someone in the comment section, I think, put it right. Ultra Combo! Remember that game? Oh,
Yeah. It is what it is.
It is. Alright, moving on. So we get Darren Young and some jobber that was never named. MG?
Don't ask me.
You notice I go to MG for the jobber that was never named? No disrespect to MG. Love listening to talk wrestling. We're just going to be like, yep, that's Tim Smith. He wrestled in Gary, Indiana last week.
Listen, Matt Jizza is the most knowledgeable teenage wrestling fan you'll ever find.
Come on, man.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Alright?
He watches more
years old. At 16 years old, he
We're
is
underselling you.
a well of wrestling knowledge.
No, he's unbelievable. Matt Genius's passion for wrestling, I knew that. Well, first, all right, here's a little trip down memory lane. First time I saw Mad Genius was in the comment section or in the chat room of my podcast, and here was this Mad Genius 313 dude who was a Laker fan, and I am a Bulls fan. And when he came on the podcast, I'm like, here we go, let's go, dude, Jordan, Kobe, let's do it. But no, he wasn't like that. Then we started talking wrestling, and I was like, damn, he's got a passion for wrestling. And I got to put over his love for the business. Everybody's love for the business on the panel. But Matt Genius, since we're just talking about him, I knew that we were going to have some major disagreements. The first time he said he didn't like Bret Hart, I was like, well, so much for that. They're going to have a lot of disagreements, which we do, but we're friends at the end of the day. All of us are. It's a tight-knit group, man. It's a tight-knit group. But, so we get Darren Young and a jobber. They're going to wrestle against the Trash Ascension with their symbolism and everything. So the trash section, who suck, and they're garbage, and they're trash, and that is my opinion, and you won't change it. I've had some people are like, come on, dude, how can you hate the trash section? Because I've been watching them for a year, and I can't stand the bums. Okay? Them and their wannabe Illuminati bullshit can go on down the road, as Stone Cold would say. But, so they start jumping Darren Young in this jogger, and all of a sudden Titus O'Neil runs out, and I'm like, this is awkward. You know, what's going on here? So he helps Darren Young clear the ring of the trash section. And apparently the primetime players are reuniting because their music hits. I don't know, they kind of left you hanging there, you know? But I will say this, shout out to Darren Young for standing up for himself, number one. But number two, shout out to Darren Young and Titus O'Neil for sparing us of a trash ascension match.
Hallelujah.
Thank you. So we see Miz backstage telling Wade Barrett that if he knocks some sense into Miz Dow, to paraphrase, he will take care of Ambrose for you. Okay. So we get a Damian Mizdow against Wade Bad News Barrett match. And you've got the Miz sitting ringside with a bell. Alright. So Mizdow gets the upper hand, and Miz interrupts by ringing the bell and makes him shine his shoe or something like that. And basically distracts him to allow Wade Barrett to get the upper hand. Mizdow takes back over on Barrett, but Miz once again rings that bell and tells Mizdow to come over and clean his sunglasses. And he's like, oh no, that's not a smudge, that's just a hair, it's gone. So he gets distracted again, and Barrett drops him. It gets a 3 count for the win. It was a 2-minute, 31-second match. Who fucking cares? Here's where the disconnect for me is. Because for a while there, it was like, yeah, you came out as LeBron and said, what were you expecting, Michael Jordan? Over with me. Right there, over with me. But, as funny and entertaining as Mizdow's been, if you were talking about character development, let's not forget that this guy was the intellectual savior of the masses, and now he's the Mrs. Bitch. And I think eventually it's going to work, obviously, and they're taking a page out of the $1 Million Man of Virgil, not to that level, but they're taking a page out of that book. So, I mean, it's going to work, but for me, long term, what does this do for Sandow? Because now that we're on the doorstep of them turning him face and him finally going against the Miz, I'm saying to myself, where do they go from here? Because he went from being this brilliant guy who cuts these witty promos to me dumb, me do what Miz does. You know, okay, so where do you go from there? So that's just what I'm kind of interested to see, and I really don't think Vince sees much value in him anyway, which is too bad, because I think he could be one of their top heels. But anyhow, so
I don't want to see him as a face.
What's that?
I don't want to see him as a face.
No, me
I
either.
love him as a heel. I love when he debuted as a heel. I always harken back to the way he beat the shit out of Yoshitatsu. Like, and he had it. He had it. He had it. He could feed off of the crowd. He could feed off of his opponent. He could feed into his opponent. What the fuck, man? What did he do?
I don't know.
What the fuck did he do? There's something he did, man.
Either something or someone he didn't do. You know.
There you go.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. What you want? Take off in the ass. Nope. Okay. No roll. Cena's gonna bury him. You know, look at the segment he had with The Rock on SmackDown. The little face-to-face he had with Flair that wasn't on TV, but someone uploaded the video. I mean, this dude adds something.
And nobody's getting in the ring with The Rock unless The Rock gives that thumbs up.
Yes.
They don't come up to The Rock and say, okay, you're going to do a segment with no. At that point, The Rock is handpicking who he works with. Like with Rusev, he did this spot with Rusev and Lana. Rock handpicks who he's getting in that fucking ring with. They don't ask him. He's not going to do that type of thing. He might do the favor. No, he might do the favor for Cena in the big scope of things, unfortunately. But little shit like that, he handpicks Sandow. Yeah, I'll work with this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? And now, like you said, we got a buffoon.
I wonder if he really picked his cousin.
That I don't know
either, because afterwards...
That's an overtime video. It is.
You're right. You're absolutely right. We can do something about that.
That's something for BlitzSportsNetwork.com. That's a great subject to tackle for the site, man.
Yeah. So Ambrose comes out, he beats Barrett and zip ties him to the corner post. Oh gosh, he's a Cena Batista, fuck. But Ambrose tells Barrett that he's going to sign the contract for their match, whether he likes it or not. He goes and gets a pen from the commentating area and forces Barrett to sign the contract. Proclaims that they'll wrestle at Fastlane for the IC title. Man, I mean, Barrett looked like a bitch. Not that I care, but ever since Barrett's become the IC champion, to me it's the same effect that Nikki Bella has had on the Divas title, because let's face it, they don't take these titles very seriously. Those are toys that they sell. They don't look at it the same way we do. But when that title was on the lights,
Hello there. Isn't it wonderful? 5-Hour Energy's taste is new and improved. Every flavor. Berry, orange, pomegranate, pink lemonade, grape, citrus, lime, plus extra strength flavors like new strawberry watermelon. Another satisfied customer. New improved taste, 10 great flavors. Have you tried 5-Hour Energy lately?
Of a Dolph Ziggler, you look at the feud with Luke Harper, you look at, it seemed more relevant. And then Barrett got it, and it's a fucking Christmas tree ornament again. So I will say that the belt going on Ambrose, you guys were talking about this earlier, is it the exact thing I would want to see? No. But I think he will make the belt feel a little more important for a short period of time. I'll say that. So, moving on. We get a Bray Wyatt promo. I'm going to go through a few of these segments, I'm going to take us right up to the main event. Let these guys talk about all this, and then we'll do the main event and we'll wrap it up. So Bray talks about having the answer. There's nowhere left to go. It's time. Find me. And he says, or I'll find you. Dude, I can't wait to see The Undertaker come out and have that first face-to-face with these guys. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. So next we get a match. It was a mixed tag team match, and I don't remember there ever being a husband and wife mixed tag team match, and the announcer said it was the first one in WWE history. And I was thinking about that. I was like, yeah, that's pretty, yeah. So you get Jimmy Uso and Naomi against Tyson Kidd and Natalya. Cesaro and Jey Uso were ringside. The highlight of the match for me was the counters. There was a little snippet of the match where you had Natalya and Naomi trading moves with each other before Natalya took over on Naomi. I liked that. They made Tyson Kidd look like a bitch in this match. But Natalya goes to tag Tyson Kidd. He doesn't tag in. She goes for the sharpshooter. Naomi blocks it. They reversed each other with roll-ups a few times, and Naomi got the win in a less than 3-minute match, 2 minutes, 55 seconds. So, yeah. And then after the match, Tyson Kidd gave Natalya a hard time. And they're married, and they don't get along. How neat is that? Cesaro and Tyson Kidd as a tag team, very good in-ring stuff. We got to see what they're going to do with them creatively. But that's about it for this segment. But I'll toss it over to the guys with this one, because a lot of this stuff that we're seeing with Naomi and Natalya, Tyson Kidd, Jimmy Uso, and again, I'm still a fan of the Usos. I know a lot of people are sick of them, but I like Usos. But Can you guys imagine? Because this comes from Total Divas. That's where a lot of this bullshit's coming from. Now, that segment they had on SmackDown a couple weeks ago was on location in a restaurant. I liked that. But can you imagine actually being a fan of Total Divas, guys on the panel? Because I know none of us are. Could you imagine? Because we have conversations off the air. We talk about all sorts of shit. I mean, we talk about current events in the world, things going on, just all kinds of stuff. Can you imagine all of a sudden we're hanging out, MG, and Grits comes in and goes, "Did you guys hear what happened last week?" No, John Cena and Nikki Bella were arguing. Or the Usos had an argument over a rental car. Or peeping Toms are going to be arrested because they wanted to see what's under Seth Rollins' trunks as they all got caught peeking into the showers with Michael Cole and his neon green dildos. I mean, dude, it's unfucking believable that Total Divas even exists. It's fake. It's fucking fake. And you know what drives me nuts? I spend a minimum of 6 hours a week just watching wrestling. That's just the wrestling shows from that week. Minimum. And I spend a total of, on average, right now, about 20 hours a week talking about it. With all the stuff I do for the site, YouTube, on a pay-per-view week, that goes up even more. We're talking about a full work week. And it ain't nothing personal, and they don't have someone go, "Hey man, you should watch Total Divas this week," and I'm saying, the fuck? I ain't even got time to watch ROH, Lucha Underground, or New Japan. I damn sure ain't watching Total Divas. And then, last week, I got people sending me links to Seth Rollins' dick pic. And believe me, I picked up on it right away. When I had someone, and I'm not going to put anyone on blast to name names, who sent me a link saying, "Hey, check it out, here's Seth Rollins' leaks," or whatever they put. And then they're, Seth Rollins, and they're like making comments to me about his manhood. Go watch Total Divas, bro. That's where you really need to be. I don't fucking care. That was annoying. I mean, I love covering wrestling and doing this with the boys, and I get a lot of requests, and I just came up with a new Q&A format for the website to try to give the rest of the Blitz team a chance to shape the direction of the conversation. And I get people every week, "Hey man, you should do New Japan. Hey man, you should do Lucha Underground." I'm like, I don't have fucking time. But to go to the lengths where people literally wanted me to talk about Seth Rollins' junk, that was fucking ridiculous. To me, that'd be the equivalent of hiding out in the locker room at the gym. "Hey, he's gonna go in the shower soon." Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? It's locker room rules, bro. Eyes up here.
When I first started watching your videos, Bruce, it was because of basketball, man. Breaking down the Kobe Jordan comparison and dismantling that myth that Kobe's even in the same conversation. That's how I found the champ. When I found out that you started doing wrestling videos, I was a little bit tentative at first. I was like, well, damn, you got this G'd up motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? How you gonna look at me? But then I felt comfortable starting commenting on your videos and things like that. Like, well, fuck it, man. Let me stay away from that statement. There are some real motherfuckers out there who still enjoy wrestling, some old school hardcore fans, man. Then when you harken back to ECW and all that shit, the good old days from the 90s and all that, I was like, yo, I felt more comfortable, man, showing my passion for wrestling. Because before that, I would go on Facebook, I would go on different forums, whatever, and I was like, yo, this shit is too fucking geeked out and pussified for me, man. I don't want to be a part of this crowd. So you provided an alternative for me, man, a home almost. So I was like, yo, I could be myself and still show that I love this fucking industry. I love this business. And I came across a lot of like-minded individuals, man. And when I see fucking Mad Jizza, his knowledge and his passion for wrestling, I was like, are you kidding? I was beyond shocked. Because to me, he was a fucking sports dude. You know what I mean? Virtuoso sports. And a couple of the other guys, you know what I'm saying? But there's people that I intermingled with from the comment section and started following each other on Twitter and all of that. And you provided a haven. What you did was you provided a haven for hardcore wrestling fans, for motherfuckers from all walks of life, man. G'd up, just regular hardworking dudes, old school, younger cats who didn't like what the fuck was going on. You provided a haven for all of us, man, to come together and express our frustrations, and express our views, our thoughts, and not have to be tied to that stigma that all motherfucking wrestling fans are fucking geeks or nerds or pussies or all kinds of other labels have been given to them. Alright? And that's why I love being a part of this more than anything else. But there's a flip side to that coin. Like my man Al Pacino said, and there's a flip side to that coin. And with that comes that other side, man. Alright, like I said, the cast of the fucking Big Bang Theory. Alright? Every single one of us, because we don't like a certain wrestler, whether it's one of these guys on the panel, whether it's Bruce, me, MG, whether it's you guys in the comment section,
hanging out in the gym, in the locker room. That's what this shit was like.
That's what it was like, man. And then we got these motherfuckers who done infiltrated it, man. And they come in here.
I seriously am obsessed with One Day asking you to find brand contact lenses because they make my eyes look this gorgeous and it's so easy.
Besides having brighter eyes that pop, they give me that extra boost of confidence, and I want people to give me that second glance on the red carpet.
I like them because it actually gives a subtle definition to your eyes. It also uses highlights that blend in with your natural eye color, so it makes them look a lot brighter. And it's so beautiful.
With this, oh, you don't like this guy, how can you be a real wrestling fan? Oh, you get up here and you talk bad about Raw, why do you watch it? Oh, you don't like Daniel Bryan anymore, you're not putting him over anymore, I'm gonna unsubscribe, Bruce, I'm gonna unsubscribe. And you guys deal with it on Twitter. You tweet an opinion about a wrestler, here they fucking come out of the woodwork. The motherfuckers don't even follow you, you don't know how the fuck they found you. You know what I'm saying? Your tweet ain't been retweeted, faved, or nothing. But here comes a motherfucker. Oh, you don't know anything. Oh, you're just a Bruce Blitz cocksucker. You want to be part of the Blitz team.
Come look at Seth Rollins' stick pick.
Yeah, look at it. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here with that bullshit. We all gotta fucking deal with this. We gotta deal with the fucking catfish accounts. We gotta deal with the anonymous motherfucking wannabe nerd geeky motherfuckers all over the place who have no fucking life. This is their total fucking life. If you have no fucking life outside of living vicariously through your fucking favorite wrestler, get the fuck up out of here, man. Alright, you got motherfuckers who they don't see what life is about when it pertains to having a social life. They pussy, they've never smelled it since they were shot out of it. You know what I'm saying? They have not been back in a birth canal since they were pushed out of one. These motherfuckers, alright? And you got them coming up here. These are the same motherfuckers who will buy Lita's thong that she wore in SummerSlam 2001 and walk around with it at nighttime in his bedroom looking in the mirror and shit like that. You got these type of weirdos in the fucking WWE or wrestling as a whole fan base, especially WWE because they don't watch anything else but WWE. Alright, you gotta deal with them. Who knows how much fucking Bruce has to block and delete shit, you know what I'm saying, on any given review because of these fucking weirdo motherfuckers, man. Alright? All of us gotta deal with them. Y'all out there dealing with them. And every fucking time you want to tweet something, you gotta deal with them.
And we love it.
they gotta come out of the fucking woodwork. All right, let me tell you what type of motherfuckers these cats are. All right, these the motherfuckers who, all right, back in the '90s, motherfuckers like me and Bruce, yo, if somebody didn't like what we like, we didn't really give a fuck about that because we didn't want to like what everybody else liked. We all wanted to like our own shit, and a couple things that we agreed upon, yo, that was peace. You know what I'm saying? But if you had a problem with a motherfucker, I wasn't gonna send you motherfucking anonymous threats on the internet. I wasn't gonna come up here and say, I'll find out personal information about you, and I know your real name, or I'm not gonna go out there and I'm gonna stalk your fucking Twitter, or I'm gonna fucking stalk your fucking Facebook. I'm not gonna sit up here and say, well, I don't like what you say, so I'm gonna unsubscribe. I'm gonna start unsubscribe from Bruce Blitz. Well, shut the fuck up, you fucking pansy. These motherfuckers are beyond fucking weird. You know what they are? These are sissified cuckold motherfuckers, alright? What they want in life is they want to watch a big 6'3", dark-skinned black motherfucker with dreads named Raheem butt fuck their sister and then shoot his load right into his motherfucking face. That's the type of weirdo motherfuckers that we gotta deal with, man. Alright? That don't live in the real fucking world. They're sitting down there, they're down in their motherfucking mother's basement with their 7 nerdy fucking friends. They're playing Dungeons and Dragons, alright? They're down there drinking Shasta, rolling the fucking 12-sided die, alright? And all that fucking bullshit. They're fucking playing Pokemon cards and shit. They have Duel Master challenges at the local comic book store and all that bullshit every Saturday at 7 p.m., alright? Then afterwards they go to the fucking Dairy Queen, alright? And probably rub each other off in the fucking parking lot afterwards. But they probably fat gelatinous sweaty motherfuckers down there looking at motherfucking kitty porn. Alright? 35 years old looking at kitty porn and shit like that. Weirdo motherfuckers, man. And we all gotta fucking deal with them. And enough's fucking enough, man. Stay the fuck away from my man Bruce Bliss channel, man, with that bullshit, man. I'm tired of these motherfuckers. So what? I don't like fucking Daniel Bryan. He's not the god to me. I sit up here, fucking Bruce is from Chicago. I fucking hate the fucking Bulls. He still brought me on board, even though the Knicks-Bulls rivalry is still alive within us. I fucking can't stand fucking CM Punk. He doesn't give a fuck. Lyrical doesn't fucking hold it against me. I sat up here and buried the shit out of Daniel Bryan. Me and fucking Matt Jizzle still hang out in the fucking hangout, just us talking, not even being on the fucking pen. Why are you so fucking so fucking socially inept that you can't deal with shit like that? These fucking weirdo motherfuckers out here, man. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you so socially awkward and disturbed and fucking distanced from the real world that you don't know how to deal with this shit, man? That you don't have you don't get pussy? Don't you have a fucking job? You don't get out, you don't go to the beach. You probably never go to the beach because you probably got a Michael Cole body, alright? Michael Cole, to me, he has a lesbian body. And that's what a bunch of these motherfucking weirdos look like. They got the lesbian body. Butch hips. Alright? You got hips like a butch. You shaped like a fucking dyke. Alright? And you're a grown ass man shaped like a dyke. The fuck out of here, man. Stay the fuck away from us, man. As far as you can fucking be. Or you know what? Come at us, bro. Come at us, bro. Because you ain't got nothing fucking better to do. You don't see us up here every fucking day, all fucking day, talking, eating, sleeping, shitting, pissing, drinking, wrestling. You're out of your fucking mind. We got other things going on in life. Bills gotta be paid, alright? Pussy gotta be slayed, alright? All that type of shit, man. The fuck out of here. If this is all you got in life. And that's the reason why I fucks with Bruce Blitz in the first place. That's why I'm a proud fucking member of the Blitz team. Because we see the bigger picture. Alright? Shout out to some motherfuckers like Drico. Alright? You know what it is. The homegirl over there across the pond. She like pie just as much as me. I don't give a fuck. It is what it is. Shout out to Kayfabe Connection, those boys over there. I sit up here and bury the fucking Young Bucks. Them motherfuckers don't give a fuck. They still show me love. Follow Friday, every fucking Friday. Too sweet, what it is. Shout out to Rob. I hope you watch this one too, man. Rob 804, what it is. There's so many people, man, Bruce, that you connected me to, man. Alright? And we all gotta stick together, man. And like I told y'all before, avoid fuckboyism, man, for 2015, man. I can't say no more. Stay the fuck away from those sissy cuckold motherfuckers. You know? Because if you're a black dude, 6'1" or better, they probably want you to fuck their moms and then bust off on it all up in their fake Daniel Bryan beard, man. So they can rub it in like moisturizers. Avoid these motherfuckers. You want to send me? What the fuck you sending me the link of another man's junk for? Why did you search that? Why did you look for that? I'll tell you why. Because you can go and you can put on the brassiere, Tori Wilson's brassiere that you brought from 2003, Unforgiven, and you can wear that while you're jacking off. Alright? You don't even take the motherfucking Miracle Whip out of the jar. You put your dick in the jar of Miracle Whip, alright? And you're looking at Seth Rollins' junk, and you're just putting the jar up and down, going to town, while you're wearing fucking Gail Kim's boots, wrestling boots, from fucking the last Impact show. You fucking weirdos, man. Alright, listen to fucking Miley Cyrus in the background and shit like that. You fucking weirdos. Stay the fuck away from us, man. We had enough of that shit, man. Alright? Fucking taking turkey bases and shoving them up your ass, man. You're weird with Kool-Aid in it and shit like that. You motherfuckers are weird, man. Blitz team for life. Cock blows. Fuck out of here.
MG, you're up.
So yeah, I have nothing to say. 'Cause I can't say it any nicer than what Grits said, so we just agree with Grits.
Yeah, full disclosure, Grits is we'll just go ahead and put this up Front Street. He's been dealing with a stalker. A weirdo stalker. So at Grits718 on Twitter, you want to know about this stalker, and assemble. Alright. Yeah, well, remember the UFC video, though? That we sent the Blitz team to? Alright, we've had Daniel Bryan against the Big Show as the main event. Roman Reigns ringside. I thought it was hilarious when he came out and they sat his ass next to the announce table instead of at the announce table. Like earlier where Daniel Bryan did the commentary. Smartest move of the night by the WWE. Who knows what he would have said. But anyway, one thing that I will say that I thought they could have done here was thrown Big Show out there earlier to get some fresh heat on him. So, for this main event. If that was Cena in the main event going against Big Show, I'm pretty sure Big Show would have run out there to probably tell all of the WWE universe that he wants to run their mothers off the road onto Steve Hill. You know, I mean, they would have sent Big Show out there to piss everybody off. But they didn't do that here, and I thought that was kind of weak. But you get some back and forth action between the two. Daniel Bryan puts Big Show in the sleeper hold. And Roman Reigns turns around and starts signing autographs with the fans. Was I the only one that noticed that it seemed like there were 2 or 3 fans that wanted his autograph, and then there were a bunch of dudes just standing there like, you want his autograph? Nah, I'm gonna give him a good one. And all of a sudden there was this one dude who ran up there with his phone taking selfies with him, bro. I had to laugh about that. Right up his alley, MG. So anyhow, so this distracts Daniel Bryan, and Big Show cuts Daniel Bryan off and starts working him over as we go to commercial. And the crowd really felt dead during this match at this point to me. And again, I think they could have done a segment earlier where they put a little fresh heat on the Big Show, and it would have helped. But I don't know. It just... So the Big Show cuts off a false Daniel Bryan comeback with the bear hug. And those of you who've been watching these videos for a while, you know I don't like the bear hug. I think it's one of the dumbest moves. But hug you. But Bryan counters with a choke and pulls the Big Show out of the ring. Roman Reigns is passing out t-shirts at this point and once again distracts Daniel Bryan. Bryan goes for the suicide dive. Big Show catches him. Bryan sends Big Show into the steel post. Well, Big Show ends up, he didn't sell it hard, and he pushes Daniel Bryan into Roman Reigns' ringside. So they kind of start pushing each other, Daniel Bryan and Roman Reigns. And Big Show goes for a spear on Daniel Bryan, and Daniel Bryan kind of sidesteps him, and he hits the spear on Reigns. And then a side kick on Daniel Bryan, and right then I think a lot of you were probably thinking the same thing. This is going to be Roman Reigns' excuse for interfering in the match. So Big Show sends Bryan back into the ring. It's a back avalanche on him, but Bryan cuts him off with a low drop kick. Bryan hits the running drop kicks in the corner on Big Show. I like the way he fed into those, Big Show. Big Show cuts him off, goes for the choke slam, but Bryan counters with a lapel lock. And the Big Show ends up crawling to the ropes for the rope break. Bryan starts laying in the roundhouse kicks to Big Show's chest. Hits him with the roundhouse to the head. And he goes for the pin, and Big Show powers out at 2. So Daniel Bryan goes to the top rope to set something up, and all of a sudden Roman Reigns jumps in the ring and hits the Superman punch on the Big Show, causing the disqualification after 11 minutes and 5 seconds of wrestling on TV. So after the DQ, Daniel Bryan, he ends up hitting Roman Reigns with a missile dropkick. It sends Reigns out of the ring. The crowd is chanting Daniel Bryan at this point. Reigns gets back in the ring and works Bryan over in the corner with some shoulder blocks. Shoulders to the gut, whatever you want to call it, and sends Daniel Bryan out of the ring. Interestingly enough, when he sent Daniel Bryan out of the ring, heard a bit of a pop. Kind of caught me off guard. That's what I'm talking about, with just turning Daniel Bryan into a parody of himself could end up backfiring. And they could end up leaving money on the table with that, but I don't know. We'll see. So Bryan jumps back in the ring, takes Reigns down. They're scrapping with each other. The fight spills out of the ring. Reigns sends Bryan into the barricade. Bryan gets up, starts fighting back. The referees run up to stop them, and Reigns sends him into the barricade again. Then Reigns sends Bryan into the ring. The referees are holding them back as the crowd was chanting, "Let them fight." The fact that the crowd was this much into it, to me, awesome. I'm really looking forward to covering Fastlane because so many people have such strong opinions on this. Bryan points up to the WrestleMania sign, offers a handshake. They do this really quick handshake, and surely enough, they turn around and start fighting with each other some more. Bryan drop kicks Reigns out of the ring. He hits the suicide dive on Reigns. Sending him into the barricade, of course. Reigns pops up and throws Bryan into the crowd. Now they're fighting in the crowd. This is some good shit. They fight over to the timekeepers area. By the way, the quality of this Daniel Bryan-Roman Reigns feud is pretty good. Daniel Bryan hits Reigns with a chair shot to the back. And I don't know if he hurt Reigns or whatnot, but Reigns popped up and just cracked Daniel Bryan with what looked like a forearm. After basically no-selling the chair shot, that may have been where he got busted open. It didn't look like Daniel Bryan did anything that would have busted him open, but I don't know, maybe he hit his face on something that I missed. I didn't rewind it. But they ended up fighting over by the announce table. Reigns bleeding everywhere. This dude gets busted open a lot. Imagine what he's going to look like after he wrestles Brock Lesnar.
Well, that's the crazy part. They're using Daniel Bryan to prepare him for the Brock Lesnar match.
And it looks like he needs it as much as he gets busted up, but the fight was ended with officials holding them back as they're trying to get at each other. It was a great ending, man, to a go-home show. The main event, to me, started out flat. And I blame that on the WWE for not sending Big Show out there to cut a promo and get some fresh heat. with that exact crowd. But, man, the way they went about this, and with SmackDown last week, and the way this show ended, I think they've really done a good job accentuating this feud. I can't wait to see what they do on SmackDown. We got 16 minutes and 31 seconds of wrestling in the final hour, 41 minutes and 27 seconds of wrestling, a 190-minute show. The rest was commercials and talking. But with this show, my overall rating, I enjoyed the wrestling on the show. I thought there was some good wrestling. I enjoyed the Flair and Triple H segment. I'm really getting into the Bryan and Reigns feud because it's rooted in reality with the way fans feel. And I thought that this was a pretty damn effective go-home show. It had a nice flow to it. Of course, it had its dead spots, and the fact that it's 3 hours, we've talked about this ad nauseum. The fact that it's so long, they lose you through stretches of the show, but I don't know, I thought this was one of the better Raws in a while, and I'm going to go with a 7 out of 10. I feel that strongly about it. I thought it was pretty good. And I'm looking forward to seeing what they do on SmackDown, which I'll be covering on BlitzSportsNetwork.com. So come on over there. Last week we did 10 hours of wrestling talk, and I think you guys would enjoy it. So let's find out what these guys' score is, and then we'll wrap it up.
Well, big show, you know what you're going to get with the big show, so I wasn't looking for anything special in the match, but afterwards, the whole Daniel Bryan, Roman Reigns thing, it's a great build-up for the pay-per-view. This is what you need from a go-home show. It's supposed to build up for the pay-per-view, and that's what it did. That's what it did for me. I'm excited for this main event. Fans are interested in it, which is pretty good. We've needed something like this from the WWE. Like at least like a good like a rivalry that everyone's talking about, like a feud that everyone's talking about. Because you got the Roman Reigns fans, you got the Daniel Bryan fans. It's just interesting to see where they go with this. I'm actually excited for a WWE pay-per-view, and I'm shocked. It was a good show. I'm going to give it a 7 out of 10. That's all I can say. 7 out of 10. Good build up to the pay-per-view. You can follow me on Twitter, ClassicChris905, and check out my YouTube page. Classic Chris, where I've been posting matches that I've called from the past, and I do a podcast on there. And the match that I'm uploading tomorrow is my first ever main event that I called for my first show. It has Cody Deaner teaming up with Tyson Dukes, fighting Primo Scordino teaming with Rhino. So that should be interesting. Check it out.
Tyson Dukes and Rhino.
I'm just getting the feeling that this Daniel Bryan thing, feel it coming, dude. And I don't think it's good for you.
Sup? Zach Buckner, owner of Fantasy Team Can't Touch This. And these are my drivers. I got the Hapster, Double A, Larson, Easy B, and DJ Craze. That's not my nickname. It is here. Questions?
Where else can you take charge and join the battle of the fantasy nations? Nowhere but NASCAR Fantasy Live. Sign up at NASCAR.com/fantasy.
What, the burial?
I think that there's starting to be a groundswell of people. Like me, I'm just sick of the redundant champ. I like Daniel Bryan. You know, I've defended him with grits in past videos, but I'm just starting to feel like, I don't know, man. It's not what it used to be, obviously. And I just feel like this thing could start going the wrong way when it pertains to his popularity. I'm just starting to get that feeling. I mean, obviously still over as fuck. But when that crowd popped, as minor or not minor as it was, when Reigns threw him out of that ring, I said, oh, wait a minute. That would have never happened before. just seeing little signs. You know, the signs you see when you feel like the crowd may be starting to turn a little bit. Obviously, he comes out, he gets a huge pops. He has a chance, Daniel Bryan chance, he's fucking over. I'm just talking about preliminary signs that you start to see. And I really think they need to make it just let it be more organic. Stop. Let him be him. That's what I'm saying. Otherwise, I think this thing's, I don't know.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are feeling exhausted with the Bryan thing right now. I know a lot of people, for them, it's because of the Daniel Bryan fans. They're tired of the Daniel Bryan fans just constantly throwing them in their faces. And then a lot of people are just tired of the repetitiveness of it. So, there's a possibility. I mean, Reigns is getting some pops now. I can't deny that. Even what was it last week or was it the week before last when they first had their first interaction with Reigns? What was it? Did he mistakenly spear Bryan or what? I can't remember exactly what he did, but the crowd popped for it. So, it could be a matter of fans turning on him. It could be a matter of fans just being into the angle. We won't know until it's all said and done, you know. Because I think once you put these guys in a singles, in a match against each other, and one of them wins, I think then we'll know how the crowd's really feeling. Because you can pretty much expect that if Bryan loses, the Bryan fans go crazy and they're angry because Reigns is in the main event. You got the other people who are just upset that Reigns is in the main event at Mania. Then you got the Reigns fans who will be happy. So, I really think that match is going to be a true gauge of where the crowd is when it comes to Bryan and Reigns. Main event segment, the match with the Big Show. There's not much you can pull out of the Big Show at this point in his career. It's Big Show for crying out loud. The brawl in between Reigns and Bryan was good, actually. I thought they did a good job of not making both of them look like pussies, where they just continuously went after each other. Reigns taking selfies at ringside and passing out, those ugly ass T-shirts of his. Don't care too much for it. He was, throwing shirts out there because, people aren't buying them apparently. So somebody's got to give him shirts. But, I don't really give a fuck about the duck face and all of that extra feminine shit he does. But the brawl in itself was good. And am I intrigued for the pay-per-view? Not really. I still don't want Roman Reigns to be in this spot personally. That's just me. But, it is what it is. Kind of hoping Reigns wins so I can have ammo to call him Cena 2.0. I mean, even more ammo. I have what I need now, but that would be great to even get that ammo. And I honestly think, check for the reactions. If Bryan loses that match, I don't expect that crowd to be behind Roman Reigns. Let's just say that. But overall, the show, it's a 10 out of 10 for me. Paige was in a towel. That's all I needed to see to give the show a 10 out of 10. You can find me on Twitter and YouTube at Virtuoso Sports. Pro Wrestling Tees, TEES.com/Virtuoso Sports. Head over there. Check out the shirts. We got Bliss Team T-shirts, Ambitions of Greatness T-shirts, other wrestling T-shirts. I can't remember the exact count, but there's over 20 designs available. All of them ship internationally. You have different colors, different styles of shirts, from basic unisex to long sleeves to tank tops now. Head over there and check those out. And if you see one that you like, pick one up. I appreciate the support. I got some special things planned for next month. Got a special project planned. So I'm aiming for middle to end of next month. Might be a little bit after that. Depends on how I can get some things to work out. But just keep a close eye on my Twitter. I'm also on Instagram at Ambitions of Greatness.
Nice. Hey, homie, man. Let me cash my income tax check, man. I'm gonna buy a bunch of them shirts. And I'm gonna get some for my homegirl, Sexy Slim. Mo, you know what it is. I'm gonna get her one of the Blitz team shirts. I'm gonna cut it short so that it just show all her midriff and shit like that. And I'm gonna have her modeling. I'm gonna be on my model shit with me and her. And I'm gonna get some for a couple. Listen, I'm gonna get a couple for a couple of my homeboys too, man. And have them flowing your shit. I like what you're doing with that, man. Word, keep that shit up, man. Support that. As far as the end of the show, Bruce, you're onto something because it does make my spidey sense tingle. The way this whole Daniel Bryan thing is playing out, it took a turn to the left. It just went way off course. Somewhere along the line, it went way off course. Like I said earlier about that, just to let me know, chime in on this. I say it might be greater than 50% that didn't know what the fuck I was talking about. Like, if you took 50% of these people that's part of this yes movement, or more than 50%, they wouldn't know what the fuck I was talking about when I said Daniel Bryan should have been the motherfucker who used the GTS in the WWE.
Oh, hell yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And it just, I think it wasn't his doing, it wasn't his plan, but he created a monster, and is gonna go the Frankenstein route, man, because it's getting ugly. And like I said, if people are putting their passion into something, I don't know how much of these people actually want to change in the WWE. I think they just want to be a part of a movement. And it makes people feel like they're a part of something, like they're doing something. And people just want to go to a show and stir shit up, which is, that's fine. That's what most of us like to do. But you're onto something, Bruce. Whatever the outcome may be, whatever the end result is going to be, I don't see this going in the right direction further on down the line. Whether they put the strap on him, whether he wins this match with Raw, it is very interesting. It has piqued my curiosity as far as checking out this pay-per-view somehow, some way, because it is very interesting to see how this shit plays out, man. I know that the crowd is going to be pro Daniel Bryan, is going to be raucous, but there's a small contingent, man, that is just at this point like, fuck Daniel Bryan. Fuck it, I'm going to fuck with Roman Reigns. You know what I'm saying? Just for the fact that it can backfire on Daniel Bryan in that way. Because, like I said, you got these weirdo motherfuckers who are backing him up, and there's another sector of WWE fans who don't want to be affiliated. So it's very interesting to see how this plays out, that whole dichotomy.
Dude, let him lose and watch the way they go unglued. Because when he is the underdog, it is the most organic reaction. If he loses, my gosh, the crowd will fucking.
You know what's crazy though?
Because they love Daniel Bryan, man.
There's so much on the line, and honestly, I think a lot of both guys' popularity is on the line in this match. Because, like you said, Daniel Bryan loses, and the people, go ape shit, and the Roman Reigns haters, which I think at this point there's more haters than supporters for Reigns. I think those fans absolutely, those people lose it. And then on the other end of things, if Bryan wins, you got that large percent of people, like you said, Bruce, who are getting tired of the Daniel Bryan thing. Another one saying, man, he's still being shoved down our throats, and it was Roman Reigns' time. So I think both of these guys' popularity to some degree is on the line too.
I think Bryan's popularity is straight.
Yeah.
All I don't have in mind, that heart is so cold, all over my own. I wanna know that pain. All I don't have in mind, thinking out loud, maybe we found love right where we are. They say she's in the class 18, stuck in her daydream. Been this way since 18. I need you, darling, come on, set the tone. If you feel the falling, won't you let me know? I'm out of touch, I'm out of love. I'll pick you up when you get down. And out of all these things I've done,
I will love you better now.
That's
people love him for good reason.
That.
Yeah.
Roman has more to lose at this point, man.
He does.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I just think that, to me, what I'm talking about more than anything is evidenced in the fact that I think the way they are presenting Daniel Bryan to people is starting to wear thin. It's nothing to do with him. The WWE needs to lighten up a bit and let him be him.
And I tweeted something earlier. A lot of people probably watching this video retweeted it. I put a picture of Stone Cold, Tupac, and Michael Jordan in one collage, and I put Drake, Daniel Bryan, and LeBron in another collage and said retweet for the 90s, fade for the millennials. Now, Homegirl has said, why Daniel Bryan? And obviously she probably wanted me to pick CM Punk. The reason why I didn't put CM Punk to represent the millennial wrestler is because, number one, I think Daniel Bryan is a better in-ring wrestler, period. To be honest, CM Punk, to me, was a little bit more transcendent because of the genres that he crossed, the other avenues of entertainment he traveled and things of that nature.
Dude's going to be a UFC fighter now.
He's going to be a UFC fighter. He's writing comic books. He caused a buzz with his pipe bomb. He had the shit with Chris Brown. Like, he's been out there, man. Sporting events. CM Punk was out there. And, of course, Daniel Bryan, he's, MG could go into detail about all the things that he's been promoting on with other avenues of entertainment and sports and things of that ilk. But the thing with that Daniel Bryan, why I chose him to represent the millennials, is this whole thing right here. This is a direct result of CM Punk's fan base not having their movement be strong enough, not being powerful enough to get him where he wanted to be, which was at the main event of WrestleMania. And they didn't go about it this way. For whatever reasons, they just didn't. And his frustrations eventually led to him leaving, and now they chant his name incessantly, or they did for a time period or whatever have you. But this whole thing with Daniel Bryan, it pretty much started a little bit before Mania 28 and then took off after WrestleMania 28. Because when he dropped that belt in 18 seconds to Sheamus, there was no looking back. From that point, there was no fucking looking back. When he came out on Raw that next night, man, and the fucking crowd went crazy with the yes chants, and then they made him go back to the no chants. Vince McMahon said, all right, no, now you gotta go back to the no chants. And the crowd didn't stop with the yes, yes, yes. From WrestleMania 28, this fucking train has been non-stop, and it has been picking up steam. And sooner or later, this shit is gonna come to it's gonna be like Spider-Man 2, when he was trying to fucking stop that train before it got to the end of the fucking rails. Like, it's gotta come on track sooner or later, man. Something's gotta give sooner or fucking later. But the reason why I chose Daniel Bryan to represent the millennials is because his fan base, his movement was so fucking strong, it pushed him. They made motherfucking Vince break the Royal Rumble tradition for this motherfucker, man. And they might do it 2 Manias in a row, man. Alright? They made Vince break Royal Rumble fucking / WrestleMania tradition to get this motherfucker into the main event at WrestleMania, then to have him win it, man. You know what I'm saying? And then right now, that's what I'm saying. This match between two of them at Fastlane, it's holding a lot. It's holding some destiny. It's holding a lot of weight behind it, man. Not only for Roman Reigns' popularity, not only for Daniel Bryan's career, but for the way a lot of business is going to be conducted. You know, and that's very interesting to see. As far as the show, that anytime Big Show, Kane, Randy Orton, or Fuckboy Cena is in the main event, fuck it. I'm on my Bret Hart shit 4 out of 10. But like Matt Jesus said, I got to see Paige's beautiful, creamy, god damn, in a towel. Like, I'm telling you, I would lift her up from under her arms. I would lift her up like that up against the wall, just like that. You know what I'm saying? And just pull that towel off, man. tear that ass apart. Y'all don't understand. She's having triplets. As soon as she's having triplets off the first rip. But so because of that, you getting 10 out of 10. And I like Nikki Bella's little ass in that fucking black shit she be wearing, thong type, whatever. That shit look good. I don't give a fuck. And another thing about Cena's promos, man, Jizzy, you said this earlier, that he does believe it. You know what it is? He can't believe that motherfuckers don't believe that he believes himself. You know what I'm saying? That's why he always has that face like. It's not that he doesn't know what he's saying. It's
the only answer to that is you gotta believe.
Yeah, fuck yeah. He can't believe that motherfuckers don't believe that he believes it. You know what I'm saying? But yo, follow me on Twitter since you're too pussy to follow me around in real life and step to me like a man. Pussy boy motherfuckers out there. You know what I mean? If you got a problem with Bruce Blitz, unsubscribe. Don't tell him that you're gonna unsubscribe. Just fucking do it, pussy. Don't send anybody on the panel pictures of anyone's junk. Alright? Shout out to my man Eddie Saw. He sent me pictures of ass naked divas and shit like that. That's the type of shit you need to send a brother. You know what I'm saying? That's my dude right there. But follow me on Twitter. You know what I'm saying? If you want to find me in real life, my picture, y'all know how I look. Alright? And where you can find me is my header on Twitter, alright? It's Beach 60th. If you're taking the A train, get off at Beach 60th. Those two buildings in the background in the picture, that's my hood. That's Ocean Village. Walk right into the middle of Ocean Village and say, yo, where's Chris? If the niggas you ask him don't tear you apart right there on the spot, they'll gladly bring me to you. So, you know, leave that out. I have no problem with that. Stop being pussy boys, alright? Stop being pussy boys, man. Blitz team is too strong for that, alright? At Gritz 718. That's GRITZ 718. If you got you hugging up on some pretty ass white bitches in your Abby, you get an automatic follow back. Automatic follow back. Alright? That's what it is. I'm very interested to see how this shit plays out with Fastlane. Very fucking interested, man.
You want to know something else though? It's kind of a bad thing if the air when or if the air comes out of this Daniel Bryan thing. It's gonna be the last time for a long time we get another guy that the fans really get behind. Because there's some guys in NXT that we can see it happening with too. It's more specific, but we don't know when they come into the main roster.
Sorry. I know who you're talking about. Say
you can go Sami Zayn, Prince Devitt. Those two guys right there.
You don't think
when they're coming to the main roster?
You don't think Kevin Owens?
He's a heel though. I think he's gonna end up more in like the Cesaro side of things, where people just like him so much and Vince is just adamant on it. But here's the thing about Owens that I think is different from everybody else. Owens is a guy Triple H is gonna fight for harder than everybody else. That's his number one guy.
But his background, his backing from Ring of Honor and all that shit, you don't think that could carry over and resonate strong enough with a WWE fan base that they'll want him the same way they tried to fuck over Daniel Bryan? You know what I'm saying?
Watch the way I shrewdly do this. This conversation will continue on BlitzSportsNetwork.com.
There you go.
Thank you all for supporting us. Subscribe to the channel if you already haven't. Thank you if you have. Please hit the like button under the video. We always appreciate that. Check out the other videos on the channel. Head on over to BlitzSportsNetwork.com. And you know, until the end of time, as Tupac would say, fuck John Cena. We're out.
William Shakespeare said that all the world's a stage, and men and women are merely slaves. But Mr. Shakespeare never met Stephen Curry. You gotta find the person with a new story to tell. The person who's in the gym every dang day, shot after shot after shot, not giving up until it's right. That's when the media catches the story. And the kids show up in mob stores all the way from Soho to Shanghai. Ni hao. Then people finally start to believe that the game has a new creative genius, patron saint of the underdog, the league's most unguardable player. I just like my style, bro. Hey, not to die. So my apologies to Mr. Shakespeare. Cause onto the stage of mere players enters the babyface assassin. And he's about to write his own story. Fall back.